Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Virginia Scholastic Rowing Championships. This is day one. I am Brian Thailander. I will be doing the commentary today, joined by other commentators as the day goes on. With me today is Ben Young. Ben, go ahead and say hello.
Hello, I'm Ben Young. I'm head men's coach at Langley High School. Excited to be here.
We're lining up currently for the first race, the men's novice 4 heat 1. Women's novice 4 heat 1. Look at that. We've made our first mistake of the day. The women's novice 4. This is their heats. Each race will be 3 boats advancing to the semifinal right after the lunch break. And so they're lining up as we speak, and hopefully we'll be starting momentarily. We have lane 1 Gloucester, lane 2 Battlefield, lane 3 Episcopal, lane 4 Robinson, and lane 5 James Madison. And as you look at the drone footage, lane 1 is going to be on the right side of your screen currently. We appreciate you joining us. We would also like to say a big shout out to Maverick Rowing for providing amazing drone coverage to capture every angle overhead and photo finish of our VASRA regattas for the entire spring season. Visit Maverick Rowing website at maverickrowing.com to watch the regatta live today and to watch the drone footage later. So we're still trying to line up the boats, it looks like. Still trying to get everybody on point. There's a slight headwind today, which is going to make getting boats lined up a little trickier than usual. And we are just waiting for them to get all lined up so we can start that first race.
Yeah, you can really see the headwind on the front side of the dock where it's all wakey, and then on the back side of the dock it's all flat, and that kind of tells you the direction of the wind.
Yes. My parents were sailors, so that would be the leeward side of the dock.
You want to bring the right terms, it's okay. But it does make it difficult because they're held on by the stern. So as that wind pushes against the bows, if they're off even slightly, it just pushes them left or right.
Yeah, the boats try to weather vane into the wind. But we are awaiting the start of the first race. As the coxswains do their best to get their crews aligned, they have to row a special way called where they scull it around, where they pass an oar to another athlete, because we have wonderful volunteers on the stake boat platform holding onto the sterns, but if rowers take full power strokes, they pull off the platform. All right, looks like they're getting them lined up. If you look behind the platform, you will see the starter's platform, and he raises a flag, which he just did, and then he waves flag, and we are underway. So this is the first race of day one of Virginia Scholastic Rowing Championships. This is the Women's Novice 4, and it looks like Episcopal has gotten off to a very good start. These heats are seeded, so if the seating committee did their job correctly, you'll see a nice chevron pattern as the boats come down, and the middle lanes were supposed theoretically faster. Now, it is difficult to seed some of these novice events because the lines change. And we may have some audio interference. This is our first time doing an audio track for this footage, so we appreciate your patience. So it looks like we have Episcopal out in front, followed by Robinson, and then in third place, to my eye, it currently looks like James Madison, with Gloucester in fourth and Battlefield in fifth. All these boats will be racing for a spot in the semifinals. The top 3 boats move on to the semi. All right, and while we're here, I'll give some stroke ratings. It looks like I have Episcopal at about a 31 stroke rating. And Robinson is about a 30. And Robinson looks to be pulling back on Episcopal now here. It looks like it's going to be a battle for who's going to win this heat.
They are racing for lanes, though, so as long as they get top 3, it's, 6 one way, half a dozen another.
We will see what's going to happen here. So, and it looks like now Gloucester out in lane 1 is making a move on James Madison. So yes, what we will see as the racing goes on is that, especially in the heats, you will see teams that know that they've pretty much secured their place in the top 3, and they will shut it down and lighten up a little bit. And so a lot of times you're watching like, oh, my team that was in third made a big move on that first place team at the end of the race. And that was a lot of times their first place team taking it easy because they know they have another race left. So it looks like it's going to be a really good race for this third place spot here between Gloucester and James Madison. And I would give it the edge currently to James Madison by about half a boat length.
In the Occoquan, very fair river, almost no current, and the wind affects most of the lanes pretty evenly, so they don't really care what lanes they are in the semifinal. So as long as they get that top 3, these crews should be pretty happy with their result from this heat.
On the other hand, a lot of times it can be somewhat challenging as a coach. I'm the head coach at Carter G. Woodson High School, to get the novices to follow the race plan. They get a little amped up on their adrenaline, and they're just going to go. You're like, okay, if you're way out, shut it down. And, it's like an excited puppy. They're just going to keep going. And it's great. We want the athletes to be excited about racing. We want everybody to have a good time. All right. Ooh, it's really getting tight here for that third place spot here between Gloucester and James Madison.
And it looks like they're also both moving on Episcopal, so we could have a change in lead. or a change in third place in which teams make it through. Even as we enter, looks like we're about halfway through as the power lines cross the screen.
And the power lines mark about, depending on what lane you're in, about 600 to 700 meters to go. The full race is 1,500 meters. And so just under a mile for people who like their units in in the standard SAE format. All right. And it looks like now Gloucester has pulled slightly ahead of James Madison. Sometimes it's a little tricky to tell from the drone angle. As we get close to the finish, we will cut to a view straight across the finish line, and that'll really help us see. And Gloucester now, it looks like even is moving up on Episcopal. As we go here, and Gloucester has now, looks like they've pulled level with Episcopal, and Episcopal is now fighting to hold off James Madison.
Yeah, James Madison keeping it nice and consistent through the last 500. Just trying to keep pressure on Episcopal and hold Episcopal to those high standards.
Robinson looks like they have established a very nice rhythm and have pulled out ahead. They have a couple seats open water on the field.
And Robinson is in that position, Brian, where we talked about they might want to bring it down a little bit. They've kind of secured their position. They've got a couple of boat lengths open on fourth place, and they're entering kind of the last 300, 400 meters of the race, although they do want to be careful.
Yes, and we can see them now out of the corner of our eyes if we peek out a little bit. What you can see from the overhead shot, what you will see is that in the last 200 meters, the buoys will change colors, and that's when you know you're coming into the finish line of the race. Ooh, and now it's getting tight. Gloucester's made a big move, and Robin's pushing. At this point in the race, the coxswains will all increase the cadence or stroke rate of the races in order to try and kind of throw efficiency out the window and just get maximum boat speed that they can to try and make a big charge for the finish line. Right. And coming into the finish line, you might be able to hear, we are near the grandstand, so you'll hear the excited parents in the background as they cheer their athletes on. Coming in here with about 250 meters to go. Oh, sorry about the background noise. It looks like Robinson's still out in the commanding lane. Gloucester now appears to be in second. Episcopal in third, and James Madison making a push on Episcopal here, trying to make that semifinal this afternoon.
Really nice racing from all the crews. Very tight. We love tight races.
And here we go. There you can see. Here's our finish line footage. I am not going to call this. We will wait till the officials put the times up. I don't trust my eye on this, but to my eye, well, actually, I'll go ahead and hazard because it looks like Robinson 1, Gloucester 2, Episcopal 3, James Madison 4. But a lot of times it's going to be, if it's too close, we won't make the call here on the mic. We'll let the officials in the finish line tower review the footage. Coming in here as we finish this, and then the drone will go back up and attempt to catch the next heat, heat 2. There will be 4 heats this morning. And here comes Battlefield. Let's hear the grandstands giving them a big cheer as they complete their race. As we wait for the next race, I have been texted the correction is that the mile is an imperial unit, not SAE. So regardless, 1,500 meters is just under a mile. And so when you look at the times when they post some of the races, when you look online, just keep in mind that the boats are generally going faster than most people can run. I know the men's first dates will go the 1,500 meters in about 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And I know that in my advanced age, I certainly cannot run a mile in anywhere near close to that time.
No.
All right, so here we have race 2. Lane 1, we have St. John Paul the Great. Lane 2 is South County. Lane 3, Stonebridge. Lane 4, Fairfax. And lane 5, Langley. And then we are underway here.
Looks like we might have a bit of steering happening.
I think the coxswain's got it under control.
Yep.
The rules is as long as you do not have to stay in your lane, as long as you do not impede another crew. And that is what the officials are behind. If you see the 2 boats following along behind, those are the officials, and they are there to make sure that racing is safe and fair. So it looks like Langley here is made a nice little jump, and the drone footage is at an angle here, and so you kind of have to take the parallax into account. But I think we got Langley out and St. John Paul out in lane 1. Lane 1 is closest to the bottom of your screen, and lane 5 Langley is at the top of your screen.
And then we have Stonebridge in the middle with a bucket. Some coaches do that to get the boat to go a little bit straighter. Because we are in sweep rowing, there's a torque applied to the boat depending on where the rowers are, since they only have one oar. And coaches can change riggers around to try and make the boats go a little bit straighter and elicit a little bit more boat speed from their crews for free almost.
Yeah, it all depends on your rowers and who's strong. You know, if one person is a little bit stronger, they can pull the boat around, and you have to move people around to keep the boat going straight. And so, yeah, Langley looking very strong here with Stonebridge establishing themselves in second place and St. John Paul falling into third. And once again, this is another event where we have 3 boats advancing to the semifinals.
And like we said, the seedings may not always be correct. This is a great example of that. Being a Langley coach, I know a little bit about this, but that Langley boat was as a women's freshman 8 for the past few weeks, so they were unseated. If the boat is unseated, then they get placed randomly in the seating order at the end. So that's why this is not necessarily matching the seating that the coaches devised.
And once again, that's why we have the semifinals for this event, is because we wanted to make sure that all the events were 3 to advance due to the nature of this, so that at no point would someone who could potentially be a medalist be eliminated in a heat. And whenever we have over 18 boats entered in any event, we have semifinals because we need more than 3 heats. The women's novice 4 is the only heat that had over 18 entries today, so this will be the only event here on day 1 that has a semifinal. And it looks like Langley is establishing themselves pretty strongly in first place. We have still Stonebridge in second, and it's unfortunately where we are, we can only see what the drone sees. So I cannot comment currently on the other lanes, but we want to thank all the parents for tuning in and cheering on their athletes. I have Langley cruising at 31 strokes at a stroke rate of 31. And to explain to the parents at home what that means, or our viewership, is 31 strokes per minute is how many strokes they're taking a minute. Generally, the higher the stroke rating, the faster the boat goes, but it is also a question of can the boat do it efficiently. And so, especially in the freshman and the novice boats, you'll see lower stroke ratings because when they try and go higher, the boat stops moving faster and then they're just being inefficient.
And a lot of this sport is about efficiencies. We'll hear a lot about coaches when we talk about blade angles and finish angles and what kind of blades to use, what kind of or the stiffness of shafts, what kind of boats to use, because it's all about how can you eke out a little bit more efficiency. It matters a little bit less in high school rowing,
Yes.
but
Yes, I would agree. It's
we still debate.
we still debate. I was filling out. During my day job, I'm an AP stats teacher, and we ran the number of permutations you can order the oars on. And it was something like there's 5,000 different ways you can order a concept 2 oars. Which is why a lot of times new coaches, when they try and order oars, look like they are a deer in the headlights. So once again, we have Langley here, and Langley is just one of the ways you can tell boat speed as you're watching, especially from this drone footage, is to watch the puddles. If you look at the little, that's where the little disturbance from where the oar comes out of the water, those don't move. And so they stay in place. And so you can watch how far the boat is going every stroke by watching the distance between the puddles there. And so you want to see the boat traveling. Now, of course, if Stonebridge is bucketed, like Ben said earlier, it's a little bit harder to track that. But you can, I know in practice, that's what I'm watching. My coxswain has a little device called a speed coach that's giving them GPS information about what their boat speed is, and they're talking about it in the crew. And I know from my point, maybe just because I'm old, I just watch the boat. They should get about 7 to 8 meters per stroke, something like that, yeah.
As you get into larger boats and increase your boat speed, then that distance comes down a little bit. I kind of expect a first aid to probably get about 10 meters per stroke in a race, something like that. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little less. It also depends on what they're doing.
And that's that whole balance that we're talking about. So at this point, if the Langley athletes have been following the coach's directions, you may see them slow down a little bit and save a little bit for their semifinal as they come here into the last 250. And we'll see. Maybe we can get some drone footage here, and we'll be able to see out of the corner of our eye and give you an update on who is in that third qualifying spot. It looks like it's St. John's Paul. From my Ben is pointing to the clipboard I have next to me of the race schedule. So we have Langley here coming down, and we have Stonebridge in second and St. John Paul in third.
And that's all they need to do. It doesn't even look like they're sprinting at this point, which is probably something that their coaches told them to do, just to keep it kind of calm so they can conserve a little bit more energy for that semifinal.
Yep. And so here we go. Here is Langley coming across the line. And as the day goes on, these races will get tighter and tighter and tighter as we progress from heats to semis to finals. And here is Stonebridge crossing the line as the parents in the grandstands cheer them on. And then in the third and final qualifying spot for the semifinals, we see St. John Paul. And as you're watching on the drone footage, what you want to be looking for is if you see that little yellow sign on the far side and the black line through it, that is the plane of the finish line. So as the bow crosses, the camera is on the finish line, and so as you cross to that little stripe there, that is when they're across. We're now waiting for the last 2 crews to finish in Heat 2. And then the drone will hopefully, and the drone is going up to give us the footage of Heat 3. So this is Heat 3 of the Women's Novice 4. Once again, 3 to advance to the semifinal. We have Lane 1, James Madison, closest to the bottom of the screen. Then Overland Park, then Oakton, then Lake Braddock, and in Lane 5 we have Forest Park. And the James Madison women have had a very good start and have jumped out and are being matched by Lake Braddock in Lane 4. and then it's anybody's guess who is. Once again, it's 3 to advance, so that it looks like it's going to be a nice dogfight, which is what as coaches and spectators we want. Is we want to see nice tight racing for meaningful positions in the races.
And then Madison has 2 fours in this event total. One is their novice 4, and then this one is their freshman 4. The freshman 4 only had 2 entries, so the decision was made to combine both the freshman 4 and the novice 4 into this one event.
Yeah, if you get deep into the rule book, is it states that in order for an event to be contested at state championships, 3 teams must enter the event, and if not, then the entries will be moved to the commiserate event on the regatta director's decision. And so they moved the 2 women's novice freshman 4s into the novice 4 event. And once again, the top 3 crews here will all advance to the semifinal this afternoon.
And I think it's before the break. It's just before.
Yes, the semifinals for all the parents who are going to, you can tune back in at around 12:15 for the semifinals.
So right now we've got a nice race for third between Oakton and Forest Park. They're neck and neck. Very hard to tell without being out there who's in the lead again because of that parallax thing we mentioned. James Madison out in front. They're in lane 1 and outside of the scope of the drone footage.
As coaches, we have just love the drone footage. We can see a lot more of the race as it comes down, and we can kind of see where crews are moving. It's always kind of an adventure when you're a coach. When there's no footage like this, you see the last 200 meters, and you're like, you talk to athletes, and you're like, how did it go? And if you're coaching an 8, you get 9 different stories of what happened in the race. It's a real, unreliable narrator type of situation. With the drone footage, it's great. We can really watch what's happening here. And so we have a really nice battle shaping up here for that third and final qualifying spot.
A lot of coaches have come up to me and said that they really appreciate. Langley has almost always videotaped our races and put them on YouTube. And they're always like, we love that because we can see more of the race and like have a video evidence when they're racing with us. So this is it's nice to see even more of the race because if you just got a stationary video camera at the grandstands, you can really still only see the last 500 meters. And this is nice to also see the starts.
Yeah, so once again, just a big shout out to Maverick Rowing for providing the amazing drone footage to capture every angle overhead and photo finish of all our VASRA regattas this season. Visit the Maverick Rowing website at maverickrowing.com to watch the regatta live today. All right, as we come in here, it's really tight battle here for that third place spot between
it's between Oakton and Forest Park.
Sorry. A little bit of rowing lore here as we go under the power lines, meaning we got about 600 meters to go. In addition to uniforms, rowing teams paint their blades with specific patterns for their team. And there's even like websites. There's a website, oarspotter.com, where you can look up the oar pattern of any crew anywhere in the world.
You do have to be careful. Some of them are out of date. But
yes, and
they do a pretty good job.
And also, especially next weekend when you look, you'll see a lot of teams with white blades, and that's not their oar pattern. They just ordered blades, and they came white, and the coaches have not had a chance to paint them yet. Speaking as one of those coaches in my men's varsity 8.
See, we bought them from Concept 2 and said, please paint them yellow, and they came yellow.
Oh, let's see. That's unfortunately, my oar pattern's a little bit more complicated than that.
Yeah.
I've actually reached out to my Art Honor Society at Woodson to paint them over the summer.
There you go.
All right, here we go. It looks like Oakton has pulled ahead a little bit here for the third and final qualifying spot as we come into the grandstands.
And as we're looking at the From our view here behind the finish line tire, Madison is still in a commanding first, followed by Lake Braddock.
Followed by Lake Braddock, and then looks like we'll wait and see what the finish line captures for that third place spot. But it does look like Oakton has eked out about a boat length on Forest Park. Okay, you can hear the parents in the grandstands cheering, which means that we're getting close to the finish line. Here we go, as we're going to cut to here momentarily the grandstand cam. We have some coxswains coxswains on the way up the starting line are instructed not to be near the finish line as the race comes across, and so those boats on the far side managed to get out of frame, which we appreciate. And the officials, no one had to be issued a warning. Technical terms here is as you get warnings, you have 2 warnings, and then you are excluded from the race. So here we go. We have James Madison crossing the line first. They will advance to the semifinal. And then coming up next should be Lake Braddock coming in. And then now we will see the battle for the third and final qualifying spot between Oakton and Forest Park. And it looks like it's gonna be Oakton, as we hear the grandstands cheering on the tight race here at the end. And there is Forest Park crossing the line. And then in lane 2, Overland Park. All right, here we have the women's novice for Heat 4. And joining me on mic now is Kathy Kaufman, the longtime coach of Albemarle High School down in Charlottesville, Virginia, but originally a Northern Virginian. Were you responsible for starting Thomas Jefferson Crew?
Oh, that was decades ago, yes.
Yes. Well, hey.
Yeah.
And so now this race is somewhat interesting, is that this was supposed to be a 4-boat race with 3 to qualify, but one of the boats had a last minute scratch. And so all 3 of these boats will make it to the semifinal, making this, our announcing, somewhat anticlimactic. But because of this, all of the boats will have been instructed by the officials to race at the maximum effort, so as not to get an unfair advantage as they approach the semifinals. And if this were very experienced crews, we might experience some shenanigans or some tomfoolery where they wouldn't. But with the novice, they're once again like excited puppies. If you tell them to go hard, they are going to go and give it their best.
Yeah. Looks like Briarwoods in lane 4, is that correct, is out.
Yep.
They're pretty low. I have them about a 24.5, 25. They obviously are pushing hard because you can see those puddles going way past the stern of the boat, which we talked about, or the announcements talked about a little bit earlier. And we look like we have a battle for second and third place right here. And they look relatively close. One of the boats, as you can see from the drone footage, is a little bit of an angle. Hopefully the coxswain, who's also probably a novice coxswain. Sorry, we got a little sound going on back here.
Sorry, actually, I think that's Potomac Falls out. Because
Okay.
I think the scratch was Yorktown. So we have lanes 3, 4, and
Got
5.
it.
So Potomac Falls is way out. So nice work to them. And then we have a battle here between Briarwoods and Alexandria City High School, located in Alexandria City.
And Alexandria City High School has quite a number of rowers this year. If I remember looking at the schedule correctly,
They have like a men's first day to second. Women's on the women's side, I think they go down to like 4th, 8 or something.
Yeah. And then I think it's 5th. And
Right.
again, we have that boat and that outside lane, not quite parallel to the buoy lines. Hopefully that coxswain. There she goes.
They're getting it back straight. Once again, you don't actually have to staying in your lane is you can go outside your lane as long as you do not interfere with another crew.
Right.
And so here we are. We're coming into the power lines now. So we're coming up here, and at this angle, we're about 500 meters. You can actually see in the upper right-hand corner of your screen a somewhat larger red buoy that marks 500 meters to go, which is what Potomac Falls is passing right about now. So we are in the last third of the race.
Yep, and they still have that nice low stroke rating, but obviously that is working very well for them as they're continuing to pull away from the other two boats.
Yes, and so once again, all 3 boats will advance to the semifinal, and then the semifinal will be 2 semi-6 boats in each, and the top 3 in those semifinals will advance to the final in the afternoon. And once again, if we have more than 18 entries, we go to events have semifinals. This is the only event with a semifinal today. Everything else will be heats and finals.
And this is the last heat of the women's novice 4 for today, which will be followed by the men's novice 4, which we have 3 heats and 2 to advance from each of those heats.
And once again, you can really see here from the drone footage how the boats are moving and looking at the puddles or the disturbances in the water from the oars, and that's how you track how far a boat is going each time. One of the misconceptions that people have is that you put the blade in the water and that the blade goes through the water because you're using the boat as your frame of reference, and that is incorrect. The blade goes in the water and basically stays in the same place. If you were to look overhead, you'd see like a J shape as it goes out as the angles change, which we can have Coach Kaufman explain all to us, because in addition to being a rowing coach and cross-country coach,
Wow.
she is also a AP calculus teacher. I only teach AP stats, so we're going to, we'll talk about numbers theory. That's with my oars. But here, the oar doesn't move, and so you put the blade in the water, and then you pull yourself past it. Right. And so those puddles mark where the oars went in the water, and they stay kind of in place. And then you watch how far the boat travels each time from watching the puddles. As we come in here, you can start to hear the grandstands cheering as the parents cheer on their athletes and the hard work that they have been doing all year, culminating today in day 1 of Virginia Scholastic Rowing Championships.
And again, this drone footage is pretty amazing. As coaches, especially those of us that have been around for a while, it is very rare that we get to see this top angle view, which really shows the coaches as well as the parents really how well these kids are rowing as novices already. There's your first finisher.
Yes, and so it was Potomac Falls first, Briarwood second, and here as we listen, I know that we'll tell it out for you as the drones head back upriver for the men's novice 4, and then if you listen to the sound, you'll hear the beep or the horn as Alexandria City crosses the finish line. Results are posted on the VASRA website. If you go, they have a live document that will show the times. Also, they post the race times on their Twitter page, or I guess X now, as it's called. I don't know. They didn't pay me a stipend to advertise for them, so I'm going to call it Twitter.
All right, looks like this first heat of the men's novice 4 is on the starting platform.
And for the parents at home, just a little bit, if you look to your right, you'll see a boat anchored to the right, and that is the aligners platform. And that person is talking through a walkie-talkie to the parents on the dock and telling them to push a boat forward a foot, backward a foot, so they're aligned. And then once he has alignment, he holds up a flag, and then the person behind the platform on the starter starts them, and he raises a red flag and then lowers it and tells them go. And we tell the athletes to go on the flag because a lot of times, you know, as anybody who's taken any physics knows, the speed of light is faster than the speed of sound, and sometimes the flag moves a little bit before you hear the go command. So here we are underway. We've got a great start here to the first heat of the men's novice 4. This will be 2 boats advancing to the final. Lane 1, Briar Woods, at the bottom of your screen. Lane 2, Potomac Falls. Lane 3, Fairfax. Lane 4, Robinson. And then up top, Lane 5, Independence.
Looks like Potomac Falls and Independence are out in that first 100 meters. And now, I don't know if you're looking very carefully, but it looks like their stroke ratings are starting to settle. Typically, a crew is going to start out with a little higher stroke rating for 10 or 15 strokes to get the boat really moving at top speed. And then most boats can't handle that high rating for the entire 1,500 meters. So they settle down to a little bit lower rating as they get into the body of the race. All right, here we go. We're back. We lost our feed just for a moment, but
Right.
we're back.
I'm sure you guys kept the feed, but on our monitor it cut out for a second, but we're back now. We have Lane 5, Independence, now has made a big move, and looks like they may actually have pushed into first place. And second place looks to be Potomac Falls in a battle with Fairfax for that that last qualifying spot for the top 2 to go on to the final this afternoon. And so this is what we like to see. We like to see nice, good type of racing. So once again, we got Briar Woods in Lane 1, Lane 2, Potomac Falls, Lane 3, Fairfax, Lane 4, Robinson, and then at the top of your screen, Lane 5, Independence.
Yep, and it looks like Independence is kind of climbing their way forward a little bit ahead of the other boats. And we talk about that, keeping that blade really locked in. When you put the blade in the water, and if you're really suspending nicely, there's a little air pocket that forms behind the blade, and that keeps it locked in. And then if you kind of relax right before the finish, then it can pop out for that nice release.
Right. And we'll see, if you watch lots of rowing, you'll see lots of different rowing styles if you really watch. And you'll see some teams with the, who will front load their stroke and be very aggressive on the leg drive. You'll see other crews that have big backswing and are really focusing on the second half of the stroke. And really, as the longer you coach, I find this, and neither one of us has been new to this, Kathy, is that what's really, really important is that all 4 people in the boat are doing the same thing.
Absolutely. And if you look at the angle of these blades, of all 4 of these boats that are in the screen, they're very well timed, and they're getting in and out of the water together. And as novices, that's an amazing feat. So hats off to these kids. And
hats off to these kids for their work, and hats off to their coaches for getting them ready to race, because this is some good quality racing here in the men's novice 4. All right, so it looks like Independence High School has pushed out. Once again, it's tough to judge. Don't look at those power lines. They do not go
parallel.
they do not go perpendicular to the course. They are at an angle. And the buoy lines are generally what you try and use. Oh, we lost our drone footage here for a second. As they come in here to the last 400 to 500 meters,
Here we go.
There we go. And so as we come back from the power lines, so here as the footage syncs up again, we can see Independence is out by about 2 to 3 boat lengths. And it looks like Fairfax has kind of established themselves as the team to beat for that last and second place spot here as we come in with probably about 400 meters to go.
And remember, there's 2 boats to qualify from this heat. And so Independence has really solidified their place in that final, because it's 2 out of this heat into the final.
Right. There's 3 heats. Each heat will advance 2 to the final. And what you will see is if you look on the right side of your screen, you'll see one of the officials' launches is pushed forward a little bit. They have to make sure that they stay close enough that they can stay close enough to the first place boat that they can give instructions if there is a safety issue, but not so far forward that they are waking the other crews. However, we'll see that here, and we can hear the fans as they come by us here, coming into the last 250 meters. You'll hear the parents start cheering. We appreciate all the parents coming out and all the parent support that make all of this racing possible.
Absolutely. Independence coming in this last 250 meters, followed closely by Fairfax.
And everybody's doing their best here, trying to get these boats to go as quick as possible. There's a real battle here for the third place here between Fairfax and Briar Woods.
Now remember, these are
Potomac Falls. Sorry, Potomac Falls.
These are novice crews, and some of these folks haven't been rowing but a couple months.
Right, and so they're all brand new to the sport. So hats off to all of them. There's Independence coming across the line. And then in second place, I don't know which crew that is. That's Fairfax.
Yeah, that looks like Fairfax.
That's Fairfax, sorry.
And then I think Robinson and Potomac Falls too close for us to call on this end.
Yeah. And so, once again, for official results, go to the website. They will have times and placement posted. You can, once again, also on the Twitter page, both those are options for how you get the race results. While we have a moment here, a shout out from our sponsors. Maverick Rowing offers advanced training for middle school, high school, and collegiate competitive rowers, featuring an indoor sweep rowing and sculling tank, along with Concept 2 rowing bike ergs for year-round training, no matter the weather. I've actually been to those tanks. They're quite nice. Apologize for once again, this is our first time doing the audio, so I apologize for any picking up a little bit of noise there on the feed. So now we are off to the second heat of the men's novice 4, as the drone goes back up the race course faster than the officials can. We're somewhat speed limited here on the Occoquan. We by local law, none of the officials' launches can carry larger than a 9.9 horsepower motor, and so they were doing their best they can to get lined up.
This is a 5-boat heat with Rockridge in lane 1, Colgan in lane 2, Riverside in lane 3, Battlefield in lane 4, and James River in lane 5.
And it looks like we're having just, let's say, an interesting time getting all the boats onto the starting platform here. This is a problem with the headwind, as we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast, is that if the crews are not careful, they will weather vane and lose thing, and so they may have to have them come out and back in again. And it is an acquired skill and not one that they do every day in practice, is backing to this platform. So a lot of times for this novice crew, this is kind of like trying to figure this stuff out. And they've only done it 1 or 2 or 3 times, and they're just, they're new to this sport, and they have to figure out the best way to get these boats back into the platform. So we may have a little break here as we wait for the next race to get lined up. That would be race 6, heat 2 of the men's novice 4, which will be Rock Ridge lane 1, Colgan lane 2, Riverside lane 3, Battlefield lane 4, and James River out of Richmond in lane 5.
And a big thank you to the coaches that are on that starting platform, as they are helping these novice 4s, men 4, get aligned.
Yeah, actually, that's my normal spot.
That is your normal spot
for this, but and originally we had other broadcasters who were going to be on here, and because the thought was I may be more useful on the starting platform for the novices. This is going to be a little tricky again with the headwind, but it looks like they're figuring it out now and getting their boats lined up as we'll see. And I know you can't see it. Oh, they can. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep. I'm sorry. You can see it at home, so you can see them. And what they're doing is, if you're watching from home, is they're doing what's known as sculling it around, which is that they have passed an oar to another person, and if you've taken your physics, they're using vectors to push the boat sideways instead of forward. And so it looks like they're getting them lined up here. We're getting in place, which is good. And then the aligner who is over on the right side, just off screen right now, will be looking down the starting line and telling, through a walkie-talkie, telling people like lane 6 forward 1 foot, lane 3 back 1 foot, so that the boats are aligned properly at the start. And
we've got 4 boats ready to go, and waiting for that last boat. Yeah.
And that's. It is a skill, and does take a little while to do. And even with the experienced crews, especially in a headwind like this, they can have some trickiness here getting this.
No.
So we are on heat 2, and as soon as they get that lined up, they'll get it underway. But times are going to be a little bit slower today because of the headwind. If you've been watching, that's one of the reasons we do things on heats and not on times, is because times are very dependent on the weather conditions, to the point that even at the Olympic level, we really don't keep records for speed. Like you'll see, like the world record in the 100-meter dash, or the world record in the, I don't know what the distance in swimming. They'll have world records for like the 100 butterfly, but for rowing we will have like world's best time, but there's no world record because it all really depends on what the wind conditions are.
All right, looks like we've almost got alignment, and they've started.
All right, we're underway. Also, I'm supposed to know, I've already apologized, but there are some sound issues as we work it out. This is our first sound broadcast, so we appreciate you staying with us, and we'll get it worked out for next week for day 2 of States. But this is our first season ever doing the drone footage, and this is our first race ever doing commentary. I've already received multiple texts about what I am doing wrong so far. So, but we're underway. So we have lane 1 from Rock Ridge, lane 2 Colgan, going from the bottom of your screen, lane 3 Riverside in the middle. In the red boat is Battlefield, and up top is James River. And we have a nice tight race here as we get underway here. It will be 2 boats advancing to the final.
This is what you want to see at the state championship. Boats really battling it out to earn that spot in the final. And these 5 boats, all novices, men's 4s, really working in that first 250, 300 meters right now.
And so for all the parents at home, what you will do is you will have a special sequence that you do at the start, where you will go certain like half strokes, quarter strokes, 3/4 strokes, and just try and get that boat up to speed, and then do somewhere between 10 and, depending on the aggressiveness of the coach, 30 strokes at a high stroke rating before you settle into a rhythm that you can maintain for the entire race.
And we have a battle for those first two places at the top of your screen.
Right. It looks like a tight battle between James River, Battlefield, and Riverside for those two qualifying spots for the final.
And it looks like James River and Riverside have about a deck over Battlefield right now, but anybody's game, anybody's race at this point.
Right. We're only about 600, maybe 700 meters. Oh, no, I think we're coming up on the first 500. If you look at the top of your screen, if you were in a boat, there's little signs there. There's a little pinch point, and that red buoy in the top right hand of your corner indicates that we have now crossed the first 500. So we're about a third of the way through the race, and this is where, as coaches, the race is won or lost, is in that middle 500 where athletes are really trying to put all the training they've been doing since November, when winter conditioning started, and maximize their efficiency and their power here through the middle 500 to see if they can earn a spot in the finals.
All right, so we're coming up to just about halfway, and it looks like Riverside is pulled out ever so slightly. But again, that angle of the drone isn't always true, so
if you coach for a long time, you get pretty used to looking at these things with the parallax. The parents like, we were way in front, and then we're behind. No, we were never in front. Is sometimes how that goes, but it looks like right now, to my eye, that Riverside has kind of pulled out, and that Battlefield has now pulled slightly ahead of James River, maybe by about 2 or 3 seats. And when we say that, we refer to like seats as the people in the boat, and so 2 seats means that they're like 2 rowers up, or about 3 to 4 feet. As we come in here into the middle of the race, coming up on the power lines, which means we're about halfway through.
All right, this is when the rowers really need to focus, keep that power up. Halfway, as most rowers know, and parents, just for you at home, this is where they really start to breathe hard, but they really need to dig in deep and just keep that relaxation as they move through the race. And it just looks like Riverside continues to push forward just a little bit, with Battlefield right behind them.
Right. And this is in the lore of coaching. This is what we refer to as these athletes are in the pain cave. Is the parlance of the sport, as they are, and who can dig down deep into their soul. It's not a question at this point of what you can do, it's what you believe you can do.
Absolutely. I always tell the athletes that pain is temporary, but pride is forever. So they got to keep moving at this point.
Well, if we're going to trade coaching aphorisms, I'm a big on, if you believe that you can, you're probably right.
Yeah. And unfortunately, the other way goes the same.
Yeah.
If you believe you can't, oh no.
Yeah. We're trying to always keep it positive here.
Absolutely.
So yes. So as we come in here, we have Battlefield. Looks like they have now opened up a little bit of open water on James River for that second qualifying spot. Riverside still out in first. And once again, this nice overhead shot here, you can really see the distance the boats are traveling between the strokes. You can see the puddles that the athletes are created and how far the boat's going every stroke as they come down the course here. Coming in here to like the last 250 at this point. The top 2 boats. And once again, here in the morning in the heats, these races will probably be a little bit more spread out than we'll see this afternoon in the finals. Things will tighten up significantly as people race for their respective state championship in their events.
Looks like Riverside is 35, 36 strokes per minute and pulling away from the other 2 crews, with Battlefield in that second place qualifying position right now.
Right. And I have James River at about a 35.
In that last 250, the boats, the crews are going to bring that rating up to try to solidify that place in the final. If the body of the race was at a 32, they're going to probably bring it up 3 to 4 to 5 beats, depending on what is needed to push themselves over that finish line.
Yep. Just like they settled into a stroke rating after the start to be efficient, and at the end of the race, we throw efficiency out the window and just throw the kitchen sink at it, trying to get the boat to go as quickly as possible as they cross the finish line. So that was Riverside first, Battlefield second. So those will be the two boats in the final this afternoon. Unofficially, I must always put that caveat on there. I am third place, James River. I believe that is Rockridge in lane 1. On the monitor, I cannot see. If you look at the bows of the boats, you'll see little numbers on them. And the officials, that's the coaches put those on before the race, and they indicate the lanes of the race. And that way, the officials on the finish line can tell who's who. And this is Colgan coming across now. And that was Heat 2 of the men's Novice 4. Now we move on to Heat 3, race 7. And it looks like we're a little bit behind schedule, as it is challenging, especially to get these Novice 4s on the platform in the headwind. We will catch up, especially once we get to the sculling events. Those athletes are masters at maneuvering their boats and are used to being in control, and so those boats will probably get back on schedule once we get into the sculling events, especially when they're coached by amazing coaches like Coach Kaufman, who is joining me here on the mic for these novice events here. So this is the men's Novice 4. Lane 2 is closest to the bottom of your screen right now. That's West Potomac. Lane 3, Gloucester. Lane 4, McLean. And up top, Thomas Jefferson, or as they like to call it, TJHSST, which is
that's a mouthful.
Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology.
Yeah. And this, again, 4-boat race, 2 to qualify. Looks like we're almost ready to start here. They're lined up.
Once again, if you look at the boat behind the platform, you will see the official there, and you'll see, if you can see on your monitor, depending on whether you're watching on your phone or your 70-inch TV at home, you will see them put up a flag and wave, and we are underway here. Here we go. So we have West Potomac, believe it or not, my alma mater. I won't tell you what year I graduated from West Potomac, but it is definitely a year that starts with a 1. So a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. And we have here Gloucester making a really nice start, getting out as we get into coming off the line, and then we'll see as boats settle in how this shakes out once they get into kind of race pace. And once again, this is 4-boat race, 2 to advance to the final.
So bottom of your screen is lane 2, West Potomac. Lane 3 is Gloucester, which looks like they're just edged up just a bit on McLean. And lane 5 is Thomas Jefferson. Now, as spoken before, these races are seeded by a coaches committee. And in Heat 3, you have the 3rd seeded crew as well as the 4th seeded crew. And Gloucester have been seeded 3rd, McLean has been seeded 4th. So, and they are, looks like they're battling it out here.
Right. It's, as maybe someone who is on the coaches committee, we love to see a nice little chevron here because that means we got it right. Yeah. But the variability here is now we're going back into my AP stats background, is there's high variability in these events because of the novice 4s changing. So we have West Potomac down at the bottom of your screen here, and then it looks like Gloucester and McLean are really establishing themselves for those 2 qualifying positions here as we come into the 500-meter mark of the race.
And this is the last heat of the men's novice 4s, which will be followed by the men's 3rd 8. And that, again, I'm sure you all know, but that is 8 rowers and a coxswain, whereas this is 4 rowers and a coxswain.
And this is sweep rowing, where each athlete only has 1 oar. Later on, we will move on to the sculling discipline, where each athlete has two oars, but the oars are a little shorter, and we will see singles, doubles, and quads in there.
Yep.
So if it's a 4, that's sweep rowing. If it's a quad, then it is a sculling event.
And then a double would be a sculling event with 2 rowers. And in the sculling events, at least here at the state championship, we don't have coxswains. There are some races for younger athletes that have a quad with. That would mean with a coxswain, just like these are 4s with. There are at the international championships and the world championships, you do have 4s without, so you don't have a coxswain there.
But our athletic directors wisely decided that we should not have high school athletes with no one steering. We get nervous enough with them driving their cars to practice.
Yeah.
So let's make sure that we have someone in the boat that's actually steering the boats here.
Except for in the sculling events.
Except for in the sculling events, yes. But they have a lot more control over the steering. Each individual athlete can control the steering in a sculling event because they have control of both oars. And if you look here, you can actually see the coxswains. All of these are what are known as bow cox 4s, where the coxswain is in the bow. Back in
the day,
back in the day, we used to have stern cox 4s, so that the coxswain could watch the athletes. But the naval engineers figured out that if you put the coxswain in the bow, the boat goes faster because they can lay down, so they disturb the set less. And just due to the shapes that are necessary for boats, is that the bow has to be much longer than the stern, and so it's much more efficient to put the coxswain in the bow. And so by the time you get to States, you still will see some stern cox 4s around, and they still make them, but the vast majority of 4s now, the coxswain is in the bow. And they're up there. They have a little, what's known as a cox box or amplification system that's giving them feedback on the crew. They are talking to the crew, telling them where the other people are, advising them where they are in the race, giving them the stroke ratings, much like we are giving them to you. You got a stroke rating for me there?
Yep. So your lead boat, Gloucester, is about a 29.5 right now.
And I'll get the stroke rating on McLean here.
Looks like McLean's slightly higher.
Yeah, they're about a 31. And so the coxswains would be telling those athletes, like, what our stroke rating is. And basically, as coaches, when we shove the teams off the dock, it's like sending your kids off to kindergarten. You put them on the bus and you hope everything goes okay. And so the coxswain is kind of the coach in the boat, doing their best to execute the race plan that was prescribed by the coaches. And so here we're coming into the last 250. We still have Gloucester and McLean looking fairly confident, coming in for those last 2 qualifying spots here in the men's novice 4. Once again, wonderful overhead drone footage. Thank you again to Maverick Rowing for providing the amazing drone footage. And they have done every race this year, and they have, this is our first race with audio. So once again, we are aware of some of the audio problems, and we'll do our best to fix it for next week. As we come in here to the finish line, you can hear the parents, and in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, just in the corner of the drone footage, you can see the grandstands where all the parents are cheering as the athletes approach the finish line. And here we go. Here is a shot from the finish line. Once again, you're looking at that little yellow sign on the far side with the black line through it. That is the plane of the finish line, and you will hear a horn. I cannot promise that that's perfectly synced with the audio and the video, but that is when they cross the finish line. And so that was Gloucester 1, McLean 2. They will be advancing the final. And then let's see who's going to squeak out that third place thing. They won't be in the final, but it's still, we're still racing, and we want every athlete to do the best that they can. Just a heads up that they are going to be making a slight adjustment to the finish line camera in a few minutes, and the screen might go blank for you. It's definitely going to go blank for us, but it might go blank for our viewers at home as they adjust that. Next up, we will have the men's third 8. And on the men's third 8, what the third 8 is that we race, in the 8s, we race what's known as progression. And so how ordinal numbers work is the first boat is the top 8 rowers, and the second 8 is the next 8 rowers, and so this would be the third 8. And the only way you can enter a third 8 is if you entered a first and a second 8. So this is, when you look at the names of the teams, these will be the largest programs who have the most depth racing their third 8s. And so we will have lane 2 will be Washington and Liberty. Oh no, I'm sorry, we're in heat 1. Sorry. So lane 2 is Colgan. And then lane 3 will be Yorktown. Lane 4 will be Robinson Secondary School. And lane 5 will be Alexandria City High School. And I'm glad they have that printed on them. Both Kathy and I have been coaching long enough that we want to not slip up and call teams by the names they used to be.
That's right. We've got a lot of names that changed, but we'll get there.
So as we stay here, as trying to get now. If we thought it was an adventure getting those novice 4s on the starting platform in the headwind, the 8s could be somewhat challenging. On the other hand, the third 8s here are theoretically people who are, this is not their first year rowing, and so hopefully we'll get up. And once again, if we're a little behind schedule, we'll probably, my guess is that things will pick back up quickly once we get to the sculling events. So we are here for the men's third 8 race. And we are underway here, and look at that. We're already about halfway through the race. And it looks like Yorktown is out in front, about boat length and a half out. And you can really see the difference in the speed of the boats here is once we get into these 8s and the third 8s, you can see how quickly the boats are going, and you can see the puddles, and they're going almost a full boat length every stroke. And so we have Yorktown out in front, Colgan in second, Robinson in third, Alexandria City in fourth. This is 3 to advance to the final, and so Alexandria City and Robinson and Colgan are all going to be battling it out to make sure they make it in the final. Yorktown looks like they are the team to beat in this event.
And this is why I love the 8s, because they go so much faster. The race doesn't develop as long, so the boats stay a lot closer. As you've been noticing with the 4s, for the first about 500 meters of the race, they've been really close, and then some distance starts to evolve. In the 8s, it stays a lot closer for a lot longer, and it makes for, in my opinion, more exciting racing.
Oh, and I'm sure there's parents here who are in the 4s who would say, oh, no, the 4 is a better test because each athlete's being tested more. I'm not going to go on the record and say either way because I like my job. So
there are definitely advantages, and it's a different game for each of them, and some people enjoy the different things, absolutely.
And so now we see Alexandria City making a move here, and they have basically pulled even with Robinson for that last qualifying spot. Oh, I'm sorry. I had reversed. So it was Alexandria City was previously up, and now Robinson has pulled even with Alexandria City. Yorktown out in front, Colgan still about half a boat length up in second. But oh boy, it's going to be a battle for this third place final spot in the final. It's stroke for stroke, and you can watch the cadence here, and it looks like Robinson's Alexandria City looks like they have just taken the rating up and have pulled out on Robinson just a little bit. And so Robinson and Alexandria City, but now it looks like Robinson has shifted back now, and now both these boats just battling it out here for that third and final qualifying spot.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to tell who's going to win this from our footage, so we're going to have to wait for final results. But as we enter that last 250, both these boats are probably sprinting for that last spot, taking as much power as they can do.
To my eye, it looks like Robinson has pulled ahead just a little bit here of Alexandria City, has made a big move here in the sprint as they have upped their cadence or their stroke rate. And we can hear the parents in the background cheering on their parents, or the parents cheering on their athletes. And so here we go. We have, and once again, Yorktown here in first. And then we've cut away from the finish line. We're back to the drone footage. And here we go. There is Colgan in second. And looks like maybe Robinson. I'm going to Robinson for third, but once again, that's unofficial to my eye. We'll have to wait until you'll have to go to the website or Twitter to get the official finish order there. And so that was race 8, men's third 8, heat 1. Those top 3 boats go to the final, and we'll be moving on now to race number 9, the second heat of the men's third 8. And these races are being raced on what are known as 6-minute centers, which means that they're trying to start the races every 6 minutes. And so what we're going to see here is a lot of times the races here are only 5 minutes long, and so as they get behind, they'll start trying to start the races quicker and quicker, and so we will see situations. It looks like we may have had a situation where some boats collided and they had to stop the race, which also happens, which it looks like they started this race and then stopped it. And it looks like they're going to back them back into the platform and restart the race. So there was either a false start or boats collided, and someone will be issued a warning, and they will pull them back into the platform now. And we didn't see the drone footage, so we're not sure who happened. But so now we will get a nice little preview of what it looks like as the boats back into the platform, which is an art unto itself. The good news is they should be able to, with the headwind, they'll back in quickly. The bad news is that they have to figure out how to stay on point and get into their correct lanes. And so we'll see how they do here as you can watch the dance that it is of getting these boats locked onto the starting platform. Since I'm here doing PSAs, I will make a PSA for all the parent volunteers and say thank you. The parent volunteers are what make this race possible. And so there are parent volunteers who are sitting there on the starting platform, laying on those what we affectionately refer to as diving boards and holding on to the stern of the boats as they lock in. And so it looks like we're getting back in here. We have Woodson locked, West Springfield locked in, and Woodson locked in, and W&L and Riverside are backing in as we speak.
It's got to make you happy to say that Woodson locked on pretty much first. You won the most important race of the day.
Yes. Well, actually, I think West Springfield got locked on first. I will give credit where credit is due. Now, here's where we got to be careful because Riverside here has kind of gotten an angle, and now they need to immediately start sculling it about. But it looks like they were well trained by their head coach, Dan Passarella, who is also one of the Maverick coaches. So not only can he provide drone footage, he can make his boat, he has well trained his boat on how to get onto the platform.
And all of our thanks to Dan and the guys at Maverick for, doing this drone footage has, again, been a really good help, or really nice boon for us coaches to be able to see a lot of these races and get coverage for places where we don't see it. And like Kathy was saying earlier, seeing an overhead shot of the crews is so helpful for so many different reasons because we never see that as coaches. Most of the time we are very on level with the rowers, and it just creates this weird thing where we can miss things pretty easily.
Right, and so now we can see, yes, one of the boats is going off point, and normally we have to be very positive and not critical of any of the crews. However, that is lane 4 Woodson, which is one of my coxswains, but it looks like he has recovered at the last minute. We'd like him to get on that sooner, but that's okay. It's as long as we stay on it, and as soon as they get these boats lined up, I'm sure they will restart the race, and we'll be able to watch this entire race. Once again, this is the men's third 8 heat 2. And the top three boats will make the final. And you can see it's a quartering headwind. So not only is it blowing directly in their face, but it's blowing them slightly towards the Prince William side of the river. And so the coxswains are going to have constantly making adjustments, trying to keep their points here as they wait. And then everybody wants to sit and lock in. And as they wait, the boat blows around. And so it's kind of a very challenging task to both keep your boat on point and be ready for the start.
Well, and like you said, Brian, the crew. So as a bowman myself, the crews or the bowman will often pass their oars forward to the person in front of them, as a bowman, I tend to like to just hold on to the oar with just my inside hand, because sometimes they will start the cruise very quickly, and then the bowman can get kind of out of place because their oar's not in their hand. So there are different strategies for keeping the points, and some coxswains, for example, trust their bow seats or bow pairs to keep the points for them, and others, are very hands-on and telling two seats or bow seats to row.
All right, and we're underway here. We got the start. And so we can see as the boats will go very high cadence here at the start to try and get the boats up to speed, and then they will settle. And it looks like a really good start for W&L down in lane 2, which is the bottom of your screen. Moving up, it's lane 2 W&L, lane 3 West Springfield, lane 4 Robinson, and lane 5
Lane 4 Woodson.
Lane 4. What did I say?
You said Robinson.
Well, that was the last heat. So this is sorry.
It's all right, Brian.
W&L, lane 2, lane 3 West Springfield, lane 4 Woodson, Carter G. Woodson High School, and then lane 5 Riverside out of Loudoun County. And it looks like W&L got out to a big start, but is now being reeled back in by West Springfield and Woodson, with Riverside being about a boat length off here as the teams settle into their race cadence that they're going to try and hold for about the next 3 to 4 minutes.
And as we say a lot when we coach, you can't win off the start.
But you can lose.
You can lose, and I don't think any of these crews have necessarily lost off the start. So
No.
that's good. Washington Liberty got a good start. That the middle of the race is really where it bores out. Some crews, I think we mentioned this earlier, do longer starts, so they do like a high 30 or a high 20, and that's good for putting you in the right position, giving you like a nice mental break. Or it's good to see other crews, but you still got to maintain that speed in the middle of the race.
And it looks like, to my eye, that West Springfield is at a much higher rating than W&L. I got W&L at around a 32 stroke rating, and I have West Springfield at a much higher rate of striking, as they say in Britain, at about a 34, 35.
I like to look at the blades just for a visual reference. I like to look at the blades and find a stroke where they align, because normally that happens about every 30 seconds or so. And then whoever takes the next stroke, they're at the higher rate.
You can tell they're at the high rating.
And that's how I get it without a stroke coach.
Right, and so it looks like right now W&L and West Springfield battling for the winning of the heat, and then Woodson back in third place and Riverside in fourth. And you can see, once again, the two officials launches trailing the race, making sure that everybody is safe and fair is what they're doing for, and we appreciate their support as well. They are also volunteers. They are fed in cheeseburgers or paid in cheeseburgers. So unless, we have some exotic fare at the concession stands, and then maybe a pulled pork sandwich. So we have here the men's 38 heat 2, the bottom of your screen, W&L, maybe a seat up on West Springfield, and then we have West Springfield probably half a boat length up, maybe even a full boat length up now on Woodson, and then Riverside in fourth. As we come under the power lines, which means we're over halfway through the race already. Once again, these eights go a little bit quicker, meaning that the races are going to be tighter and but it may not be as much of a push of strategy or endurance or mental head games. Every discipline has its different nuances.
There is also a note.
It looks like West Springfield has pulled ahead now. Sorry, go ahead.
There is a slight headwind on the course, since there are more rowers in the boats, and the boats are just longer in general. The headwind affects these crews less. So you may see when we get to single events later that the headwind makes a significant difference, whereas these eights are probably unaffected by this wind. I think each boat is about 200 kilograms, something like that.
No, less than that, but 100 kilograms.
200 pounds.
200 pounds, yeah.
200 pounds.
Well, Coach Kaufman behind us would tell you that this is a related rates problem, and as the speed of the boats goes down, it's not a linear progression for how the wind affects the speeds.
And as an aerospace engineer, there's a fun equation, and drag on the boat is
the square velocity
and
Bernoulli's equation.
Yeah, all that fun stuff.
So what we have here is, it looks like West Springfield now has pulled about 2 seats out. And now this is where we'll see strategy, like especially here in the third eights, where these coaches know they're going to know that they want to do just enough. Like if you're W&L and West Springfield sprints, W&L may just let them go. Be like, hey, we know we're making the final. We don't need to do more than that.
And the course is fair, so the lanes don't really
matter that much.
Although there is some mental benefit to being in the middle. So right now, if the placements stay as is, I think that's West Springfield out ahead. West Springfield will get the center lane, and sometimes that is beneficial mentally for crews to be surrounded by faster crews.
So what we'll see here is as they come into the grandstand, both sprinting. Yeah, I'm sure the coach was like, "Don't sprint if it's close," and then the coxswains were amped up and just went for it.
It's exciting in the final.
And so there is W&L 1, West Springfield 2, and then we'll watch. Sorry, I got a little feedback there. Little noise somewhere in the line. We will come in here and see who is going to wind up in the third place spot, which is good. Looks like it's going to be Woodson here in the final. And they will race this afternoon. And then we have Riverside. And so shout out to all the athletes there competing. And now we are into the first heat. Sorry about the interference.
First heat of the women's freshman heat. We have West Springfield in lane 2, Alexandria City in lane 3, and Robinson in lane 4. This is top 2 to advance. So something interesting about this heat is that there are only 7 boats in this event. So that means that one heat has 3 and the other heat has 4. You'd think since we have 6 lanes, everyone in this heat should advance. According to the rules for VASRA, you must beat at least one crew to advance. So in this case, only 2 of these crews will advance to the final.
Yes, so it'll be a 5-boat final. That way, we're not just in order to keep it fair for the final. So, and the seating actually changes slightly for the 7-boat race in order to keep it fair. So we have, looks like Alexandria City up on Robinson and West Springfield at the bottom of your screen in lane 2, currently in third. This will be the top 2 boats going on to the women's freshman 8 final this afternoon here, race 10, heat 1 of the women's freshman 8. So looks like Alexandria City has pushed out. One of the things that coxswains do is that the tip of the boat has a little bow on it that's required by safety rules for U.S. rowing. And so as the coxswain gets far enough ahead that they are level with the bow ball of the other crew, as it's called, they will have a tendency to shout that they have bow ball and maybe even turn up the amplification on their system to the max and make that call.
It hurts when that happens to you.
Yes, so now it looks like West Springfield's kind of starting to make a move back here on Robinson. This could be an interesting race here for that last spot here as we go through the power lines. So we're about halfway through the race, a little over halfway through the race as we go into the power lines for here. And it looks like Robinson currently has about a half a boat length on West Springfield, with Alexandria City maybe half a boat length open water on Robinson.
And this is really good for the West Springfield crew. They started a bit down on that Robinson crew, but they kept the pressure on. High school racing, especially as we get into freshmen, is really exciting because freshmen don't have a lot of experience. So oftentimes they don't get put into these high pressure situations. They don't know how to handle them necessarily. And this is where freshman racing and novice racing can get really exciting. Unexpected things can happen. One of my favorite things about novice racing is that any crew can win, regardless of what happened last year, just because it's all new people. Anyone can get lucky with recruitment. Anyone can get lucky with a good coach that comes in. There's a lot of turnover in freshman and novice coaching just because of the nature of it. it's a starter position for a lot of people. So there's a lot of variability, and I love it when we get something like this. West Springfield is rowing a very good race right now, starting from behind and keeping the pressure on Robinson.
Yeah, I'd say they've picked up about another 2 or 3 seats here as we get in here to the last, coming into probably the last 500.
And then Robinson making a move to kind of push West Springfield off.
Right.
This is some very technical, skilled racing from these freshman crews. Their coaches and these rowers should be very proud of themselves for what they're doing right now.
Yeah, this is good stuff. Really good racing for our younger athletes here as they enjoy their first trip here out on the sport.
At a high level regatta.
At the state championships, no less.
Yeah, they have raced before. This isn't the first time they've been sent out, I hope.
Right, but now West Springfield's still starting to eat into this race. Now Robinson only up by about 3 to 4 seats. So this is going to come down to the finish here for this last qualifying spot for the Women's Freshman 8. And the Women's Freshman 8 is an event that's contested at the Scholastic Rowing Association. So not only are they rowing here for a medal at this regatta, but they are racing for a qualifying spot at the SRA Regatta or SRA. Did I say it wrong?
Scholastic Rowing Association of America, which does include Canada. We must say.
And this year will be contested in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Oh, this is going to be tight. This is going to be very exciting here at the finish to see really good racing from both crews. Alexandria City continues to establish themselves as the team to beat here, but this is going to be really tight. Can Robinson hold off West Springfield here?
And do note that we can see West Springfield's battle ahead. We don't necessarily know, again, because of the parallax. We don't know if Robinson was doing a move or whatever. So we will have to
my eye, that was Robinson, but I would encourage everybody to check the official results because that was really close, and that was a really good race. And all 3 boats should be holding their heads high because that was good quality racing.
Excellent work from all the crews there. We might also note that Brian has been saying that that little yellow sign with the black line, that is the finish plane. The camera is not exactly on that, so it's really hard to tell from this angle.
Right, yeah, we are not exactly on the finish line.
We're
close, but with the camera, I think the official regatta headquarters has a camera on the finish line, but the drone footage were slightly off. So
they do it by eye first, and then if they can't tell by eye, then they do it by camera. There is a big metal line that when the referee puts one of their eyes on that metal line and lines up with the black line, they can look across and tell who's crossed the line first. They normally, if there is a photo finish, then they will normally post that on the Twitter feed so that everyone can verify and confirm that the referees do have eyes and that they are making the right decisions. They do. I haven't been mad with any. Have you, Brian?
Well,
I'm sorry. I came off like I was bad at the referees. I'm not.
No. Well, I'll be honest. If I was, I'd keep it to myself because I got to race again next week. So that was good. So we're here on the men's. That was the heat 1 of the women's freshman 8. We're coming up on event 11, the women's freshman 8 heat 2. As they get lined up. Once again, we are a little bit behind schedule due to the headwind and just having a little bit of trouble getting all the boats on the platform. I would expect them to get caught back up as we get through the day. Different events, they can increase the cadence. Also in the afternoon, they'll get caught up. We have longer centers in the afternoon because one of the fun things that we get to do is there is actually a platform at the finish line, and the teams that win get to row back to the grandstands and receive the medals in front of their parents and supporters and coaches. And so we have to spread the races out a little bit more so we have time for everybody to go pick up their medals. All right. It looks like we had another misadventure and the race got stopped.
So there are multiple reasons why we could have that, right? So there.
Oh no! I'm sorry. That was that was just my eye misreading it.
That's all right. Well, we got Georgetown in lane 2 on the right side
Yeah,
of the
we
screen.
got Georgetown Visitation.
Georgetown Visitation, excuse me.
Yeah, that's all right. Listen, they do a lot of branding to make sure
Isn't
that
Georgetown in DC? Georgetown Visitation.
Georgetown Visitation is actually in Georgetown, and they are in lane 2, and then lane 3 Riverside, and then lane 4 Yorktown, and then lane 5 Wakefield.
This will be top 3 advance to the final this afternoon around 4.
Once again, you're advancing to the final, and this is one of the events today that has a qualification spot at nationals. They do not have novice events at national championships, mainly because there's no way to verify if someone's a novice. Where we can't email the school and be like, hey, is this kid a novice? But we can email the school and be like, is this kid a freshman?
So it'll be top 3 out of the final. So if they get a medal, then they get one of the qualification spots to the SRA National Championship, again in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. So these crews there's always a kind of force for the coaches to try and put out a freshman 8 of some variety, if possible, because there is that chance. And that is why you'll see a lot of crews trying to get into the freshman event as opposed to the novice 8 event.
Right. And a lot of times, but due to the nature of our sport, and it's my daughter swam and my son played soccer, and they both started that when they were 8, and almost no one's rowing before high school. So this is really that's the other joy of the freshman 8, is that everybody, or for the most part, everybody's been doing this very recently, right? Like no one's been rowing for long periods of time.
There are some crews, so
that have
the Arlington schools and Alexandria, I think,
have middle school programs.
Right, because they have different rules compared to Fairfax County, and I think Loudoun County follows the Fairfax County rules. I'm unsure on that.
Right, well, that is a question for the athletic director and above my pay grade.
Right.
But regardless, everybody here is a freshman, and so these are all 9th graders and are still, learning what they're doing. Especially when we get to the men's freshman 8, we will really see that is anybody here who is a parent of a 14-year-old boy knows that they don't always move elegantly. And so the coaches really deserve a special round of applause for how well they do at getting 14 and 15-year-old athletes to row together. And and you can look at these crews and they are just really moving really well. And so shout out to the coaches here for how well these teams are doing. So we got Yorktown here, Riverside here out in front.
Georgetown Visitation, or no, I'm sorry, Wakefield. Wakefield in second.
And then with the drone angle, I'm not sure who's going to be in that third qualifying spot. We'll get a better angle as they come up here towards the finish.
It does look like from the live feed or from my eyes, excuse me, that Yorktown is in that third spot right now, but we'll have to wait until
and see. And so
across.
We got Riverside in lane 3 coming up here on the finish line. And you can see the parents in the top of your screen, and you can certainly hear them over our mics, and we encourage that. We have.
Oh no, my Langley crew's crossed.
All right. So we have. Here we got. They cleared the line.
Good.
So here we have Riverside winning the heat to advance to the final. And we have.
That's Georgetown Visitation crossing. Yeah.
No, I think there's no.
I'm sorry, Wakefield.
That's Wakefield.
I've got the lanes backwards. I'm sorry.
That's all right. And then Yorktown here. And then we have, there is Georgetown Visitation in their blue and yellow and green. Or green and yellow, sorry. And then, crossing the line. Shout out to their longtime coach, Gretchen Abel.
This is the hard part about the lanes that I think confuses a lot of people, and as you can see, it's even confusing us sometimes.
They're
kind of backwards.
Well, yeah, it's the lanes are by world rowing regulations. is that it's designed so that when the official holds up their piece of paper, lane 1 is on their left when they're following the race.
Yes, it used to be that lane 1 was closest to the finish tower, and some courses still do that because of tradition.
Right.
But if there's a new course, lane 1 is always on the far left, and since the drone is in the position that it's in most of the time, it's all backwards.
It's one way, and then it flips over for the finish. All right, so here we are, the first heat of the men's freshman eight. We have lane 2, Yorktown, lane 3, Alexandria City, lane 4, Carter G. Woodson, and lane 5, Lake Braddock Secondary School.
And it is top 3 to advance.
And they're coming here. The drone is caught up. We're about 300, maybe 400 meters in. And Alexandria City looks like they're out in front with Woodson maybe 1 or 2 seats back. Yorktown maybe another 4 to 6 seats back, and then 3 to 4 seats back of them is Lake Braddock. Nice tight racing here at the start. That little orange buoy you see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen is the 500-meter mark. So we have now about a third of the way through the race. Everybody's established into their race rhythms, and we have Alexandria City, to my eye, maybe 1 seat up on Woodson, and then Woodson maybe 6 seats up on Yorktown, and then Lake Braddock now maybe 2 to 3 seats open water back. But once again, it's tough with the drone angle and the parallax. And it's going to be a fight. It's going to be a fight here for these 3 spots in the final. Once again, this is the men's freshman 8, so this is another event that has that you can qualify for SRAAs, and this year that's going to be in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, which you can find on a map now.
Oh, we got something from Alexandria City. We might have a collision here.
Oh boy. Well,
this is going to be really bad. So they are outside of the 100-meter mark. So one of the reasons you can stop a race is in the first 100 meters.
And you can hear the coaches screaming, and now all the boats have had to stop, and they may have.
They will not restart it because they are after the 100-meter mark, so they are after breakage. So they will disqualify.
Well, actually, technically, hold on. We got to be careful here. They will exclude a crew.
Right.
Disqualification means that the entire team is out. Excluding means that they'll be out. But we'll have to wait and see what happens.
So what happened there was Alexandria City.
What's definitely happening is Yorktown just got a huge shot of adrenaline.
Yeah.
Because you can see them cruising.
Yorktown's strategic play right now is to cool it down and to row this at like a 28 coming across the line.
But that will be.
They are freshmen. They may or may not know that. Thank you, Kathy, for pointing that out. So this is really exciting.
And you can hear the freshman coaches. We are near the coaches official, and there is a lot of chatter from the coaches about that because we'll see what happens. And that'll be something that we'll have to find out later what the officials rule if someone has been excluded. And we will not be able to see what's going on with the race as they continue here.
So the rules about stopping a race, just so that we're all clear, there are red buoys at the start of the race. They're in the first 100 meters. There is this thing called breakage, and that is where, if a crew comes together, as we've been seeing with the headwind, it's hard to point off the start. If a crew comes together within that 100 meters, or they break something on their boat, so like a rigger fails, an oarlock fails, something like that, a piece of equipment fails, then a coxswain can stop and raise their hand, and that indicates to the referees that there is breakage. The referees will then stop the race and make a decision on and then they will talk to the crew that called breakage and make a decision
on whether the breakage is legitimate.
Right.
And if the breakage is legitimate, they'll restart them. If it's not, they'll still restart them, but they will receive a warning.
Right. So some high-level people, when they do their start, they will take a start and then intentionally call breakage if they didn't like their start, understanding that they get the first warning. But that's kind of risky because you don't want to get excluded for that.
The other thing is I hear sirens, which means it sounds like the officials are trying to stop the race.
No, it seems
no,
like
they're stopping the race. They're stopping the race. So they can stop the race for if boats hit, and it looks like they're trying to stop them. But I would be somewhat. This will be an interesting thing, and this is one of the misadventures of racing that we will see is that the officials will have to figure out how they're going to do this. But you can hear the sirens from the officials where they have stopped the race. And so we will see what they do. And there's red flags up, which means that they have stopped the race. The other problem is that the freshmen, once again, are like the novice excited puppies. And once they get going, it can be a little bit challenging to get them to stop.
Yeah. So
I apologize if you're getting a little bit of feedback on the line.
yeah, we're not sure if that's our
I'm not sure if that's in their headsets or if you're hearing that live. And so we will probably, what will happen is they will start the next race. And as I get an update of what they're going to do with this heat of the men's freshman 8, we will let you know at home. But
they will have to spin them and take them
all the way back to the start line.
And this is a great boon for the other heat, because they're going to get their heat off and be able to go back and rest.
Well, there's a long time between heats and finals today.
So it's still 6 hours. But
I don't know that you get a big advantage if it's 5.5 hours as opposed to 6 hours.
But for example, Yorktown will have done 2 1500s.
Well, that is true, and they have raced almost the entire race.
Right, and I would hope that did look like an equipment failure to me. I don't know. Like Alexandria City, they are ranked 1. I'm just going to take the assumption that their coxswain knows what they're doing, and it looked like they suddenly turned right.
It could have been a crab. It could have been an equipment failure. We can't tell from the drone footage, and don't really want to speculate too much on what it might have been, but we'll wait for the officials to tell us, and this is where the officials earn their money, or
right.
in this case, their cheeseburgers, for what they are going to do to figure out the situation. And this is the chief ref will be getting involved, not just the officials on the water, and they will be making a determination of what to do moving forward.
And we really trust these refs. I've seen many a conflict resolved by them in a very professional way. I'm sure that they will find a good solution to whatever occurred. So they'll go up to those crews, they'll talk to them, they'll figure out what happened, and they will make a determination.
All right. And we'll wait and see if they clear the course. And most likely, in a situation like this, what they generally do will clear the course with these crews while they figure it out and run the next event. And then if they need to re-race them, they will slot them later on into the racing schedule.
So they will probably end up going later. I don't want to speculate.
Yeah, sometime later.
Yeah, but it will take time for them to spin, and then whenever it makes sense, I'll just slot them in. I've been in this situation back when I was a rower in the olden days. I think another crew, they hit a log coming up and they broke their skeg off, and off the start they ran into us. This was heats at States, and so they were allowed to return to the dock, fix their skeg, and then come back out. So we were out there for 30, 40 minutes waiting for them to do that. It was fine. It ended up great, but the referees have a wide range of options available to them, especially if one of the boats did break. It all
getting turned around.
So they will be returned to the start.
And most likely we will be seeing Heat 2 of the men's freshman 8 coming up next, which will be McLean, Langley, West Springfield, and Robinson. And they're probably already on the line. And as soon as they clear these boats off the course, they will start that one. And yeah, it looks like they have Yorktown rowing back up to the starting line.
This is one of the scariest moments for a freshman coach. As a former freshman coach myself, sending them out and then something strange happening. You try and prepare them for every eventuality, but something like this, like I would never even think of talking to my crew about, because it doesn't happen that often.
Right.
I don't think I've seen this at all this year. I don't think I saw it last year at all.
No. So yeah, we'll see what happens. And but yeah, it looks like they're rowing them back to the start, and we will see they'll race that heat again.
So this is a really these freshman coaches, Yorktown, AC, Woodson, and Lake Braddock, are all probably very stressed right now, and my sympathies go out to them for how stressed they are.
Well, I could definitely hear my freshman men's coach, Coach Joe, screaming in the background. So yes,
not like this. Not like this. It looks like that AC that looks like a. I don't know.
it looks like they're turning them around and got to get them off the course. But of course, and with the freshman crews, they're going to have to explain a fair amount what's happening because these kids like, I don't know, right? I coach high school, and I always joke that, with a senior who is misbehaving in class, you can ask them what are they doing, and they'll be like, oh, I'm sorry, and stop. If you teach freshmen, you can be like, what are you doing in class? What are you doing? And they'll be like, I don't know, and they're not listening to you. This is going to be, we'll see what happens as they turn the boats around. All right, we are back. What the officials have decided is, due to Alexandria City has been excluded from the race for interfering with another crew, and the remaining crews will race from this point of the incident to the finish 4 lanes for the final. So that is. So we will see the.
I have a horse in this race,
so it'll be Yorktown, Woodson, and Lake Braddock racing. We're going to line them up
where the incident occurred,
which is I think about 600 meters to go. And at least that's what we have been informed. We'll see what actually occurs. And we'll see as they get this race back started. And it sounds like they're going to have those teams clear the line, run the next heat, then have them pull back on and follow the other race down. But we'll figure out what's going on as the race goes on. But shout out to all the nervous parents at home who are watching their children race. We will try and keep you informed as best we can as to what is happening. But what I just overheard, I wasn't informed, was that they're going to have those boats clear the race so they can get the next race to come down the race course.
And shout out to all the referees for handling this situation. This is not a common occurrence, but they have, made a judgment, and we'll stand by their judgment.
So here we go, and it looks like probably the next race we'll see will be the second heat of the men's freshman 8, and then the resumption of the first heat of the men's freshman 8 will happen shortly after that, as we've been informed. But you get to have the joy of watching what happens and following along with us at home.
So one of the interesting things about Alexandria City High School getting excluded, so the SRAAs has a provision for this. Alexandria City was ranked 1. They understand that things happen in races, so there is a petition, or there is a way for a team to still be in SRAA nationals. This is not necessarily in the season. If their coaches decide, and I think
they'll be racing in Stotesbury as well.
So they can go to SRAAs, and
if the coaches can petition for that. And then it's up to the individual school whether they want to petition and whether they're going to lobby for their boats to get in. And there's some schools I know. My good friend Ted Haley over at St. Albans, they never take their freshmen to SRAs because it's too close to the end of the school year and it interferes with finals. So there they only take their first 8s, sometimes maybe their first and second 8s, but they do not take their lower boats.
Well, and one of the unfortunate annoying schedule problems with SRAs and Stotesbury is that they normally align with AP exams.
Right. Well, AP exams, as Kathy and I will tell you, AP exams start next week for Monday. What are you teaching this year, AB or BC? Oh boy. Monday the 11th. I can tell you that the AP Stats exam is this Thursday the 7th.
Yes.
And then my son is actually a senior in high school and attending an IB school, and he had IB tests this week. So yeah,
we get all the fine. We get the really fun regatta where it's very stressful. Plus, we add on the really stressful test that determines if you get
college credit.
College credit. So it's like cool. And so we're just piling on the stress on the high schoolers, and then we expect them to perform very well at these races, and it's really fun. Another great reason to love freshmen and novice racing because they normally don't take APs. Although, as some of my freshmen have told me, they're in AP classes now because apparently they're letting them take AP Computer Science and a couple others now.
Yes, and they've pushed back some other ones. So like there's now an AP Pre-Calculus. I know for all the parents who are taking notes at home, you didn't expect the curriculum tour.
Well, this is what happens when you get two math teachers and a former math/science teacher on the line.
On the line. So yes. So and it looks like we have I don't know what they're showing you on the drone footage. But
they're showing the finish line right now.
But in the stream.
So the drone footage I'm seeing that something is coming down the course, and now that's live.
And I believe
Heat 2.
And I'm pretty sure that's Heat 2 of the men's freshman 8. And as we get closer in on the drone,
we can see just in the bottom of the drone footage right now the 8s from the first heat just kind of waiting at their place.
And so this should be men's freshman 8 Heat 2, event 13.
In lane 2, we have McLean. In lane 3, Langley. In lane 4, West Springfield. And in lane 5, Robinson. And it looks like Langley's out to an early lead.
And it looks like it's tight, 3 across.
Tight for second.
And it's 3 to advance here. So 3 of these teams will make the final. And you can see these. So we talked about the sculling portion of the events are about to start. As you can see, the singles coming up on the right side. So your screen queuing up for their races.
And if Kathy stays here, I will let her get back on the mic because she knows sculling much better than I do.
Well, she knows sculling much better than 99.9% of the population. So we will definitely let her be the dominant call on that one. So it looks like Langley has pulled out, maybe has Balball on second place McLean. And McLean looks to my eye to be about 4 seats up on West Springfield and Robinson, who appear to be in a full knockdown, drag-out dogfight here for that last qualifying spot. Oh, and now McLean looks like they've slipped back a little bit.
Yeah, this is where the eye gets hard because when you said McLean was in front, I was like, I think Robinson. It is hard to tell.
It is definitely 3 across until we get a sideways view. This angled shot is going to make it really hard to tell who is in it, but it is going to be a battle royale here for this last spot. It looks like it's 3 across here for the second place.
So that Langley crew, you can barely see. They have a bucket. This is the only freshman 8 that has a bucket. As someone with insider knowledge, as the Langley men's head coach, that boat was turning very hard to port, and so they put it in the bucket, and now the boat goes straight. So they're hoping to get a couple extra seconds of split from that change.
What you want to be watching is every time the coxswain steers the boat, it actually slows it down a little bit.
It adds drag from the rudder.
So we encourage the coxswains to steer as little as possible, but certainly enough to stay in their lanes and to go straight.
My favorite thing about this overhead is behind each of the boats, you can see where the water's disturbed. You can see as they're starting to sign their names in the course. Yes. It happens more with the novices and less with the singles, but that is a very important thing.
For my 80s and 90s child, I joked that a lot of times that the novice coxswains tend to use their rudder cords like a Nordic track, where they're just going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But it's part of this learning, and this is with the freshman event. As they get better at this, and as the season goes on, they get better and better at it. The coaches keep looking at it. And it looks like all these coxswains are doing excellent courses, and it really is tight. I think maybe Robinson's dropped back a few seats, but not much. Certainly nothing they can't make up in the sprint.
This is still a very big race for second place.
Right, second and third. Yeah, it's of those 3 of those crews, 2 of them are going to advance, and 1 is not. And if you wanted me to bet on which one it was, I would not. Also, as an AP Stats teacher, I know that you don't sports bet because that's just a losing
West
proposition.
Springfield is ranked 3rd, right? so they should make it, right?
Sure. Sure. If you
trust the seating committee.
As head of the men's seating committee, I'm going to say no. That's
I wasn't going to say it outright, but I knew you could make that joke.
The other thing here is with the coxswains that's difficult is with the freshmen. They, occasionally as they're learning, a kid will take an air stroke or miss a stroke, and the boat will go way off point, and then they have to steer and correct it. And so the coxswains are really doing a really good job with kind of somewhat chaotic conditions. All right, so to my eye, it looks like Langley is definitely out, and then maybe West Springfield.
I'd say West Springfield is with Robinson just a hair.
And then McLean looks like they're now maybe 3 to 4 seats down as we come by here in front of the grandstands.
So we can also see strategy playing out. I know that Langley crew has cooled it down. That is them, I would assume, around a 30, if my eye is right. I'm not using any stroke rates, but they have cooled it down. They are playing the game, as we call it, on our team. Just trying to.
And now that we got a nice side angle from the drone, we can really see that it looks like West Springfield maybe 2 seats, 1 seat up on Robinson, and then McLean is dropped back a little bit.
And it does look like West Springfield and Robinson are bringing it across the line at full press, just to make sure that they stay in front of McLean. I think West Springfield slightly before, although I did hear beep beep, which is
once again, the camera is not directly on the finish line, and so it can be a little bit off, and so strongly encouraged to check the official results on Twitter.
And I think we'll be going back to one of the men's freshman meet to conclude that race. It looks like, according to our drone footage, which we can see, and you can't, that they are currently lining them up around what looks like the 600, 650 meter mark. There we go. So they will just align them for visually. We have floating starts, so they will. It looks like one of the referees will just kind of stare down the bows on the side, and then they will start them moving when they can. Again, all 3 of these crews will advance to the final, so they are just racing for lanes. If the fun part about this sport is that coaches are not allowed to communicate with their crews once they are on the water. So we push them off the dock, and the best we can do is yell at them. We cannot use any.
I believe the rule is unassisted voice.
Unassisted voice. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you. So we can't pick up our megaphones, for example, and scream at them from the grandstands, "Oh, back your blade in," or "pull harder," or anything like that. Cannot give them any technical cues. We can't text our coxswains. We can't call them. We can't use walkie-talkies, etc. So these freshmen, their coaches are probably thinking, "Please go light to save yourselves."
Right, or please just do what the officials say.
Right. Please don't get yourself excluded. So that's probably what's going through these freshman coaches' minds.
Right, and so we are underway again here. And once again, this is just a race for lanes in the final. All 3 crews at this point will advance because Alexander City has been excluded for interfering with another crew, is the ruling that we heard.
Did you notice that they put an extra lane between these crews for extra safety?
Extra safety.
Which, they're on the rounds,
Yeah, listen, discretion is the better part of valor here at this point. Let's get this race off.
Let's get the race off and make it clean. So, like Brian was saying, I think way earlier today, the crews have full reign over their lane. So if I am a crew and I am in lane 2 is mine. If another crew enters my lane, they are at full, regardless if they're ahead, if they're behind, whatever. If they interfere with me in lane 2, since I'm in lane 2, that is my lane. But if I stray another lane and interfere with another crew, then that is my fault. However, I am fully allowed to enter that other lane as long as
I don't interfere with another crew. Right. So if you're behind and you steer way across the course, no one matters. Or if you're way in front and you steer across, it does not matter. It's only when the crews are side by side and they clash oars or have to stop. I believe the language in the rule book, and I don't have it in front of me, is if you impede the progress of another team, then they will exclude you. So,
and there may be some advantage to that on certain courses. For example, at Stotesbury, the river, I think lanes 3 and 4 and sometimes 5 have a higher current. You may want to enter those lanes to give yourself more advantage. Right. That does not exist here at the Occoquan. The lanes are very fair.
Very fair. And if you look on your screen right now, at the top of your screen, you can see the grandstands, and at the very top of your screen in the center is that awards dock we talked about earlier, where teams will go after the final to go get that. So to my eye, that looks like Yorktown, then Woodson, and then Lake Braddock. And so that's how the lanes will break down for the final.
So Yorktown will be in lane 3 or 4.
Lane 3 because they were in E1.
And then Woodson would be in lane 2.
Yep.
And then Braddock would be in lane 6.
Yep. So we will see here. And so now we should be moving on to the women's novice 8s.
Excitement straight in the morning.
That's right. Yeah, that's keeping us on our toes here as the drone heads back up the lovely Occoquan. Once again, big shout out to Maverick Rowing for providing amazing drone footage to capture every angle overhead and photo finish of our VASRA regattas for the spring season.
I really like this angle because you can see all the crews lining up on the left side. So on the right side, those will be crews traveling up, and on the left side, there'll be crews about to enter the start line.
Or the lanes. So basically, how they organize them at the start is that on the left side of your screens are teams that are going to be in races numbered lanes 4, 5, and 6. And on the right side of your screen are the teams waiting to enter lanes 1, 2, and 3. And they're going to be a little strung out more than usual because of the headwind. So they're going to be kind of pushing down. Last week we had a tailwind and boats were like hacking up on top of the platform.
There are debates as to which one is easier, but each wind creates problems. A headwind creates problems on the start dock, and it pushes the bows of the boats left and right, and a tailwind creates problems behind the start dock, so crews will have to back it down more to stay out of the starting area.
Right.
So with the starting area, as with the finish line area, they want crews off of the finish and start line so that they can get clear views of bow balls crossing, so that they can line everything up at both the finish and at the start. So crews right now, the coxswains have a pretty easy job before they get on the start dock. Once they get on the start dock, it becomes a lot harder.
Right. To summarize, wind bad.
Well, I'm actually okay with a little bit of a headwind or a little bit of a tailwind. I think those are fine. It gets really annoying when there's a crosswind because depending on which way it's going, you're either bow seat or two seat is just going to have a bad time.
Well, and also then the races can get just, we are gifted with a fantastic course here on the Occoquan. We have lots of college races, and people come to use the course.
Wilmira Championships
is tomorrow. There is
Wyra's was here, I think. No, not Wyra's. MAC Championships.
MAC Championships are here. I know there's several programs that have their pre-NCAA camps here because it is just fantastic water. So we're generally blessed with really nice conditions.
It used to be an Olympic training facility, and until they realized that the little 10 horsepower engines that we are not allowed to have more power than could not keep up with Olympic 8s. So it is a beautiful waterway. If not for that rule.
And we are underway, but we have another collision, and they're going to stop that and bring them right back to the starting line.
So this is one of those cases. So it looked like I think that's Georgetown Visitation and Thomas Jefferson came together.
Or maybe not. Maybe they're not going to stop them.
I don't know. They did stop them.
Yeah, they stopped them.
I don't know who caused what, but that was within the first 100 meters of the race. So that is a breakage event. We will likely see that ref that is above the TJ and Georgetown Visitation crew come up to them, talk to them. They may or may not assess a warning to one of those crews, and then they will likely back it down back into the start platform.
And just to be clear, what happens is that each team is allowed 2 warnings. You can get a warning for being late to the start. You can get a warning for being somewhere you're not supposed to be on the race course as you head up to the race.
For example, stopping on the finish line. I haven't seen many warnings for that necessarily.
No, generally no. And then a warning for impeding. And if you get 2 warnings, you are excluded from the race. Right? Disqualification means that your entire team has been kicked out of the regatta, So this is just we use the term excluded in rowing.
Something new that I learned today, despite having done the sport for 15 years.
Yeah, I got a lecture from the ref last week. So the
everyone is learning always.
While we back up, I can read another PSA here. Maverick Rowing not only offers learn to row programs, but also summer, fall, and winter training programs. Also for teams, Maverick Rows offers team rentals of the rowing center for coaches to train the entire team. So they actually have a 8-person indoor rowing tank. And so during the winter, you can rent out, like on a Saturday or a Sunday, you can go and rent for your rowing team to go break up the joy that is winter conditioning.
You don't like winter training?
Yeah. Watching
it's warmer.
It is warmer.
I like it for the warmth. That's about it.
but yeah, so if you want to break up your training, you can rent a time slot at Maverick Rowing out in Loudoun County, and you can take your team up there and do some training in indoor tanks.
Is it 8 people both sides, or is it?
It's 8 seats.
8 seats, okay.
8 seats.
I haven't been. I do like the idea of the tanks, though.
They have 8 seats here. Let's give them their flowers here, and
they're running the drone, so yeah.
So they have 8 seats, and then a bunch of ergs, so you can take more people through, and then switch people on the tanks, and then erg and switch, and so you can take a large group of people and 2-hour blocks is generally what you rent, and then so you can, and they have a maximum I think of like 27 people that can sign up or something, but you can take and have everybody row for like a half hour or 45 minutes or an hour on the tank, depending on how many people you take.
Really good for novice crews. One of the hardest parts of being a novice coach is day one. You're in the boats, and I cannot tell you how many times I've said, raise your hands, and then they drop their hands, or take a stroke and then they start backing, because this sport is hard. And as you've been hearing us commentate, we have probably said things that you have not understood. Imagine also being a freshman in high school and having to learn, math and history and all, etc. And now we're throwing bow, stern,
right,
port, starboard.
Right. And even if you explain it in the moment, they get a little flustered. I always find that the number one way to get parents to really appreciate the coaches is schedule a parent learn to row.
Yes.
And then they get in and they're like, oh my gosh, that was so much harder than I thought it would be.
Because it looks like such a simple sport. I think there's a famous tweet from Neil deGrasse Tyson because he started rowing. He's like, I didn't like it. It was the same thing over and over again. And I'm like, you just didn't understand it.
Yeah, we'll see.
But
we'll see. So as we're going to back these boats back in here.
And this is one of the harder things with the 8s is if, again, we're dealing with a headwind. So I think that's lane 1, Colgan. They're a little bit messed up on their point. They are fixing it. Good on them. But as they turn, or as the wind blows them in, they actually block off that lane 2 starting platform for independence, which it's just an added little bonus of difficulty for these novice coxswains. They are handling it well right now.
I was, as someone who's generally on that starting platform, I remember we were up here one day for day 1 several years ago, and there's a brutally strong quartering headwind.
Oh,
and
what can you define quartering?
So quartering means that it's not blowing straight down the course; it's blowing at an angle. So it's blowing in your face and to the side. And the boat started weather. I remember there was like a women's novice 8 heat where like lane 5 lost their point and started pushing into lane 4, and so lane 4 stopped, lost their point, and pushed in lane 3, and the boats literally started all blowing
like
up like dominoes. That was the start of my gray hairs. You know, a lot of I need you guys to scull that boat around like your life depends on it, because it kind of does.
It is. And this is the part, again, coaches cannot communicate with their crews when they're out here. It is nice for Brian to be out there because we all very much trust Brian. We love Brian. He is, the president of the coaches committee, and he does so much work. That's why he gets paid in cheeseburgers.
Yes.
But we all trust Brian, and it is so nice to have him on the dock. The coaches that are on there are doing a fantastic job. Despite Brian not
being here. That's all right. You guys get to listen to me. And also, just on the fun note for all the parents out there, I want you to know that you never stop being a parent. I have been coaching now in the area for 30 years, and I just got a text from my mom saying I'm doing a good job. So So
Congratulations, Brian.
thank you.
A mother's support never ends. Remember that Mother's Day coming up for all.
Oh yeah, PSA for all the coaches that and especially spouses that Mother's Day is coming up. So we are underway here on the women's novice 8. We are back under. We have lane 1 Colgan High School, lane 2 Independence, lane 3 Woodson, lane 4 Thomas Jefferson, and lane 5 Georgetown Visitation. And
everyone's gotten off to a good start.
Yep, and the drones.
This time we're out of the first 100 meters.
And it looks like Woodson out in front. Once again, one of the fun things about the Novice 8 is it's, by definition, it's going to be 8 new kids every year because a novice is considered someone who has not, it's their first year rowing. So if they rowed in the Novice 8 last year, they cannot row in the Novice 8 this year. And so you get a lot of changeover to who is doing what in these events.
There are some exceptions. You can, if you have rowed sweep your entire life, you can join and do a novice sculling event.
And if you were a coxswain,
yes,
and have, as someone who, you wouldn't believe it looking at me now, as someone who has started off high school as a coxswain and then had a crazy growth spurt, switches to rowing. A coxswain can switch to rowing and be a novice, but a rower cannot switch to a coxswain and be a novice. Is an interesting little corollary of that role. All right, so here we are.
Oh, and the seating committee did a very good job. As you can see, we have our first chevron of the day. Congratulations, Brian.
Well, actually,
I'm sorry, you're right. You're
the men's seating committee. This is a shout out to Brian Bosch, the head coach at Colgan, who heads up the women's seating committee. Shout out to him.
It's hard to tell who is in front, Independence or Thomas Jefferson.
Woodson, I'd say, is out in front, but who's in second?
Second, right. This is 2 to advance, so Independence and Thomas Jefferson will be fighting in a dogfight to see who gets second and advances to the final. But it does look like Woodson is out to a very strong start for this heat. Coached by Ron Lim.
Yeah, I was about to give a shout out to Coach Lim. The freshman women's coach, or our novice women's coach at Woodson is Ron Lim, who has been coaching so long it makes me look young. And then he started coaching in the 90s, and has won the women's novice 8 3 years in a row. And he's going for the 4-peat. We were discussing whether he gets to rename the trophy.
He's got the hat trick. It's not enough for him. He's going for 4.
No, and he's so funny because he's always so stressed about the races.
And when
we can give him a hard time later.
When he was at TJ, he also won a lot. So
yeah,
Ron is very experienced. We love Ron. He's one of those experienced people. You can always go up to him with a question. Shout out to Ron Lim.
Shout out to Ron Lim and his crew here coming out, establishing themselves. Again, and in rowing, as we come out here, so it's once again 2 boats to advance. We have Woodson out in first, and to my eye, it looks like Independence just a little bit ahead of TJ.
I would agree with that.
It's tough at this angle to tell for that second qualifying spot.
And you can't use the power lines again. They are not perpendicular to the course.
They are not perpendicular to the course.
Sometimes I do like using the buoys, although they are not lined up lane to lane. So you can tell, for example, if 2 crews are in adjacent lanes, you can use the buoys, but get a couple more lanes away, and it's hard to tell.
As the drone resets here and joins back in, one of the fun things we have in rowing is the trophies. You don't get a trophy forever. We have very nice large traveling trophies, and they travel around kind of like the Stanley Cup. And so you get to keep your trophy for a year in your trophy case, and then you bring it back to state championships, engrave your name on it, and then you give it over to someone else the next year.
It is a great tradition. I really like that. It's one of those cool things. You don't get to keep the trophy on your shelf forever, and it's kind of like, and it keeps the history of our sport.
You get a plaque.
It's like the Stanley Cup trophy.
Yep.
Although we don't put all the names of all the rowers on. I think, was it you who had to add a level to the
women's second 8 trophy?
The
women's second 8, the D. Campbell Cup. Well, shout out to D. Campbell, the long time coach at Alexandria City High School, to the point that the Alexandria City High School rose out of the D. Campbell Rowing Center. The D. Campbell Cup was we actually went and added another base and put the years back to 1978 of the winners.
And thank you, Brian, for doing that, because I think you all funded that from your own pocket.
I didn't.
No,
I
solicited donations.
I
right?
solicited donations from the large coaching tree of D. Campbell and all the people that had rode for him.
And as we go back to the race, it
Here
looks
we
like Woodson's taking commanding lead, followed by Independence, then Thomas Jefferson rounding out the top three. Again,
So once again, big shout out to Brian Bosch because they nailed the seating on this one.
that is exactly what you want to see.
Right. Yes, it was exceeded exactly as expected as they come in here. So you can see that little dock on the top. That's about 300 meters to go when you pass that dock for the. That's where some of the crews stage who are on different parts of the Occoquan rather than row from Bull Run race for the regatta. They row up and place their boats. I
think Lake Braddock and now South Lake's a new team is rowing out of there.
Yep.
So that is about 12 to 15,000 meters away from our race course.
Yeah, and they're way up there. It's a 9.5 mile row from here to the boathouse. So them and then some of the Prince William schools are what is.
I think Forest Park rows out of there on race day.
In Woodbridge, and they go up to what's known as the Point and use that as their staging area on race day. So here we go. Coming in front of the grandstands, we have Woodson in lane 3, Independence in lane 2. Looks like they will be the two teams advancing for the final as they cut to the grandstand view. And there is Woodson winning the heat.
Congrats to Ron Lim again for a commanding victory in the heat.
Yeah. And then second place, Independence.
Congrats to those coaches. Independence. Do you know where they row?
They're Loudon. Okay. I don't know what body of water they row on. I think they either row on Beaver Creek Dam or on the Potomac above Little Falls.
Because as a coach on the Occoquan, I know a majority of the Occoquan coaches, especially the Sandy Run coaches, but I do not communicate a lot with the Loudon coaches because we don't see them until race day.
Right. Well, I'm always very friendly to the Independence High School people because they have a boat whose named I really liked.
I like Robinson. They've got like the battering ram and the barn. They've got a nice theme. They name all their things after rams. It's good. Same with South County. I think they name all their boats after horses.
So Independence High School. So one of the rowing coaches are somewhat superstitious. Here we go, and congratulations here to Georgetown Visitation for their women's novice 8. And good on them, because they had a freshman 8 too, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
So that's a good sign for the program, as they have a lot of young rowers who are excited to be rowing for the program there at Visitation, that they have both a novice 8 and a freshman 8. And as we line up here for Heat 2 of the women's novice 8, lane 1, Episcopal High School, lane 2, Alexandria City, lane 3, W&L, lane 4, Woodbridge, and lane 5, Sidwell Friends, is rowing coaches are superstitious. And so it's considered bad luck to rename a boat if you buy a used boat.
Yes.
And so Independence bought a used boat from Jackson Reed High School, where I was the head coach for 11 years. So what do you think the name of that boat is that I like it so much?
Is it the Brian Tyler?
It is the Brian H. Tylander. And so every time I go by, I take a picture with the boat, and the kids look at me like I'm crazy.
That's okay.
Listen, that's the normal reaction people have to me when they look at me, even when I'm not doing something crazy, as they should.
Coaching and teaching takes a little bit of your sanity every time you go out there and do something.
All right, so here we go. We're lining them up, the crews here for the women's novice 8, Heat 2, and we are underway.
Oh.
A little nervous about the steering here, but I think the coxswain's going to steer it back.
This is recoverable. It is recoverable.
Yeah.
And it looks like they saved it. Good on that novice crew.
That was Alexandria City.
Alexandria City High School.
Alexandria City. Nice work from that coxswain. They lost their point at the start, but they were able to get back on track.
That is a good save. Congrats to that coxswain.
And shout out to that coxswain and that coach. So we have lane 1 Episcopal, lane 2 Alexandria City, lane 3 W&L, lane 4 Woodbridge, and lane 5 Sidwell Friends.
So this is one of the hard things with that Alexandria crew. You can see it is easy to get into an overcorrection battle. So you steer right and then you steer left. Like Brian was saying, like your I can't remember the
Nordic track.
Right. Going back and forth. It is really critical to make small movements so that you.
We got another problem over here in lane 4 and 5. Sidwell's looks like they're going into Woodbridge's lane.
Oh, that is going to be a collision.
That is probably going to be a collision.
And we can hear the coaches all saying no.
Yeah.
This is the exciting part about being where we are.
And I see a flag going up, and they have stopped the race.
So they will.
Now, they may restart them. They're far enough away from the starting line that they may not back them in. They may just line them up on a floating start and restart them at this point.
It is also novice cruise, so they may, and we are behind schedule, so that will probably although it is the state championships, I've seen weird things happen.
We'll see what they do, and whatever the officials decide, we support them in their decisions.
Yeah. That is why they are out there and not us.
Yeah.
Well, I would play favorites because I have horses in this race.
Yeah. All right. While we do this, once again, big shout out to Maverick Rowing for providing amazing drone footage to capture every angle overhead of the photo finish of our VASRA regattas for the spring season. Visit the Maverick Rowing website at maverikrowing.com to watch the regatta live today. And it looks like they're turning them around. They're going to bring in the next heat. And then, so what they'll do is they will run heat 3 of the women's novice 8 and then run heat 2 after that. So they'll turn them around, run them back to the starting platform, and start them up again. And they're already lining. You can see heat 3 already pulling into the starting platform.
Excellent job. They normally have 3 to 4 crews of refs, so that would be 8 launches, 2 per race. So each ref will do every 4th race.
They'll cycle through.
Which makes me wonder if this crew also had to go with. No, they wouldn't have. They might have. Actually, this crew might have also dealt with the other next freshman. So if that is the case, shout out to this crew. They're doing a good job.
Here in the drone footage for the parents that are watching, you can see, sorry about if they're getting noise there, you can see that line of red buoys above the starting platform is the no-go line. Because about 200 meters beyond that, you will see that it appears that the lake ends, and that's where the water goes down. 90 foot. That is the dam that keeps our reservoir nice and fair. So the crews have about 500 meters, maybe 600 meters between the start platform and those red buoys where they can do. And we try and keep the teams fairly close to the platform. There's another set of power lines, and teams are encouraged not to go past that second set of power lines.
Yeah, so there's a 2,000 meter course on this lane. Or this course is
you can
for 2,000 meters. So when we get college crews coming in, they will use the full course,
and they'll move the start platform 500 meters back. And they'll use the full course for a full 2,000 meter race, and the finish line tower stays in the same place.
I guess they trust college crews more than high school crews.
Well, there's also, it used to be, once again, to go full back in my day.
Oh, look at all those singles.
And look at all the singles just waiting.
Very tight. I'm sure that makes Kathy Kaufman, who's standing right behind us, very secure in the fact that they're not going to run into each other. Right. Singles are scary because they don't have a coxswain.
It's actually here. It's not so bad because they're all pointing in the right direction and the wind's blowing them away from the course. It's like every couple of minutes you just take a stroke just to stay in place.
It's like a flock of birds. They all move at the same time. Oh boy, that makes me stressed. Oh, someone has flipped.
Yeah, let's. We will see someone in the conditions once again has. They will pull them into the boat and then maybe see if they're okay and put them back in the boat and row.
The water is warm, so as water has high specific heat, it's been warmed up despite the air temperature being low, so they should be fine. But this is another reason why we have so many officials
and stake boat holders, and that athlete was only in the water for a few seconds. I have a story about that. One of the top scholastic rowers in the history of this area is a McLean athlete by the name of Sam Stitt. Sam went on to row at the Olympics multiple times. But sorry for the feedback there, if you're hearing that. Sam Stitt went on to row at the Olympics, and they do speed trials in the fall where they put all the scullers out and have them race for the national team. And Sam flipped his single, despite being a multi-time Olympic rower, on the way to the starting line. And there's this great footage you can see on Row 2K of him getting out of the boat, waving at the officials, laughing, them dumping the water out of his single, him getting back in and rowing back up to the starting line. And I'm happy to say he won those speed trials.
There's a lot of fun things that can happen at all levels of this sport. And one of the key things that we try and coach and instill in our rowers is that failure happens.
And resilience.
It is okay. It is okay to fail. It is okay to make mistakes. The key thing is being able to come back from that. As one of my favorite coaches ever, Coach Signetti from Indiana football, says, not affected by failure, not affected by success. You win, great, keep working. You fail, that's okay, keep working.
All right, so it looks like we're lined up here for event 16, heat 3 of the women's novice 8. On the right side of your screen is Wakefield on the right side of your screen, then Yorktown, McLean, and then Riverside on the left.
Yes, still up to advance.
Still up to advance, and they will run the heat of the women's second 8 after they run the.
You can see those heats starting to line up on the right and left side of the platform, along with the men's novice 8s who are going to be after that second heat of women's novice 8s.
And so if you're tuning in, you saw that on the schedule the coach told you that your child's race was be at 11:30. We are behind schedule. We have had some difficulties with getting crews on the starting platform. Once again, I do expect them to largely catch up to some extent with the sculling events, and then the lunch break will probably be abbreviated in order to get the regatta back on schedule. We are underway here in the women's novice 8.
Doing the start, all 8 rowers rowing together. They normally have some kind of start sequence.
The start command is attention, go. Now, fun fact, as we get going here, actually, let's call the race first, and then we have time for fun facts. We have, looks like McLean has pulled out on the field. It is Wakefield on your right hand side, then Yorktown, McLean in lane 4, and then Riverside. So it looks like it's 3 across right now. Really tight here at the start.
Perhaps Wakefield is slightly up. Maybe.
Hard to tell. So we got a really good race here. Once again, 2 to qualify for the finish. For the final. Sorry, 2 to qualify for the final. Thank you for the correction.
Absolutely.
We looks like we will have a good race here to see who's going to qualify. To my eye, I would say now York.
Yeah, it's really tight between Wakefield and Yorktown.
Wakefield and Yorktown.
I don't want to make a call.
Yeah, maybe a seat up for Yorktown. Maybe, I don't know. And
this is so hard to
tell. This is hard to tell. This is Riverside, maybe 2 to 3 seats back here.
Parents always ask us, and I'm sure you got the question too, who's ahead? Honestly, most of the time question. I shake my head and I'm like, that's a good question. I don't know.
That's a valid question. So the fun story I was going to tell as we kind of settle in here to the rhythm of the race and we watch Yorktown and Wakefield battle out for that second qualifying spot, and Riverside try and fight back into that spot, is that the world governing body used to have our starting commands when I rode in high school, and I'm sure Kathy was the same way, were in French. Wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, and so it was après, partez was the
partez.
The partez. I don't want to get yelled at by the French teacher when I go back to school on Monday. It was partez. So, but now it is attention, go, and they will at the starting line they will poll the crews. So they will say, like the name of the crews, even though at this point when they get far behind like this, they will announce that they're going to a quick start and just get them off.
As we have seen, as soon as the boats are aligned,
they're like, go.
Like they're not going to run into each other off the start. It's, all right, we have alignment ready. Attention.
Yeah, they'll be like, Coxswains, we're going to a quick start, have alignment, attention, go.
And they will say it about that quickly. There is a red flag that they raise as well. Once that red flag moves, then you go.
You go, and so here we are.
Speed of light is faster than speed of sound. When you see the red flag go,
you go. So here we are coming into what looks like to be about the last We power lines here, so we're about 2/3 of the way through the race, maybe a little less. Actually, sorry, less than 2/3 of the way through. It's about
We're about halfway through now. Like we can see the power lines, maybe 600 meters left.
600 meters left. We have McLean making a big push and really establishing themselves as a team to beat. And then we have the battle for second place here between Yorktown and Wakefield. And to my eye, it looks like Yorktown maybe a seat or two up on Wakefield.
Yeah, you can. This is the part where I like looking at the buoys. You can see that Yorktown is passing
just a little bit, so maybe about 4 seats up. Actually, it looks like they just took a big power move.
Yeah.
A lot of
we
times,
are entering the sprint area, so anything could happen.
Right. Well, a lot of times each teams will have their coxswains make moves. Like, hey, call a power 10 here, or make a big move, or make a real push. Really try and focus on moving the boat speed here, and they'll use landmarks. And we only have so many landmarks here because otherwise it's just trees. And one of the common landmarks is the power line. So a lot of times you'll see teams make big moves at the power lines here. That red buoy you see at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen marks 500 meters to go. And so now we have McLean about maybe 2/3 of a boat length up on Yorktown, who is now pulled bow to stern out on Wakefield. As we come in here with the last 400, 350 meters to go.
Each of those buoys is about 10 meters apart, give or take. I know that in one of the lanes are much closer, but each of those buoys is about 10.
So McLean still holding on to their lead, and Yorktown trying to really solidify their second place spot here for the final, really trying to push on Wakefield. Wakefield doing their best to not let them do that. Wakefield fighting back and trying to pull back into that second place position.
So one of the things I also like to watch just to see crews in general is how much splash they're getting at the finish and at the catch. At the catch, there should be a little bit of splash. At the finish, we're trying to minimize splash. As a physicsy kind of person, if you have water pushing against water, that is better.
Yeah.
And if you have water pushing against air, that is worse. So at the finish, we kind of look for as little water flying into the air as possible. And at the catch, there are debates about this, but I like a little bit of splash.
Yeah, this is one of those things that we get into. As long as all 8 people are doing the same thing, that's good. But I agree with you. I like a little teeny backsplash and then a little bit of forward splash as the bottom edge of the blade hits the water moving towards the bow. But by the time the blade is fully buried, you've turned the weight around and suspended on the handle and are sending that boat. So here we go. McLean getting winning the heat here to advance to the final, and then it looks like second place will in fact be Yorktown, followed by Wakefield High School. Little Arlington on Arlington battle there. There are 3 public high schools in Arlington, and all 3 have rowing programs.
I think it's 50% in FCPS, and
maybe even more now in FCPS. And Loudon is picking it up, and Prince William is picking it up. The sport is growing. When I started rowing, there were 7 teams at state championships. I was 7. Kathy claims 5.
I started rowing when it was already big. So I'm not going to mention it, otherwise I'll make some people feel old.
Don't worry. I look in the mirror and I feel old. So we should have next up the second heat of the Women's Novice 8, event 15, that had to be stopped to be restarting.
Which will bring us an hour behind schedule.
Oh, look, don't jinx us like that.
I say things that I think about them after I say them.
Yes, we are a little behind schedule right now. Hopefully, once again, we'll get caught up as the races go on. It is the headwind is making and things a little challenging. If we have a tailwind, things tend to go a little quicker. Last week we ran 50 events on 5-minute centers, and
71 or
something like that. Well, the first 50 events were on 5-minute centers.
This was all varsity, yeah.
All the varsity events, and we finished 1 minute ahead of schedule. So
We were so proud of that. We were all very happy. We were like, we did it. We
did it.
finally.
All right, so here we go. We're coming back up for the women's novice 8 heat 2. Once again, lane 1 Episcopal, lane 2 Alexandria City, lane 3 W&L, lane 4 Woodbridge, and lane 5 Sidwell Friends. They did do the restart, so as we come under, we will see if Sidwell Friends has been excluded for interfering with another crew, or whether they were issued a warning and given the restart. We will see. I can't tell from this angle on the drone footage if there are 5 or 4 crews on the starting platform.
Or unless 8 is parallel to the starting platform, which we have seen. So I will put it out as a question. That would.
Yeah, I see 4 as well, unless they're still waiting one boat to come around.
Perhaps they had a breakage event or something.
Right,
Oh yeah, there's a crew coming around
the platform right now.
So yeah, that makes sense with lane 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 filled. So that would be Sidwell Friends making their way to the start platform.
Okay. So shout out to all the Sidwell parents who are having a momentary. We'll see what happens as they give them commands here. Once again, we are watching the same drones footage that you are, so our insider knowledge is somewhat limited.
Sometimes the referees will tell us things.
Sometimes.
Not this time.
Not this time. So we'll see what's happening as they get this race underway. So we're waiting here for the start of the women's novice 8 heat 2. And we'll see what happens here. They are underway.
It does look like that Sidwell Friends school
boat was excluded for colliding with another team early in the race, and they will let them row down following the race and row down the course, but they will not be allowed to participate in the heat. So it's lane 1 Episcopal, lane 2 Alexandria City, lane 3 W&L, and lane 4 Woodbridge, with 2 to advance to the final.
And it looks like Alexandria City had a very good start, and then it looks like Washington Liberty maybe is in that second position right now.
Right, and it's once again 2 to advance to the final. So Alexandria City out in front, and yes, I would agree that currently W&L in second place, and then Woodbridge in third, and Episcopal in fourth.
So for the starts, the boats weigh about with the rowers in them. So the boats weigh 200 pounds. Each rower.
And these are from novice girls, so figured maybe 800, 900 pounds for the girls.
Total, including the coxswain.
Yeah.
So that is,
they are not.
Do some quick math. It's 1,100 pounds that they are accelerating at the beginning. They do not take full strokes. The first about 5 strokes thereabouts. Depends on the coach and their start sequence. But the start is a really heavy time where they are just trying to accelerate the boat. And there are a lot of different opinions on how the start should go. A lot of people say, full press. Other people say half press.
And that's going to be up to the coaches and the coach's discretion. And, ultimately, you do what works for you. We'll try. I know on my team, we'll try a couple different starts, and we'll see what feels best. And if a kid misses water or doesn't get their oar properly anchored, there's so much torque on the boat at that point that the boat will go sideways. And that's, especially in these novice events, why we see a bunch of collisions at the start. It's not just that the coxswains have lost the point due to the headwind. A lot of times it's also a kid will miss a stroke and the boat will turn sideways violently.
And thus is the fun of novice racing.
Yes.
So as a aerospace engineer, the blades are most efficient when they're moving slightly faster, or just slightly faster than the water. So at the beginning, it's very hard. with the boats moving very slow. That doesn't make sense because the blade stayed in the same place.
No, but it's
the principle is there.
right. The faster the boat's moving, the more efficient the blades are. The slower the boat's moving, the less efficient the blades are. And at the start, they're not moving. The boat's not moving at all. All right. So we got. Tell me if you're the engineer. You tell me if I explain that correctly.
Oh, yeah, no, that's good. It's really hard because I am so very practiced at talking about it with other engineers, and then I try and explain it to high schoolers, and then I'm like, all right, how do I dumb this down so it's like in English as opposed to engineer speak?
We have looks like Alexandria City bow to stern, maybe 2 seats up on W&L, and then them being about let's call it a 2/3 of a boat length to a boat length open water back to Sidwell, and then Episcopal is currently in 4th. All right, and so we have, once again, we're coming in here with the drone footage. Looks like we're over halfway through the race here. And this race looks like it's going to be pretty settled who's going to advance, barring something crazy happening, which, as we've seen in the novice racing, can happen.
And there's an example. Washington Liberty was drifting into AC's lane, but that is totally acceptable because
they did not interfere. It did not impede the progress of Alexandria City High School. So we have Alexandria City High School, W&L, but steering misadventures will cause the boat to slow down, as you mentioned earlier. Bernoulli's equation: the drag is the square of the velocity, and the boat will slow down the more you steer. And so it's
not only that, it adds distance to your race,
right?
Which.
Right. Instead of 1,500 meters, now it's 1,550.
Right. Which can make a significant difference. If you take about 10 meters per stroke and you're rowing at about a 30, that it could add about 10 seconds to your race if you really steer.
All right. We just passed the 500-meter buoys, so we're in the last 500, the last third of the race here. Teams will try and I'm telling you, give a hug to your athlete after the race, because this is where they are really working hard, really trying to make the boat go. Here we have Alexandria City still up on Washington and Liberty, W&L, and then in third place still we have Sidwell Friends on Wisconsin Avenue in Washington, D.C.
Running a very nice controlled race out in front from AC. Not really trying to change too much. It doesn't look like they're bringing it up too much for their sprint or anything like that.
No.
Understanding that they have a commanding lead and have one of those top 2 spaces almost certainly secured.
Coming into the last 250 here, the boats are kind of spreading out here a little bit. That's just one of the other effects of the headwind, is that it will spread the boats out. In a tailwind, the racing gets a lot tighter, and in the headwinds, teams tend to spread out a little bit more to the eye. And so coming in here into the grandstands, we have Alexandria City trying to get earn their place in the final of the women's novice 8. We have Washington and Liberty doing their best to hold on to the second spot, and Sidwell Friends doing their best to try and come back on them. Maybe a bridge too far here in the last 30, 40 strokes, but we'll see how it plays out.
No, it is very hard as the real estate kind of ends to make up ground, especially in the big 8s. Well, it might be worse in the singles.
I think in the singles, especially someone can just get a notion in their head and really go after, or someone else can just get a notion in the head. You can see more big swings, especially in the singles, because there's just one person rowing.
Right. In the 8s, it's really hard to make a concerted effort from all 8 people, 8 rowers, and it has to be led by the coxswain, and
right.
The coxswain has to make the decision, and this is the hard part about 8s, all the 8 rowers have to just immediately say, yes, my coxswain is right, it's time to go, and do that in sync, and that is the hard part about 8s.
And now we have the heats of the men's novice 8s. We'll have 3 heats of the men's novice 8s. We'll have race 17, 18, and 19. All 3 heats will be 2 to advance, and we're already underway as we try and make up time on the schedule here. So the men's novice 8.
Are they stopped?
No, they're rowing.
No, they're rowing. Yeah.
They're rowing. Men's novice 8, lane 1, Washington and Liberty. Lane 2, the Cougars of Oakton. Lane 3, Riverside. Lane 4, the Bruins of Lake Braddock. And lane 5, Forest Park.
It looks like we've got Riverside up ahead, followed closely by Oakton, and then it's very close for third between Forest Park and Washington Liberty. And then we've got Lake Braddock bringing up the rear fifth.
And so we have two boats here advancing the final. And so right now we have Riverside in the qualifying position. And Riverside
and Oakton.
Riverside and Oakton in the qualifying positions.
Lane 1 is Washington.
So Washington and Liberty, Oakton, Riverside.
Yeah.
All right.
And then,
so
one of the things that's interesting here is to look at the official launches. So the official's job is to maintain control of the race. So we can see the official launch that's closer to the bottom of the screen. They're kind of following these three crews that are in lanes 1, 2, and 3. And then there's the secondary official launch, watching the crews in lane 4 and 5. This is where we get into some issues with wakes hitting crews that are behind. But the officials are trying their best to maintain control of the race, and they sometimes have to wake crews to do that.
Especially in a race like this, where the determining is if there's a team that they know is not going to advance, they will occasionally throw a wake onto them so they can maintain control of the boats that are advancing.
They do their best job to avoid that,
and they really do their best to avoid that, and they're doing that here. So we have the men's novice 8 2 to advance, and it looks like at this point it's going to be Riverside is in a solid first, bow to stern with Oakton, and then the battle for third looks to my eye, WNL has a little bit of an advantage over Forest Park, but it's tough to tell at this angle. As we approach here the last 500 of the race.
I've gotten some information about the wind effect. Last week, Woodson's Novice 8 went 555. Today they went 652. So last week there was a tailwind.
Yeah, so that's just a sign of how much the weather affects, is that the race can be a full minute longer this week because of the wind conditions. Here we come into the last 300 meters. We have, once again, Riverside looking just really confident in their rowing, and Oakton as well. And to my eye, it looks like Forest Park may have pulled ahead of WNL, but it's really tough to tell with this drone angle. We'll have to wait till we go to the finish line camera to say. But once again, it is two boats to advance to the final.
And that Riverside crew really controlling their rate. They are not sprinting, it looks like, unless they just like low rates. But they're just really controlling it and getting that boat across the line in their secure first place right now. Playing the game.
Saving it for the final. As they come there, you can see the drone footage, you can see the grandstands, you can see the parents cheering on their athletes. As we come here into the finish. Last 20 strokes here as we approach the finish line. And there it is. There is the Riverside crew coming across the line, earning their place in the final of the men's novice 8. And second place was Oakton. And third place, Forest Park. Fourth place will be WNL. And fifth place will be Lake Braddock. And now we have Heat 2 of the men's novice 8 already on the platform.
Sorry, Kevin is sending me rules, and I'm reading them because Kevin, our director of rowing at Langley High School, is a lawyer, and
he likes his rules.
He likes his rules, and he's talking about all the stuff with the freshman 8 and the novice 8. He's just sending me information about them. It's a fun read.
All right, and now we have the men's novice 8 event. Heat 2, Lane 1, South County. Lane 2, Alexandria City. Lane 3, James Madison High School. Lane 4, Stonebridge. And Lane 5, Woodbridge.
Not confusing at all.
No.
Woodbridge rose out of Prince William, and Stonebridge is from Loudon, I think.
That is correct.
Yes. It's hard for me to keep everything straight because there are so many teams, which I love. Don't get me wrong. I love good competition, but
there's a lot of teams now.
Sometimes the schools sound the same, and I get confused.
The Loudon schools all have somewhat pastoral names, like Riverside, Stonebridge, Briarwoods, Fairfax County. Up until recently, they named them after famous Virginians, and then that has kind of led to a lot of name changes as people have really gone into history some people, and so now they've
Justice High School changed, Washington Liberty, although
Alexandria City,
Arlington,
even Woodson, we are now a different Woodson. But that's
South County is the nice example to break the rule.
Right.
They're just in the south of the county, so they are South County.
And since we're doing fun facts, the middle schools are all named, in Fairfax County, are all named after poets.
Thoreau, Kilmer,
Frost, Carl Sandburg. All right, we are underway here in the men's novice 8 heat 2.
Great start.
Great start for lane 1 for South County.
You can really see the high rates that they all produce. So normally they take 5 strokes. Those are shorter strokes, and then they enter a high 10, high 20,
really
high
good start.
30. And so that is when they take 10, 20, 30, however many strokes the coach wants, strokes at a high stroke rate, and then they start to settle. So you can start to see as the rates start to come down into something that they can manage for the entirety of the race.
And this is 2 to advance. So really that battle is for second place. Right now, I'd say South County had a really good start, and then James Madison seems to have pulled level with them, and then straight across for Alexandria City and Stonebridge for that third place, with Woodbridge just being a little bit back at this point.
This is another example of how novice racing changes all the time. It is my understanding. I think that South County boat was a freshman boat until this week. So they were unseated, so that's why we don't get that good chevron. South County's punching above their ranking of ranking.
Right. You can't rank a team that hasn't raced before. So in the event. So this is the fun of the seating committee. So we got South County here and Madison duking it out for first, and since they're both out, those are the 2 teams fighting to advance to the final this afternoon.
So as we enter the first 500 down, everything is set here. Boats are coming down. Just trying to maintain their spot. We have a really nice race for second right now. It is any of those crews game. So it can be either South County, AC, or Stonebridge could get that second spot to advance.
To my eyes, it looks like Madison has definitely established themselves as first place here, and South County is starting to get reeled in a little bit by the second and third and fourth place crews. I would put Stonebridge maybe in third right now, ahead of Alexandria City, as we come in here into the middle body of the race, where teams are really going to have to, this is where we find out who has the good base speed, who is able to maintain a cadence and an effort level and a run of the boat where they are being as efficient as possible and maximizing their speed. And it looks like South County just made a little move to reestablish themselves as the second place crew and come back up and challenge James Madison again.
Rowers often question us on our workout plans, especially in the winter, because they're curious and they doubt our levels of expertise and all that, which is fine. They're allowed to do that,
as they should, especially with me.
We spend a lot of time doing a lot of steady state, working on our cardiovascular system, really trying to build up that aerobic base. About 80 to 90% of the race is spent using respiration of the cells, working with our cardiovascular system. So we really, as coaches, want to build that up. And that is why winter training is so important. As many coaches say, you earn your medals in the winter and collect them in the spring. And these crews, it is evidenced by the middle 500 that these crews that are up in front and gaining have really strong cardio bases because they're able to put down a lot of power consistently throughout the entire race.
So for the parents, that explains why your athletes are eating so much and why their body shape is changing.
As I tell my rowers, eat more, please.
So here we go, and now it looks like Madison has a slight lead over South County, and then a real dogfight between Alexandria City and Stonebridge for the third place spot.
Yeah, fueling and hydration are one of the hardest things to do in the sport because all of a sudden you are burning so many calories. I remember stopping rowing after I was done with college and then gaining like 10 to 15 pounds because I didn't change how I was eating.
You got up late. So here we go. James Madison coming in, looking like they have now dropped the hammer and have now pulled out to almost a boat length on South County. South County looking very confident here in that second place qualifying position as Stonebridge and Alexandria City duke it out for that third place. Every team wants to do as best they can, even if they don't qualify. They know their order of finish, and if you're in front, you are watching those crews behind you and really pushing here. And now we got that side angle, and we can really see the separation of the crews here as we come into the last 20 strokes with James Madison in first, and there we go, James Madison first, South County second. Third place looks like it's going to be Stonebridge, which gives Alexandria City fourth, and Woodbridge will end up in fifth place. All right, and we have one more flight of eights before we move on to the sculling discipline. So we have the third heat of the men's novice 8, which is hopefully already locked into the platform, and we'll be ready to go here momentarily.
As we watch Woodbridge coming across the line.
Congratulations to the Vikings on their race today. They actually had a duel yesterday with Colgan High School for Prince William County supremacy, even though I'm sure the other Prince William County schools were like, well, we were invited. But they always have an annual duel here around this time between Woodbridge and Colgan, and that was yesterday. And as we wait to see, if you're watching on the drone footage, you can see the official holding up the white flag as they come across the finish line. That is the indication that the race is official. And then they will come over and they will actually give their time of the race to the finish line to verify the time that the finish line has on their own.
Because the finish line, they will time the race two ways with a physical stopwatch and then also from communication with the start tower. And then the finish line will be the one that develops the gaps. So from the time of the race, they will then add those gaps onto each of the other crews, and that's how we get our times in.
Right, and they have software that does that. Back in the olden days, we used to have pencils where we would add up the times, and the official would come in. You couldn't see the starting line because we didn't have technology, and so the officials were underway here in the heat. Race 19, men's novice 8, heat 3, lane 2, Thomas Jefferson, lane 3, Yorktown, lane 4, Wakefield, and lane 5, Langley. And so, yeah, back in the olden days, the official would come in, radio in the come in with a megaphone, tell you what the time they had, and at the finish line, all you were measuring was the margin. So you would start your watch when first place went off, and there was a whole grandstands of parents with with stopwatches. Nowadays, you go into regatta headquarters, and it looks like the bridge of the Starship Enterprise. There's monitors and computers everywhere. Shout out to the finish line people for the amazing job they do to get results out and tweet them out and keep everything running.
So this one's an exciting race.
This is a good one. We got something good going on here.
3 boats for 2 spots to go, and they are neck and neck. This is as even as it gets. It looks like maybe Wakefield is slightly ahead, but they are very close with Thomas Jefferson and Yorktown. It is any of those crews' race.
You can see the white blades with the green stripes on the Wakefield crew. You can see the baby blue Yorktown oars, and then you can see the red backside of the oars for TJ.
Because they have blue on the front.
With a white star.
Which, it makes it a little hard because I confuse them with McLean all the time because McLean has straight red oars, but it's fine.
Yeah, so as you can see, we got the crews coming down here. It looks to my eye that Wakefield's at a slightly higher rate. I will verify that here.
They are very similar to Yorktown. I'm watching their blades enter the water at about the same time.
But I got Wakefield at a 38.
Ooh. That's high for
That's spicy for a novice boat.
We like it. It's fast racing.
36 now.
Normally,
that may have been an erroneous button push on my part.
Normally, Olympic varsity crews Olympic top crews will be at 38, and normally in high school, varsity crews will be around a 36. Novice crews can be, well, it depends on the way of the crew and all that, and how they're rowing together. But 34 to 36.
Yeah. Sorry to talk over you. Once again, a higher rate does not necessarily mean the boat's going faster. It's about how efficient you can be. But it looks to me like Yorktown has now established themselves as first, and Wakefield is now in second, but only about 2 to 3 seats up on that TJ boat here. So this is still anybody's race as we come in here into the last little over halfway through the race. Who's going to really make the big push here in the last half of this second 500 and in the third 500 as we approach the finish line?
No, the game here is who wants it more. TJ could have a big push. They could sprint early. Anything could happen here. This is the exciting part. And when you're in this event as a rower, it's exciting. You hear all the other coxswains. You hear the clicks of the other oars, and the adrenaline flows.
Yeah. The adrenaline and the endorphins, you don't realize you're tired until the race is over.
And then you finish, and then the coxswain says, "Wait off," and then you're like, I'm tired.
Wait, why does my body hurt so very much?
What just happened?
And now with Wakefield now coming back, pushing back on Yorktown. They're in a battle for first place. TJ is going to have to make a move here if they want to get into that last qualifying position. But they are moving up on Yorktown as well. If they're moving up on them, it's a question of how much race is left. And now Yorktown respond, and now Wakefield's coming back.
Looks like we have about 250 left.
And it looks like a little steering correction there from Yorktown. But now they're coming in, and the rates are going up, and these novice rowers, as the rates goes up and the energy goes up, there's a higher likelihood of mistake. But now it looks like Yorktown is slightly up on Wakefield, who is pulled out almost a full boat length on TJ. As we come in here in front of the grandstands, you can hear the parents cheering for their crews.
Really good racing from all these crews. Really keeping it strong all the way to the finish. We love to see this kind of race.
All right, and now looks like Wakefield has pulled out about 4 seats on Wakefield, and Wakefield is now maybe 5 or 6 seats up on TJ. But
TJ's making a move. It is anyone's game for that second position.
It's going to be a tight one here for the second position. Here we go to the grandstand view. Oh boy, this is going to be close.
We're not going to be able to tell this.
You're going to have to go to Twitter for that one, because I am not calling that at the finish line for second place.
Really good. I heard beep, Beep, beep. That is really good racing from TJ to bring it back after being down. It's hard in eights because you are facing the wrong way. It is thrilling when you're up because you get to see your competition, but it is
stressful. Yeah, it is stressful. And then great racing there to end the eights for today. And now we are on to the singles, and here we have the first heat of the women's singles. And to comment, we will be welcoming back to us again Kathy Kaufman, the head coach at Albemarle, who has forgotten more about sculling than most of us know. We have lane 2 Gloucester, lane 3 Cox, lane 4 Granby, and lane 5 Cape Henry.
All right, so it looks like lane 3 Cox is out. This young lady went to nationals last year, and I believe she was third from the Cox High School, so she's really showing her strength in this race. These single races are going to be a lot more spread out than the eights.
That's just the nature of the beast. And really, this is an individual thing. It is like the eights. It's going to be a lot of teamwork and is everybody rowing together. Where in the single, it's you against the world.
Yeah, it's a sometimes lonely race, but there are a lot of kids that really, really enjoy the ability to have complete control of the race. There's no coxswain. There's no other, teammates, and they really like that.
It's very much an internal, if there is a question of will, this is the event that is going to test it.
Yeah, definitely. And this young lady from Cox is doing a great job staying long, staying controlled. Blades going in really nicely. She's got good length. There's a lot of different techniques in sculling. Some people really like that swing into the bow, which really looks like this young lady from Cox is really doing a great job swinging into the bow. And then there are other techniques where they're a little bit shorter, a little bit quicker, but she is definitely doing a great job. In this heat, there's 3 to advance. So we talked about the Cox girl, but you've got your young lady from Granby who's right there, as well as Cape Henry.
And because it's 3 to advance, and because these singles know what they need to do, they are in much more control of their own destiny. So they will be more likely to shut it down and not press as hard because it's easier for them to slow down and also easier for them to speed back up if they see that they haven't shut it down too much. For the parents here, since you're watching, you may notice that the boats all look a little bit different, and so in the eights you'll see 4 or 5 different manufacturers of boats, but in the singles you could see upwards of 10 to 12 different people who make boats. And we'll always have parents that'll ask me like, "Oh, what's the best boat?" And it's the one that works best for you. For my analogy I always use with the parents is, I don't know what's better, a Chevy or a Ford. Right? If you're a Chevy person, you're a Chevy person. If you're a Ford person, you're a Ford person. Yeah. So it's about finding what boat and single you like and that feels right for you.
Absolutely. And if you notice, some of these boats have stern-mounted riggers, which means all the rigger is in front of the rower, and then some of these boats have bow-mounted riggers, which the rigger then is behind the rower.
And if rowers are somewhat competitive, and boat manufacturers will sell you anything if you're willing to pay for it that you think makes you faster.
Right. Here we are at the finish. Rower from Cox out in the front, doing a very good job just staying long through that whole entire race.
And once again, I would expect the heats to come fast and furious here. The singles will have a much more maneuverable and much more in control generally of how they're rowing. And so I would imagine they will be getting on the docks pretty quick, and we will be seeing races coming off as we try and get back on the schedule a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Next race will be the women's single heat 2.
Once again, this is 3 to advance. Lane 2 will be Garfield. Lane 3 will be Western Albemarle. Lane 4 will be Mount Vernon, and Lane 5 will be Princess Anne. And here they are. They're already underway, already about 500 meters in.
So it looks like the young woman from Western Albemarle is out in front. And then hard to tell second or third.
I would put probably Lane 5 in second for Princess Anne. And then third place, I would put Garfield, and I would put the Mount Vernon Scholar currently in fourth.
But again, a lot can happen if only 500 meters is down.
Right, especially in these sculling events, as a kid can really turn it on, or a kid can really, kind of run out of gas. And so you can see lots of movement, big movement. They're more spread out, but you will see more big movement between the boats in these sculling events.
Absolutely. It's really nice to see sculling in this area kind of grow. There's absolutely no sculling when I was rowing in high school. I don't know, Brian, what about you? Did you have any? Yeah.
I think there was a quad.
Yeah. So now, we have...
There was lots of hairspray. It was the 80s, but there was no sculling.
We've got 2 heats of women's singles. We actually have 3 heats of men's singles and 3 heats of men junior singles. So quite a group with the sculling events in the area.
Right.
Nice to see that. Teaches a lot of, situational awareness. This is one person in one boat. There's no coxswain. There's nobody else to, help you along.
Yeah, you got to be in control of your boat. It's just a different discipline. It's really an internal struggle, but you don't have the teammate support, which can be good or bad, depending on your mindset.
Right. And some people really enjoy that.
Yeah, some people really like to be them, and other people really like to be in the team boats. And it's just a question of what's best for you and for your athletes.
And a lot of times with the smaller teams, if you have an odd number of athletes on, say, the women's side, you can put a quad together, maybe a couple doubles, and you want to make sure that everybody gets a lot of racing experience. Or maybe you put your best athlete in the singles. So it goes either way.
It all depends on who the athlete is and what's going to be best for your team. So you can see this is
a Western
Albemarle sculler. You can see the WA on her oars. Once again, a shout out if you ever want to go down a rabbit hole. There's a website, oarspotter.com, which will have the list of all the rowing programs and their oars, and it's not always up to date. They rely on the teams to kind of do that. I will say they are diligent about updating it. We were having this discussion in one of my classes on Friday, and we noticed that they still had our old WT Woodson, and I emailed them, and it was changed within 20 minutes. If you are a parent and you notice that, they don't have our oars right, send them an email. They'll fix it. They're omnipotent. They need you to tell them what the oar design is.
It's nice of the drone to get this great footage of that single sculler.
Yep. Shout out again to Maverick Rowing, who is providing the drone footage for this regatta. Maverick offers advanced training for middle school, high school, and collegiate competitive rowers, featuring an indoor 8-sweep rowing facility and sculling tanks, along with Concept 2 rowing and bike ergs for year-round training, no matter the weather.
Go Maverick.
Once again, spread out here, and we will, especially in the heats, they'll be spread out, and then as we get closer to the finals, these battles will get tighter and more ferocious.
Yeah, and the girls' single race is pre-qualified. So right now we've got Western in lane 3, Princess Anne in lane 5.
And it's from our drone footage, it's tough to say who else is going to qualify. We may have to wait until we go to the finish line angle to see what's going to happen here with who that third team will be to make it to the final, whether it'll be So there is the Western Albemarle sculler coming into frame, crossing the finish line, and just, once again, doing enough. They know they've made the final. A little wake there at the final. That's suboptimal from something. Unfortunately, we do not own the Occoquan, and occasionally we have some wakes thrown to us by fishermen, or sometimes just in the normal flow of running the regatta, an official will sometimes throw a small wake on the course. I know I can see they've already started the next heat.
This is the men's.
Yeah, but
men's
we're still showing the final of the women's second heat. We'll probably be jumping to.
Right, this is a second place finisher in the women's heat 2, Princess Anne.
And then it looks like third place is lane 2, Garfield. Right. From Prince William County, rowing out of the Oxford Boathouse. And then as soon as this race jumps over, we'll be jumping down to the men's first single, but this is still on screen, the women's single, as we finish up this race. All right, and we have cut now to the men's single. Lane 1, Williamsburg Classical. Lane 2, Mount Vernon. Lane 3, Western Albemarle A. Lane 4, Gloucester. And Lane 5, Western Albemarle B. The single is the only event at the regatta that you are allowed to enter B boats in. All other events you are allowed one entry per school only. And it looks like Western Albemarle A is out in front from what we can see from the drone. And then second place appears to be Western Albemarle B. And then third place, to my eye, is Williamsburg Classical. Correct. That looks like that. So, but there's another sign of the growth of rowing is Williamsburg Classical. I think is this their first year racing up here?
No, that actually is kid that trains at Matthews High School, or with and alongside Matthews High School.
Okay, so
I believe he raced at Galactic National last year.
Excellent, good. But we want to see. I like seeing the new names of new teams.
So we're coming to the finish line momentarily. Here's the finish line drone. We have Western Albemarle, that is Thomas Lambert. And does look like Will Lang from Williamsburg Classical is in second place, with Western Albemarle B in third place.
And that was 2 to advance, so that is a sign of how much you can make up moves in the single. Is that young man made a really big push in the last 500 to grab that last qualifying spot. Once again, the drone footage is not a perfect angle, or the finish line angle is not perfect, so please double check the official results online to see who advanced to the final. And we are now in heat 2 of the men's single, and as I predicted, the races are coming fast and furious now.
Trying to make up that time, aren't they, Brian?
Trying to get back on schedule so the officials can actually stop for lunch. We have lane 2, Episcopal High School, this is exciting. Episcopal now has men's. For the longest time, they only had a women's team, and now they have some men rowing for the program as well. As my brother will tell me, from the high school is how they like to refer to themselves. And I guess you can get away with that if your school is over 180 years old.
All right, so in lane 2 we have Episcopal, in lane 3 we have Cox, lane 4 is Potomac, and lane 5 is Freedom Woodbridge.
Yes, Freedom High School in Woodbridge, Virginia, as opposed to there's also a Freedom High School in Loudoun County. Both are Eagles, both have black and gold as their colors. I actually taught for several years at Freedom High School, and we would have job interviews where people literally went to the wrong high school.
So it looks like...
And this young man rowing... Sorry, I'm just going to jump in.
Go ahead.
This young man rowing for Freedom Woodbridge, this is the first year that Freedom Woodbridge has ever had a team and awesome. Had someone entered into the school. So shout out to Mr. Ramirez. And good luck. I happened to have been talking with his stats teacher, so good luck to Mr. Ramirez on his AP Stats exam on Thursday.
Oh, yep. Good luck to all those students out there that have AP exams starting next Monday.
Yes. And good luck to the patience of all the coaches whose kids are going to be wandering in an hour late because they're finishing AP exam as the coaches bash their head against the walls.
Oh.
But it looks really good here from the Piscobal rower coming down in lane 2, and then lane 4 Potomac. And I don't know, we don't have the drone footage, and it jumped in the middle of the race, so I'm not sure exactly who's first, who's second, or third. I can say that Piscobal is ahead of Potomac. Yeah. And Potomac is ahead of Freedom Woodbridge, but where the Cox athlete is, they could be in first, they could be in fourth. I do not know, and so I apologize to the viewers at home that we don't have better information to give you. We'll get in a sense of that as they come up here to the finish line.
Looking from the finish line, only looks like 3 boats.
Oh, you know what? We did see the one boat that flipped earlier in the waiting starting line, and that could be that athlete, and they were not in the race today. And so there's an overhead shot. Yeah, it's just these 3 athletes. So it looks like the Cox athlete was the athlete that flipped their single and did not recover in time to make their heat.
All right, so this is a lot closer than it looked like from the drone footage. I'm going to let the finish line judges call it. We heard 2 successive beeps right after each other.
Close to call. And once again, but also there's the gamesmanship, as the person out in front was like, I'm going to save it for the final.
Right.
I know I got this in. And so congratulations to Freedom Woodbridge there on finishing their first race at state championships under the Freedom Woodbridge banner. And they're training alongside the Potomac crew, so shout out to the Potomac crews for shepherding in a new program.
All right, and we're waiting heat 3 of the men's single. Again, 2 to qualify in each one of these men's races. Okay, as of about 5 minutes ago, we were almost an hour behind, and now we're only about 25 minutes behind. Not even.
Yeah, that's how it works. Here we go. Here is the heat 3 of the men's single. Once again, 2 to advance to the final. And it looks like first play. Ooh.
All right. We got a tight race here.
This is going to be spicy for the.
We have St. Anne's in lane 3. And it looks like Ocean Lakes in lane 5. I believe it's Ocean Lakes.
Yeah.
That is St. Anne's in the middle lane in the blue boat. I already know that because I coached that kid. Go Carter, sorry. And then it does look like Ocean Lakes in lane 5, I believe, or is that?
No, that's Ocean Lakes.
Yeah.
That is lane 5, so we're going to assume that Ocean Lakes staying in their lane there.
Yep.
And then Gloucester back in 3rd, but this is going to be 2 to advance.
2 to qualify for the final later today.
I am not familiar with Ocean Lakes. I'm going to guess that they're the Norfolk Tidewater area?
No, Ocean Lakes is Virginia Beach, and they were unranked because we haven't seen them all year, so we didn't know how fast that kid was.
And the answer is he's pretty fast.
And the answer is pretty fast.
So good on him, Ocean Lakes, and welcome up to Virginia State Championships.
If he's the same Ocean Lakes as last year, he was second in the junior single last year.
All right, so excellent.
Ooh, see, closer than you think from the drone. I think Ocean Lakes is going to nip St. Anne's, but what an awesome race for those two young men. Again, these singles races are a little bit tighter than one would have thought. All right.
So that was heat 3.
That was heat 3, 2 to qualify. And we have the junior men's single up next. There are also 3 heats with the junior men. And we have finishing here, I believe, in lane 4,
Stonebridge.
Stonebridge.
So what the junior events are is the rules say is anybody can enter the men's single, but to enter the junior single, you cannot be a senior. Is the rule is. So there can be for some teams it's their second single, and for some teams it's their first single, but they're just younger athletes. It takes time to figure this stuff out. Yeah. Like it's you know, if you read what was it, Tipping Point, 10,000 hours. It takes time to figure these things out, and so you need, you know, we have a different event for the juniors. The junior scullers. It's showing race 24 on the monitor, but pretty sure
race 25 with 5 heats. We'll read you off. It is lane 1 Potomac at the bottom of your screen. Lane 2 Mount Vernon, slightly back. Lane 3 Western. Albemarle looks like slightly ahead. Lane 4 First Colonial, again out of Virginia Beach. And lane 5 is Matthews.
Out of the northern neck.
Yes. Where is it, the middle neck?
I don't know. It's one of the necks.
What is there, the middle, the northern and the southern? I don't know.
Sorry. I'm a Northern Virginia boy. Okay. I just know they're outside the Beltway.
So it looks like in 3, Western is out. We have a fight for that second qualifying place.
Is this one's also 2 to advance?
This is 2 to advance.
Okay.
Looks like it's Potomac and First Colonial. All right, and you know I can't tell from the drone, so we're just going to call that an even draw right now.
Right, and it's 500 to go. They're just passing that buoy because we've already gone through the power lines, right? Or is that 500 in?
I'm assuming this is 500 to go.
No.
No.
You'll be able to see them. No, that's we're 500 meters into the race, so that's why that was so tight. Is because we were just after the start.
So again, this race was supposed to go off at 11:48. So, you know, we're about 30 minutes behind, maybe a smidge more, but we are catching up.
So, really like the way that Western Albemarle rower is moving, just really hanging his weight on the oars, and you can just see the big acceleration through the water on every stroke.
Yep, he's got really good length, good relaxation into the catch. And again, he's rowing one of those boats where we have that bow-mounted rigger. You can see that blue sort of painted rigger behind him.
Is that a fluid design?
Yes, fluid.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just name-dropping boat manufacturers here. So there are the power lines. So we are now about halfway through the race. And the boats are starting to separate out a little bit here as we get later into the race.
All right, looks like that First Colonial boat is the boat that we see sort of in the middle of their screen, Western at the bottom of your screen. And I don't know, we can't see everybody else.
Right. But I believe that's First Colonial with the orange oars there.
Correct. In lane 4.
In lane 4.
Looks like Western's really started to shut it down a little bit. If you can notice, the stroke rating is a lot lower than it was at the beginning of this race. And again, this is 2 to qualify for the finals later today.
The men's junior single. Once again, I see them coming down the course out of the corner of our eye as we look down tucked in behind the finish line tower here. But it looks like they're coming in here to the last little bit, and the teams have separated out, and I'm assuming the drone's showing us the top two. So this is Western Albemarle and First Colonial fighting for those two qualifying spots for the final this afternoon.
Both of these scullers have sort of taken down that rating a little bit, really relaxed through the finish.
Right, just saving it for the final. But really good movement. So for everybody, if you're getting a little bit of feedback, sorry, once again, this is our first time doing audio, and during the lunch break, if we actually have it, we're going to give it our best shot
Yes.
to clean up the wiring so we don't get so we get clean audio for everybody here.
All right, see the white buoys? We're coming into the finish.
Yep. And
here's the finish line.
And here's a nice view of the finish line. All right. And I am going to turn it over to somebody else for a little while. I'm going to take a little break. Kathy's going to stay on because she knows, once again, more about sculling than just about anybody in this area, and she is the expert, so we're going to let her have. And we're going to be joined by another guest on the mic here, David Noyes, the former men's coach, or former women's coach at Wakefield, and now the head coach at Whitman High School in Bethesda, who's going to be racing here tomorrow at Wamira's.
All right, we're into the men's junior single heat 2, already on the water. We have Gainesville in lane, let's go Hilton lane 2, Rockridge in lane 3, Hickory in lane 4, and Gainesville in lane 5. Again, I'm only seeing 3 crews right now with both referee launches falling behind, so it looks like we're missing one of the crews, most likely lane 5. I could be mistaken, but it looks like lane 3, Rockridge, is out. And then battling for that second place would be Hilton and Hickory. I don't see a lane 5, but again, that could be my eyeball not seeing everything. All right. All 3 of these young men in these singles are doing a really great job staying long through the water. You can notice that the lane 3 is a little bit higher, or was a moment ago, a little bit higher on the rating than the other 2 crews.
Yeah, lane 3, really dominant performance right now, looking at about 31 strokes a minute. Just really long, coming through the power lines now.
As coaches, we always talk about how to keep the boat quick and light. Even at the higher rating, you can kind of slow it down, but this sculler in lane 3 from Rockridge is doing a great job keeping that stroke quick and light, moving his single scull through the water very well. You can see that he's slowing down into the catch, doing a really great job with that stroke.
And we see nice acceleration into the finish. The hands are speeding up for the whole stroke, and you can see the boat do a little jump as they go. So that's nice acceleration. That's good boat speed there. Really good work from this Rockridge single.
Again, this is 2 to qualify. Looks like Hickory in lane 4 is pulled out from Hilton in lane 2. Again, there's a lot of race left, and they're both doing a great job staying in contact with each other.
Yeah, should be about 2 minutes of racing left, maybe a little bit more as through the lines.
Really nice drone shot right now overhead. So, another shout out to that Maverick Rowing for providing this awesome footage. One thing I really like about this Rock Ridge single is very little disturbance of the water. If you notice the puddles or as the blade comes out of the water, very little splashing and moving water forward. So he's doing just a super job of that, keeping it clean and light through the stroke.
It's all you see. The puddles behind the boat are nice and dark. There's not the big white wave of water being thrown. Just really effective stroke there. All three singles are coming by the grandstand now, so they should start to get a little bit of cheering from their teammates, friends, and family, and hopefully that's going to give them a little bit of a boost coming through.
Yeah, lane 4. And that Hickory crew, the young man in the Hickory single, is holding on to that second qualifying spot with the Rock Ridge single sculler out in front, getting the first spot into the final later today. Boats are about 100 meters from the finish. You can see the white buoys in the drone footage. And here's the finish line.
Should be an exciting final for this race with two boats relatively dominant in their heats so far. Begin to battle each other out in the final. Should be some really good racing between these guys.
And coming up is the last heat of the men's junior single. Again, 2 to qualify in this last race. We have that Hilton coming across the line. All right, and the third heat is on the water. In lane 2, we have Potomac B. In lane 3, we have St. Anne's. In lane 4, we have Gloucester. In lane 5, Albemarle B. Again, I only see 3 crews starting in the race so far.
Oh, looks like we might have a little bit. He's correcting back over on that steering. That's good. Gave a small haircut right to that buoy, but right back in it.
Oh, and we're already at the power line, so we got about 600 or so to go here in the third heat of the men's junior single. Okay, this is a race, folks. It looks like lane 3 and lane 2
are pretty close.
Right.
Lane 3 might have a foot or 2 up, but lane 4 is not letting it go either. Lane 4 is trying to hold on, trying to claw back up.
Both of these single scullers are staying long. It's easier to see the white blades.
It's surprisingly difficult to steer a single or a double in a straight line. There's no rudders in these boats. These athletes are just using the pressure on the different blades, and it feels like it should be really easy until you try it for the first time down a course. So these guys are doing a good job keeping themselves right in the lane. I think so.
We apologize if we're getting these lanes mixed up. We thought we had 4 boats and now we only have 3. So we believe this is lane 3 and lane 4. Lane 3 being St. Anne's and lane 4 being Gloucester. If I look at the colors of the blades.
Really nice push through from St. Anne's here. Was very close to Gloucester for most of this race. Right at the end, made a little jumped off.
We have about 500 meters meters to go, and really anything can happen in the last 500, especially in these single races. And all three of these boats are doing a great job staying in contact with each other.
Western walking up a little bit now. You see the rower give a couple places over her shoulder. Coming right for that roster move. It's going to be an exciting finish here. Looks like St. Anne's is basically a shoe-in for the final at this point. Looks to be anyone's game for the second qualifying spot. Looks like Western might be pulling ahead by just a touch here.
And we have just about 260 meters to go. Crews are coming by the grandstands.
This is the best kind of racing as a rower. It's always fun to be battling out with the boat right next to you. The adrenaline really gets going. Yeah, but right now it looks like Western might have it with maybe 100 meters to go. Come from behind qualification out of lane 5 here. But a good fight with all these scholars. This is the closest heat we've seen so far out of this event. All these athletes pushing each other really well. Right here on the finish line, we have across the line probably 2 strokes. Looks like St. Anne's in first place, West Albemarle in second, and Gloucester in third. Looks like the Potomac Depot is still on the course. They're coming by the grandstand now. About 250, 300 meters to this point.
Okay, and we have the final of the women's double. In lane 1, Independence. In lane 2, Western. In lane 3, Albemarle. In lane 4, Hickory. In lane 5, Rockridge. In lane 6, Potomac. Right? And from our drone footage, it looks like we have Albemarle out in front with Western and Hickory. Looks like Hickory might have just a slight bit of lead, but those 3 boats are super close right now. Albemarle in lane 3, Hickory in lane 4, and Western Albemarle in lane 2.
Those boats have all pulled away from the 4th, 5th, and 6th place crews right now, but honestly, at the top of the field right now, it could be anyone's game for first, second, or third as we get further into the race.
Alright, so you have the Albemarle boat rowing at about a 31, 32. Looks like the Hickory boat is a little bit higher in terms of rating. You can see their blades going in and out of the water a little bit quicker. Yes, I have them at 32, 33. Looks like Albemarle is trying to do a little push here with the Western crew hanging on to that Hickory crew.
Just really close right now for second and third place between Hickory and Western. Really good racing out of all 4.
Again, remember that drone angle is a little bit different. Here we come. That Hickory crew is really pushing that Albemarle crew right now.
Coming by the grandstands now. We're starting to hear some activity over there. Crews are coming by.
Lots of footage for a little bit here.
Looks like crews are starting to separate out a little bit. Albemarle pulling a little bit more ahead. Looks like Hickory might be pulling a little bit in Western. But still really dominant performance of these 3 couples.
Yeah.
Rockridge, Potomac, and Independence for 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Okay, and this is last week, the races were almost a minute faster. This week they're a minute slower because we have a little bit of headwind on the course. And especially for these smaller boats, that extra minute is a lot. It's not like an 8 where you've got 7 other people helping you down the line. This double or the single is, becomes a lot longer of a race when we have this little bit of headwind. But these 3 crews really put in Hickory giving Albemarle a run for money here in the last 100 or so meters of the race. They're both bringing the rating up, doing a great job, staying composed throughout this entire race. And here we are. We're coming to the finish line. You can see this. There we go. Finish line.
It looks like for our first final of the day, first gold medal of Virginia State's is going to go to Albemarle in the women's double.
With second place Hickory. And third place to Western Albemarle.
All right, congratulations, everybody. First medals of the day are coming out soon.
Looks like we have Rockridge in lane 5, coming in 4th place.
Looks like Independence lane 1, and actually might be close here.
Oh, close. We're going to let the finish line call that one, folks.
Might be a photo finish for 5th and 6th place there with Potomac and Independence. Next race of the day coming up, we have the first semifinal, women's novice 4. And that is going to be Episcopal in lane 1. Remember, lane 1 is on the right-hand side of the course from this view here. Lane 2 will be Briar Woods. Lane 3, Robinson. Lane 4, Potomac Falls. Lane 5, Gloucester. And lane 6, Alexandria City High School. Drone is working its way back up to the start line. Looks like those crews are getting lined up into the starting blocks now. This will be top 3 crews will advance to the grand final later this afternoon. It's having semifinals in these state championships is a little unusual, especially with one day of racing. But whenever there's more than 18 boats entered in one event, in order to have fair seeding onto finals, we need to have semis. So these girls are potentially the top ones here, are going to be racing 3 times today, and doing 3 1,500-meter, almost 1-mile races in one day is a really challenging endeavor. So, good on them for fighting through. Looks like right now Episcopal is getting locked into the starting platform. Everyone else looks pretty aligned and ready to go. So hopefully we'll be getting started in a minute or so. Really nice overhead shot of the platform here. It's cool to see the different oar colors, boat colors, all mostly lined up in a straight line towards the finish line. Coxswains are going to try to get as straight as they can right now. The boat's going to go faster if they use less of the rudder, and also they're going to be less likely to crash into one another if they're pointed parallel, if I remember that from math class, and they're off.
There we go. Welcome. Sorry.
We might have a collision immediately off the line. Coxswains might get it.
I think they got it back. It's going to be close, but I think they pulled it out.
Good work by the Coxswains from Potomac Falls and Gloucester there. That was tight. That was some good steering out of first-year Coxswains. Really good work for them.
Yeah, it's really tough to keep those boats on point in the headwind because the boats really want a weather vane. And you can't keep rowing as you're waiting for the start. You have to kind of set things up and make sure that you're set for the start. So really shout out to those Coxswains for pulling out that near miss, and I'm sure that their adrenaline just spiked.
I mean, that's got to help for the rowers. The number one way to avoid a crash is to be faster than the other boat.
Right. So everybody got a nice little shot of adrenaline there as we come in. So this racing should be tighter because now we are in the semifinals. So these are all boats that advanced out from the morning. Lane 1, Episcopal. Lane 2, Briar Woods. Lane 3, Robinson. Or is this?
That's lane 3. So right now, we don't see lane 1 on the screen. So it looks like Robinson has a bit of a lead right now, but we don't see Episcopal. So there might be a dark horse right now.
Yeah. So, but once again, this is going to be much tighter racing because we are into
and there we go. Episcopal looks like they're up on the field over all the way on the right in lane
1. The high school, as they like to refer to themselves, in boarding school in Alexandria, Virginia.
It is tough to be referred to as the high school at a scholastic event where
everybody's a high school. Yeah. On the other hand, my brother was the class of 1991, and that was the 150th graduating class from the high school. So
they might have first dibs on the name.
They have dibs on some stuff.
Really good racing here for first and second place out of Episcopal and Robinson.
And we're sorry about the noise. We know that there's some feedback. We're going to try and fix those wires up during the lunch break coming up here.
Like Foster's pushing them, making them on as second place. If I was a betting man right now, like Episcopal, Robinson, and Gloucester will be moving on to the finals later this afternoon, barring any major changes or incidents right now.
Right, coming in, you can see that buoy on your left-hand side. That's the 500-meter mark. So they've just passed out of the first. They're about 600, 700 meters into the race.
About 32 strokes a minute out of the Episcopal boat. That's pretty standard for Novice 4 at this level.
Shout out to the head coach of Episcopal, Dave Collins, former Olympian.
And about 30 strokes a minute out of Robinson. And just Robinson and Episcopal in a little bit of a dogfight right now, trying to see who's going to be top seed coming into the final later this afternoon.
I don't know about you, David, but I, despite all my experience, do not have a bronze medal from the Olympics like Dave Collins.
I sure don't.
No. So shout out to Mr. Coach Collins there. And now just a little bobble there from Episcopal, and it looks like Robinson has now pulled out into the lead. And now we're really seeing some really good tight racing here from those top 3 crews that definitely have separated here as we come through the power lines.
So we're at about 500 meters to go now, about 2 minutes to go for these 3 lead boats.
There, and you'll see with this drone footage coming from the other direction like it normally does, you'll see there's a bunch of rocks where we get people who come down and cheer there. And if you've ever been on Row 2K, that's where that Row 2K photographer likes to hang out for your kids, for all those great pictures you see.
All the shots of the kids warming up
doing the thing. Yes, that's where he likes to hang out. So here we go. Coming in here is, you can see that little red buoy, the upper right-hand corner of your screen is the 500-meter mark. So here we're coming into the last third of the race, and it's still
tight racing. Looks like we have contact between all 3 lead boats.
And back there in lane 2, Briar Woods is trying to make a move to push back into contention here, but it's going to be tough to do that with 500 meters to go.
Yeah, we can now, from the finish line, we can see the boats start to approach. They're on the way to the grandstand, so we should hear them start to make some noise.
Yeah, you'll hear the parents cheering here as we come into in front of the grandstands with about 300 meters left. Once again, Robinson, then Episcopal, and then Potomac Falls.
I believe this is Gloucester in third place here.
Oh, you know what? You are correct. I am incorrect. My apologies to all the Gloucester parents who are now calling for me to be drawn and quartered for miscalling the crew. It is Gloucester coming in here, and so coming in to the last 250 here. Oh, really good racing here. As the kids are this is their second race of the day, and then they're going to come back for the final in the afternoon.
It's been a while since I've been racing, doing 3 racing in one day is tough. Like, so bravo to these kids for getting it done. Later this afternoon. They're going to be tired tomorrow.
For all the parents who are watching their kids race, make sure that they can have that extra brownie. They can get the ice cream with the sprinkles. All right, and here we go. Really, by the way, shout out to Maverick. This is phenomenal drone footage here. As we come down here,
looks like they're just chasing along like an action movie, watching Robinson about to cross the line. First place, semifinal number 1 for the girls, novice 4.
As we switch the finish line camera, and once again, just a gentle reminder that that finish line camera is not quite on the finish line.
Congratulations to Robinson, Episcopal, and Gloucester. These girls in their first year of rowing move on to the state final in December. Big Robinson right now cheering for their boat. I see a lot of blue and yellow pom-poms in the air. A lot of excitement there. The varsity teammates cheering on the novices, which you love to see.
All right, we're coming back up here now for semifinal number 2 of the women's novice 4. Lane, we'll see.
There we go.
Here we go. Lane 1, St. John Paul. Lane 2, Lake Braddock. Lane 3, Langley High School. Lane 4, James Madison. Lane 5, Stonebridge. And lane 6, the Cougars of Oakton.
Looks like we're waiting on Oakton to get into the starting platform. You can see, interestingly enough, for a novice crew, looks like the Stonebridge crew in lane 5 has a bucket in their boat, which is where there's 2 oars on the same side of the boat back to back. So you can see up there how it goes starboard, port, port, starboard. Sometimes called the Italian rig. See how that goes for Stonebridge today.
It's one of those things that you do to try and make the boat go a little bit straighter, especially in a floor where the vectors are kind of turning the boat. And it looks like the winds died down a little bit. It looks like the headwind's not as bad as it was earlier. This morning it was kind of rough. You could really see the eddy from the wind on the leeward side of the dock, and it looks like the wind has cooled it down a little bit, which is nice. And here comes Oakton, steaming up to the start. This is one of those things that's really tough for those novice crews to thing is they launch from the dock 40 minutes ahead of time, and they have to make sure that they go up and are in the right place and at the right time for their race.
And it's hard when the race starts to fall behind schedule a little bit. Do you launch when you're supposed to, or do you launch when you think the race is going to happen? And then that can be a difficult choice to make.
Right. And so they, when they launched, they could have been like, oh, the races are an hour behind schedule. And then the sculling events happened where we ran the races every 4 minutes. And now we are back down to only being, about a half hour behind schedule?
Yeah, 37 minutes.
That's
better than before.
Yeah, it's way better. So we're catching back up, and we'll catch back up over the lunch break.
This boat here, this Oakton boat coming into the line, for a little bit of trivia about David's life that I'm sure none of the listeners truly need to know, was the first boat that I ever coached about 15 years ago when I started coaching. Was the AJ Cornelius was the first one. So it's cool to see a shell like that still in action, still racing at the state semifinals and doing well. Again, decent alignment right here at the start.
And so what the coxswains are doing is it's really hard. They can't steer as they're backing up, so they have to do it with differential pressure. And then they will lock on. A wonderful parent volunteer is holding onto their stern while laying down on basically a metal diving board. And then the coxswains will try and steer around and get their point as the boats try and weather vane into the headwind.
Trying to hold on to about 600 pounds of boat and rower on a diving board while over 80 feet of water.
Right, and so we have to teach the athletes a special way to row when they're on the platform. as I always tell them, it's like you can't do a full stroke because that mom is not going to go in the water for you.
That would be, at least now we'll get to see that on the drone footage, but hopefully no volunteers get pulled.
No, nobody gets pulled in.
Would make it harder to find individual volunteers.
And so the term that they use is that they scull the boat around. And they either pass the oar to another athlete or reach way, way out of the catch and take little choppy strokes to try and turn the boat sideways using, the physics term vectors. That boat going straight so that they, and there we go. It looks like we got pretty good alignment. This is really just great drone footage. Once again,
probably going to call the start pretty quickly just because as soon as you have alignment, it's best just to take it.
Yeah. Once again, big shout out to Maverick Row for providing the amazing drone footage to capture every angle overhead and the photo finish. All the VASRA regattas this season. Visit the Maverick Rowing website at maverickrowing.com to watch the regatta live and see the footage from previous races.
It's been an absolute game changer to be able to watch regattas like this rather than even for the coaches with good viewing areas. We see the last 100 meters of the race. Parents might see nothing at all. So this is really great to make rowing a little bit more accessible and spectator friendly. So really appreciate the work that they're doing.
All right, once again, still trying to get them aligned. So what happens is that we're off.
St. John Paul was a little not in the proper position, but looks like the coxswain's going to be able to yank that over with the rudder.
Right, and at least they were pointed away from other boats and not towards them. Once again, this is just the start. They will start getting everybody back on track. As we said earlier in the broadcast, the coach will tell you you can't win the race in the start. You can lose it, and as long as you're in contention here, with about 200 meters in, then when the boats really settle into their rhythm, then we really start to see the better people move out. And once again, also we should expect to see the chevron pattern here because these races were everybody here raced today, and their lane placement is based on how they did earlier today.
Yeah, looks like so far this is going to be tight to advance. Langley and James Madison seem to be pretty close up front with maybe a little bit of an edge to James Madison. And fighting for third right now is Stonebridge and Lake Braddock, also pretty close, but still pretty close to Langley in front of them. So some good racing so far.
Right. We got these four crews out in front, and only 3 of them will advance to the final. So it's going to be a battle here as we come out of the first 500 to see who is in fact going to make it to the final.
And we can see the coxswain in this James Madison boat, that black boat in the center with the white oars, is doing a really good job. We can see they're going a little straighter than some of the other crews, and just any advantage you can have in a race like this really helps.
Yep. Every time you touch the rudder, that boat slows down. And if you kind of serpentine down the course, you're no longer rowing 1,500 meters, you're rowing 1,550, 1,600 meters. And that makes it really hard to be competitive. So all these novice coxswains who have picked up the sport, and really for these novice coxswains, I always tell the parents, listen, this is a kid steering a something the size of a semi, and they don't even have a driver's license yet, so they're doing just a fantastic job.
Yeah, there's no permits or courses for this. Really, it's you throw the smallest person in the boat and say, all right, dude, time to figure it out. So they're doing a great job.
All right, so it looks like Madison out in front, and then to my eye, I would say St. John Paul in second.
John Paul and Langley look really close with maybe a seat over Stonebridge, but at this point in the race, especially with novices and less experienced athletes, anything could happen.
Anything could happen. And as we saw in those singles races and those doubles races, people made really big moves at the end of those races.
Yeah, especially they start to come in, they start realizing they're by the grandstands, they get that kick of adrenaline when they hear Dad ringing that cowbell.
Well, Wayfield's not in this race, but yes, and so yeah, looks like James Madison definitely establishing their dominance here and saying, hey, we're going to be the team to beat in the final. But these other 3 boats are just going to be battling. There's 3 across here for those last 2 spots.
It's tight. Even with the drone footage, it's hard to predict right now who's going to come out on top here. But just really dominant performance out of this Madison boat. Nice long strokes. You see they're moving together.
Right. So it looks like Langley may have edged forward just a little.
Yeah, Langley and Stonebridge might be edging ahead of St. John Paul just a scooge.
Oh man, it's tight. It's tight. Now, as they come in here, we haven't gone through the power lines yet, so we're probably about halfway through the race at this point, and nobody Madison has clearly established themselves in first, but nobody has claimed second place yet. There are the power lines there, so that means we got about 600 meters to go.
This is going to be tough. Right now, we're looking like the difference between making the final and not making the final could be less than a second between some of these boats,
Right.
which is just a really tough margin over a race that's almost a mile long.
There was earlier one of the singles races, the guy advanced to the final by 0.6 of a second after racing for 7 minutes.
It's tough.
Shout out to Williamsburg Classic on that race.
Yeah,
so
time is measured down to the 100th of a second, and sometimes that's what matters.
Yep. So we're going to see here. This is going to be good, tight racing. Once again, we won't have the official results here on the broadcast. You're going to want to log into either the VASRA Twitter. Once again, I'm not going to call it X because I haven't gotten any money from Elon yet in the broadcast yet. Yeah, hey, listen, I'm open. I'm open. He can Venmo me, and then there's the official VASRA site has the results, and they also have an official Twitter page where they post the results and post pictures if it is a photo finish. Right. Shout out to all the parent volunteers working the finish line and all the work they're doing to make this regatta happen.
Looks like Langley has pushed up, and we can't see Stonebridge right now, but looks like Langley is probably going to secure the second place spot in this race behind a very dominant Madison crew. Really good work from those girls from Vienna for Madison. This is a great looking novice 4. And we'll see what happens. Looks like for third place of who advances to the final between St. John Paul and Stonebridge as we're coming up to the grandstands now. Still from our view, looking ahead down to the grandstand, still too close to tell. Stonebridge looks like they're up and might be up on second place. Could be St. John Paul's falling back towards fourth. We're going to see the stroke rates are going to start to come up. The boat speeds are going to start to speed up as these girls here are in a mad sprint, mad dash to the finish line, doing anything they can to secure their place in the state final in their first year of rowing.
Just heads up, we've heard that we're getting some weird feedback loops on the mic as we were talking. We apologize. We'll keep working on the audio. Just bear with us. First time ever doing audio on these type of broadcasts, so thank you for staying with us as we do this. So here we go. There we go. Stonebridge
with the blue and white oars, looking to pull ahead of Madison here, of Langley here. And St. John Paul seems to have faded back a little bit into fourth place. But it's exciting racing through the finish here. Exciting racing through the finish out of all these boats.
All right, as the drones, they come in, they've cleared the grandstands now. Man, this is good, tight racing.
Moving the Madison boats into the grandstand camera now. Coming across the line with no one else in sight. Really good performance out of these girls. There's the first horn. Madison is done and moving on to lane 4 of the grand final of the novice 4. Here comes Stonebridge in lane 5, second place. And looks like Langley in third. Really good racing there. First 1,000 meters is really hard to tell who's going to make it through.
Next up, we have the heats of the men's quads. So this is different than the 4s. In the 4s, we have sweep rowing, as you can see coming across the line. Each rower has 1 oar. So there's 4 people in the boat, and there's 4 oars. In the quads, there will be 4 rowers in the boat, but 8 oars. And also the quad will not have a coxswain.
Yeah, so in the quad, the bow seat is going to be able to rotate their toe back and forth, and that will help steer the boat. So these athletes are needing to race and steer at the same time, which sometimes can be a challenging proposition.
Right. And so the quads are the fastest of the 4-man boats. They just have a little bit more control, a little bit more oar in the water, and so they are almost as fast as the 8s.
Yeah, so these first quads should be some of the quicker boats we see today. First heat of the men's quad we will have in lane 2, Western Albemarle. Their second entry in the event. And lane 3 right next to them is Western Albemarle A, and then we have Justice High School A as well.
Now, normally you're not allowed B boats in anything but the single, but the rules is that if you have less than 3 entries in an event, then it is not contested, and the regatta director moves it to the event that they think it will be most successful in. And so Western Albemarle entered a men's first quad and a men's second quad, but they were the only 2 teams entered the second quad, so they got moved into the first quad. So it will be a 7-boat race. 7 boats entered, so they will have a heat of 3.
Looks like off the line here, Western Albemarle A and Justice A have separated themselves out from Western Albemarle B. We see Azim and his launch there going home with the white top. But these boats are approaching the finish line. We, I guess, missed most of this race.
Right, so it looks like, the Western Albemarle and Justice Quad will advance. And then so those 2 will go on to the final, and because it'll be a 5-boat final because it was a 7-boat entries, and so
there always has to be 1 boat eliminated
out of each heat for progression.
So it looks like the next race is actually already on the course too.
As we get, once again, these sculling boats, they're a lot more maneuverable, and the kids are much more used to maneuvering them around. And so they get, when we're behind schedule, they'll line them up and they'll get them off very quickly on the starting platform to try and get us back on schedule.
I'm sure all
for
the
lunch break.
volunteers, the referees will be happy to have as a long day out of the water. Really important to know, guys.
We have lane 2, Hilton. Lane 3, Forest Park. Looks like they're out in the lead. Lane 4, Mount Vernon. And lane 5 is the Justice Second Quad. Once again, the Justice Second Quad can advance.
And right now, it looks like they might.
They might. It's 3 to advance, so they would get. They would be allowed to advance because it's not a B boat, it's not an exhibition boat. It was a boat placed there by the circumstances of entries, and so they will be allowed to advance. Justice this year has several coaches. One is the legendary Dan Lyons, another person who has Olympic experience rowing.
And clearly, that's working out well for them if they're going to have 2 boats in the
final of the men's squad. Yeah.
Forest Park is really pushed ahead here in this race, and it's a battle for second place between Mount Vernon and Justice B, but looks like Justice B is going to have a little bit of an edge over the boys from Mount Vernon.
Yep. Coach Lyons came out every time because, like a lot of us do, is a child started rowing. And they're like, wow, we need a coach. He's like, oh, I guess it's me. So shout out
if anybody's going to coach my kid, it's me.
Yeah, so shout out to all the coaches who are giving up a lot of their free time and forgetting what their spouses look like so they can coach these high school athletes.
Yeah, today I had to explain to my wife that I am leaving to go to a regatta that my kids are not racing in.
Right. Well, so so how about this? Give a shout out to Mrs. Noyes.
Yeah, so shout out to Cassie Noyes and my 4-month-old child for letting me be away today.
And I'll go ahead and give a shout out to Jennifer Thailander for letting me escape the house today as well.
But maybe that's best for both of them too.
Yeah. Looks like we've lost drone footage briefly. As soon as
if I crane my neck, it looks like they're starting to come through the power lines now. So maybe about 500 meters to go, maybe a little more.
A little bit over 500. There's the 500-meter buoy in the lower left-hand corner of the screen.
Forest Park's inside the 500 to go. Other boats are still moving towards it.
And it does look like Forest Park has established themselves as the team to beat in this heat.
This should be a good race in the final with Forest Park and Western Albemarle. Both of those boats were pretty dominant in their respective heat.
And then we have in lane 4, Mount Vernon, and in lane 5, Justice. And this heat is 3 advance, so 3 teams. 3 of these teams will be advancing into the final, to the 5-boat final. But Hilton is still trying to make a move on the Justice boat in lane 5.
In this Forest Park boat here called the Chaos, but there's nothing chaotic about this rowing. Just 4 guys rowing nice and in sync together, pulling themselves down the line. Good, clean rowing, just guys being dudes.
All right. There's a lot more going on, in the sculling boats. If you're not careful, it's one person gets out of sync and all of a sudden the whole boat can go cattywampus.
Oh, it sure can.
in a quad.
It's this part of the race gets really hard to steer and race at the same time.
Right, because you're steering,
getting tired.
Yep, you're steering with differential pressure, and but you're pulling as hard as you can. And if everybody's not in sync, that boat will start to turn, and then you're steering. And a lot of times you'll see the steering misadventures, especially in the quad here in this last 100 meters, as people kind of stop steering and just go for it.
A really good work out of all these crews. They seem to be pretty center down in the lanes. Looks like Mount Vernon has pulled ahead to be in a relatively comfortable second place finish ahead of Justice B. And Forest Park across the line, dominant showing from them in that heat.
And here we will see the last 2 boats qualifying. Let's see what we get. But yeah, you see how far Forest Park was out. Really, really good work there from Forest Park. And here we have Mount Vernon coming across the line, and then Justice B. So shout out to Justice for putting 2 boats into the final. That's where we will break for today. We will be back after the lunch break. Thank you again for tuning in. You can see the peloton of officials launches coming down, pulling all the volunteers off the starting platform and waving out to the grandstands. So thank you to everybody for their support. Congratulations to Hilton here on their finish in the men's quad.
And we'll get ready to see you all at exactly 1:44 p.m. for the final of the women's Junior 4.
theirs broke off during the race, causing them to lose steering control, and that's what caused that collision in that race.
And if that falls off, there's really no hope of going in a straight line. That boat will just Tokyo drift back and forth across the line.
Yeah, if you've ever been a coach and you've hit a log, they're designed to break off if you hit something, with the theory of that it's way cheaper to replace a plastic skeg or a carbon fiber skeg than do $2,000 worth of fiber repair to the bottom of the boat. But as a result, if they break off, the thing, it looks like
we're seeing that Western Albemarle freshman boat loaded onto the pontoon boat. There's an oar in the water. Yeah, it looks like we might have had a mishap with one of those entries. They're getting out of the way now. I hope everyone's okay.
Well, and it could be that they're doing repairs, or they could have flipped. We don't know exactly what's going on. I do know they have slings. So once again, this is the adventure of freshman / novice rowing. Sometimes, there's some unpredictable things that happen in these type of events, it looks like they have the boat and they're trying to retrieve an oar.
Yeah, sometimes there's adventures when you have the least experienced athletes using the oldest equipment,
and who have adrenaline ramped up to 11 in the spirit of Spinal Tap. So as soon as we get all that under control, I'm sure they will start this race with the men's junior quad, and then we'll go back to the women's junior quad after that. So
looks like alignment is pretty good. Rowers are still not ready at the catch yet, so haven't been called up to the start.
In a normal starting procedure, what they would do is that there's a gentleman off to the side. In this case, he'd be off the left side of your screen in an anchor boat that is getting alignment, and they would be and they will we think now that flip boat was one of the boats in the women's junior quad, which is why they stopped the race, and we're doing the men's junior quads now. That's our best guess as to what's happening. So the liner on the side will be making sure all the boats are lined up, and he has a walkie-talkie, and he is telling the people on the platform, move your lane forward 2 feet, move your lane back 1 foot, and trying to get the boats all within about 6 inches of each other at the start.
And it's really challenging to get 6 boats lined up essentially perfectly across when there's 300 feet between them.
And there's a crosswind.
And the boats aren't the same length, so
and as they turn in the wind, they get shorter and they get longer because
and there's
geometry.
There's a golf ball size ball. Oh, and we are off.
We're off. The W&L boat looked like they had a little bit of questionable point on the start, but they've straightened it back out now. And so it looks like Western Albemarle just like a really good start. And then, it looks like they caught a crab.
We haven't. Are they going to let everyone? Yep, and we're still rowing.
They're still rowing. They pulled it out. They pulled it out. So now we have Albemarle in the lead. Western Albemarle, though, I would expect to charge back, because having rowed in those kind of situations, if you could catch a kind of a small crab like that, and you just get a big adrenaline jump,
you're suddenly able to go much faster for the rest of the race.
Right, or certainly for the next 20, 30 strokes before that adrenaline kind of fades off. So here we have
it looks like Albemarle here has jumped up about bow astern a length ahead of the field within this first 250 meters or so.
But here comes that Western Albemarle after their little rowing misadventure with, for the people watching at home, catching a crab is that what happens is that the oar is, if you rotate it, your stroke, you are taking the blade out of the water, rotating it 90 degrees, called feathering it, and then squaring it up and putting it back at the catch. And if for some reason when you go to start the drop, the blade is not fully squared and it's at an angle, as you pull on it, it digs deep in the water, and then because it's at an angle, it won't come out of the water. And now you are trying to, in one hand, hold back the 1,000 pounds of boat that is moving very fast, and you just don't have the strength to do that, and the oar will pin against the side of the boat.
And these two lead boats right now, Albemarle rowing and the blue boat rowing at about 32 strokes a minute, and this western boat coming up on them here rowing at about 35, 36 strokes a minute. And that's what Brian was talking about. If they have that adrenaline from the crab looking to surge back up, but it looks like it's going to be a good fight here. First and second place pulling well ahead of the pack. Looks like maybe third place is Justice in lane 2, but we're about to lose them off the back of the screen here.
And so here we have, once again, this is your final. So this is to determine a state champion in the men's junior quad. We have Western Albemarle and Albemarle, a little Charlottesville battle here happening between the two schools from that area. Rowing on, you guys row on the Ravenna? Yeah, rowing on the Ravenna River Reservoir, so just north of Charlottesville.
A lot of high quality rowing out of the Ravenna of the University of Virginia. And then also Western Albemarle and Albemarle are always a stalwart of sculling events nationally. So really exciting racing to see here.
We apologize. We have a little small static on the lines here. We're working on it. All right, so we come in under the power lines here, so we're about 700 meters to go. Western Albemarle has pulled out to about a boat length or so on Albemarle, and we don't know what's going on in third with this drone angle. We'll see if it comes around to the side, if we can see who's in place for that last medal, the bronze medal here in the men's junior quad, but really good racing.
But Albemarle's not letting him get away with it. Western walked out, but holding steady here about a length between the two boats. Both boats fighting out really well here.
All right, really good. It's just, quad is such a pretty boat with all the oars and all four guys swinging in motion. It's just, when it's rowed well, it's just a beautiful boat to watch.
See all of these lead boats. Both of these are great boats, and you see the angles of all the oars lined up all the way through the stroke at the catch, drive, finish. And that's how you can tell the boat's moving really well.
All right, coming in here to the finish, we have, looks like about, let's call it 300 meters left. I can see the teams out of the corner of my eye.
Looks like this will be, just from my view here, Justice in a third place position right here, but Western Albemarle and Albemarle dominant ahead of the field in this race right now.
Yeah.
Really good performance out of both of them.
So we'll see here as the drone goes overhead. It gives us this wonderful shots. You can really see how fast these boats are moving. Look at those puddles just shoot off towards the stern as that boat is just flying now from Western Albemarle.
Yeah, and you can see here from the footage as we drone out, like these boats here.
These top two boats have really established themselves over the rest of the field. But I think you're right. I think that is Justice back in third for that third place.
Looks, honestly, though, in fifth and sixth place, looks like it's a good battle between the freshmen from Western Albemarle and Washington Liberty.
So let's see here, coming across the line, that is Albemarle, Western Albemarle with the win, Albemarle with the silver.
Yeah, about 6 seconds there between first and second place.
And then here we come in. Let's see who's going to be third in the men's junior quad.
Looks like I would expect to see Justice's bow start to poke onto the top left of the screen shortly.
And there they are, just as David predicted. No, this is what's going out.
And here's Garfield coming in fourth place. Nope, sorry, Garfield in fourth place. Nope, that was right. And then looks like still a battle for the freshman quad here.
Ooh, that's going to be too close to call. Well, I'm not calling that.
Beep, beep. We heard two beeps. We don't know which one that was.
So those boats will turn and come back around and go to the medal stock and get their awards for the men's junior quad state champions. We should be having now the women's junior quad, which had a misadventure at the start. And we will see, I believe that'll be the next race, but we will have to wait a second to see what's lining up at the start.
Yeah, so congratulations to Justice for their bronze medal in the boys junior quad. Albemarle with the bronze medal, and Western Albemarle, despite a silver medal, and despite a crab at the beginning, Western Albemarle with the win. So congratulations to all those crews.
And it looks like the next race is already underway and coming down the course here with the women's junior quad. We have in lane 1, Washington Liberty. In lane 2, Justice. And it looks like Justice is out in front, right? No, I could be wrong there.
No, I think that's Justice in lane 1 all the way to the right.
Oh, you're right. I'm wrong.
I believe lane 2 is empty with the misadventure early in the race. And right now lane 3 is Albemarle up right now about half a length on Hilton in second place in lane 4. And maybe Hilton's half a length up on West Potomac in lane 5.
Right, and the Justice boat, I don't see the Justice B boat.
I believe.
Oh, there they are. They're
coming through the power lines now.
So it looks like with about 500 meters to go here as we come through the 500 meter mark. And here they are. Sorry, we are also next to the awards dock, and so we hear the call from the marshals asking the teams that have medaled to come into the awards dock.
But really good fight now out of these boats. Albemarle has almost a full boat length, but there's overlap with Hilton here as they fight it out with a little bit less than 500 meters to go.
All right, here we coming in. As the boats kind of starting to come in front of the grandstands.
The bright green visors on the Hilton boat moving back and forth together.
Yeah, the high vis makes it easy to time up.
It helps.
It doesn't hurt. Stylish and practical. So see really good movement here out of these two boats. Looks like Albemarle is, as David said earlier, once you get in the end of the race, the steering gets harder because you are tapped out as an athlete and you're really trying to do everything you can for that boat. And so the steering gets a little bit trickier in these boats that are tow steered as we come up.
Still really good. Margin hasn't changed much between these two boats. They're moving at about the same speed right now, but looks like Albemarle just got a little bit of a lead early in the race and was able to hold on to it. It's just rowing is so unique of a racing sport that you can only see the boats that you're beating. So getting up early really has a nice psychological advantage of being able to see yourself push back on the competition.
All right, and so now it looks like third place looks like it's turning into a little bit of a battle. I think out of the corner of my eye, West Potomac looks like they still might be up a little bit, but we'll see what we see here. There is West Potomac. Don't see the other boats. So we'll see as we come in here to the finish. So there is congratulations to Albemarle on their gold medal finish in the women's junior quad, second place.
And that's 4 seconds over second place. That's a good margin there.
And then looks like the bronze medal will go to West Potomac, the Wolverines of West Potomac Wolverines. There. Fun fact, when I rode in high school, here we go, and congratulations there on their finish to Justice, is originally one of the original rowing schools in the area was Fort Hunt High School. And Fort Hunt High School was under-enrolled, and so Fairfax County combined it with Groveton High School, and that's where we got West Potomac. And when they picked the high school, they had to pick their mascot, and it was shortly after the movie Red Dawn came out.
Wolverines.
And so it was, as my freshman year, everybody was running around just screaming Wolverines. All right, and it looks like they've already got the next race off, which would be the men's double.
This looks like a good race up front.
Right. Oh, this is tight, and the drone will go to it in a second, but they're already through the power lines, and it looks like, what is
lane 3 looks like Western Albemarle maybe up.
on lane 4, which is Albemarle. Once again, more Charlottesville action here going on.
Classic Albemarle on Western Albemarle duel for the sculling supremacy. Really good. These crews are rating pretty high. You can see them taking fast strokes to the water here with about little more than 500 meters to go, rowing at about 35, 36 strokes a minute.
Man, those doubles are moving.
And you can see they've just separated themselves from the rest of the field here. Lane 2, Matthews High School is in a relatively distant second place, but still fighting well. But really exciting duel right now out of the two Albemarles as we fight through.
Right, so they're coming in. They're less than 500 meters to go here in that row. And shout out here to the Justice. That was the crossing the line. That was the Justice freshman quad who had to race up against the other junior quads. We'll switch over here now to the junior double. Or sorry, the senior double, the men's double.
So I'm glad everyone now gets to see this drone shot of this.
These boats, man, look at that.
This Albemarle double is moving.
That Albemarle and is that Hilton and Lane?
Sorry, that boat up in front right now is Western Albemarle, and then Albemarle in second place behind them, but a very close second.
Man. But yeah, that Western Albemarle boat there, that is really quality racing from them. You can just see the explosiveness on the drive.
Aggressive. The hands are coming in quick. The handle speeds up as they get towards the finish, and you just see that boat jump a little bit every single stroke.
Right. And you can see, if you look at this drone angles, you can see the white water not that they're throwing water, but they are putting so much power into the water. It's creating those puddle disturbances, and those tight little white puddles means that they're just putting lots of power very efficiently into the water.
Yeah, they're now rowing at about 37, 38 strokes a minute in that lane 3 Western Albemarle boat as they charge through, getting ready hopefully to win this state championship.
In the men's double. Yeah, this is a 5-boat race. So, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, we got to look. They still have, this is the men's double, not the women's junior quad. The graphics, because of the restarts and the flip, are a little bit off. But this is men's double. It's lane 1 is Fairfax. Lane 2 is Matthews in third place. And there we go. There is Albemarle, Western Albemarle, then Albemarle. And it looks like it's going to be
Western on top, Albemarle
Matthews
in bronze,
in third.
Matthews in third.
Matthews in third is what it looked like to me. I will see if I can get some results on there.
And then as the drone heads back up to the start line, we should be getting ready for our next race, which is the women's junior double. In lane 1, we have Maury. In lane 2, Garfield. In lane 3, Albemarle. Lane 4, Western Albemarle to continue their sculling duel, their inner battle. And in lane 5, we'll have Hilton as well.
All right. Thank you to everybody. And there, as you can see in the foreground, is the was that Forest Park coming in, turning around to come get their medals on the platform. And now we are into the women's junior double, lane 1, Maury. Is it Maury or Murray?
I honestly do not know.
Or Maury. I apologize to the parents and boosters of whatever program that is if I mispronounce the name of that school, but I think it's Maury. Then lane 2, Garfield. Lane 3, Albemarle. Lane 4, Western Albemarle. And lane 5, Hilton.
So it looks like right now this is Albemarle up in first with Garfield giving them a good push behind. Actually, no. Yes, that's correct. Sorry, it's hard to count lanes sometimes as we come up here.
Especially because we don't have the same.
Lane 6 is empty.
Yep,
so Albemarle up, Garfield giving them a push from behind. And then Western Albemarle looks like they're separating themselves a little bit from Hilton to work through into third place here.
All right, really nice drone footage over here, and you can see the top 2 crews establishing their dominance and really pulling out. But we'll try and keep you updated with results on who finishes first, second, and third. And shout out to Samantha Thailander, who is giving me all the positive feedback from thousands of miles away from Lawrence, Kansas. Rock Chalk Jayhawk for her.
It's always good to have some constructive positivity along the way.
I don't know that it's all positive, but we'll take the feedback nonetheless. So here we have the women's junior double lanes once again. Albemarle and Garfield. It's Western Albemarle there? No, that's lane 3, right? Albemarle and so it's Maury and Albemarle battling it out, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess we got confused there with the lane. They might have.
Right, let me see here. We're looking at our schedule here. Yeah. So that's lane 1, Maury. Lane 2 would be Garfield. Lane 3, Albemarle. Lane 4, Western. And lane 5, Hilton.
So once again, in these sculling events, we've often seen some separations at the beginning of the pack against everyone else, and this looks like Albemarle and Maury have taken a commanding lead over the rest. They have contact with one another with a small advantage right now going to Albemarle. Maybe about a full boat length. That's only, maybe 1.5 to 2.5 seconds with the boats like this.
Right, and in these sculling events, when there's only 2 people, like people can just make big surges, or people can blow up and slow down a lot. So you'll see, while the margins will be bigger, you will also see those margins expand or close down a lot faster.
Yeah, it's all about just being perfectly in sync with the partner in the boat, and a double can really punch above their weight if those two girls in this case are really locked in with one another, as we can see today.
And looking at the drone footage right now, it looks like in 3rd place is lane 4, Western Albemarle, trying to hold off the other 2 crews to get a bronze medal at the Virginia State Championships.
But that's great for Maury right now in 2nd place. If I'm not mistaken, this might be their first year racing.
No, I don't. I think they've been around for a few years, but it's not a large program, so this is really good results for them. And
love to see it.
Love to see. We want more teams racing and more teams being successful. I think I speak for all of us when I'm just a big fan of teams going fast.
That's why we do this. Love to see a boat go quick.
Yep. So we have here coming in.
They're starting to approach the grandstands now, maybe 10 strokes away from being able to hear parents and teammates. Oh, we got a little crab there out of Albemarle, had a little stutter, but looks like they're still holding that lead over Maury with a little bit less than maybe 300 meters to go at this point.
So there's a slight delay on the drone footage. The camera footage is pretty much live, but the drone footage is generally on a 1 to 2 second delay, just to the nature of the beast. So we can sometimes see things a little bit ahead of what the drone footage is as the boats get close to the finish line. But it looks like Albemarle is still up on Murray, but the parallax from where I am is tough to see. So we'll just keep watching the drone footage with you guys. You guys can see what we can see on the TV. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for supporting VASRA, VSRCs, and your athletes. Big shout out, as always, to Maverick Rowing for this incredible drone footage. Yep, coming into the finish line, it is definitely Albemarle in 1st, Maury in 2nd, and then 3rd place to my eye still appears to be
should be Western Albemarle.
Should be Western Albemarle for that bronze medal.
Yeah, but now switching over to the finish line view, we'll get to see Albemarle cross the finish line here to be state champions in the women's junior double.
Ooh, and there's someone across the finish line right at the
beep. There's the beep, and they have done it.
Congratulations to Albemarle on their state championship in the women's junior double.
And there's Maury across the line with a 2nd place. Good for them. And now it looks like 3rd place getting ready to cross the line is going to be Western Albemarle in lane 4 for the bronze medal position in the women's junior double. And now here we are, drone shot. We are at the men's junior double overhead shot here. Looks like lane 5 is up ahead in the bright blue boat, and that is Albemarle High School. And second place right now looks like it might be Weston Albemarle High School in lane 3, and getting pushed by lane 2, which is Garfield.
Clearly some very good sculling going on down in Charlottesville.
Yeah, there's something in the water down there that forces excellence with 2 oars as they come into maybe 600 meters to go, coming a little more, maybe coming through the line here. 4-boat race.
So once again, this is the men's junior double. So this is junior means that there can't be any seniors in this boat. And for most of the programs here, especially for Albemarle and Western Albemarle, since they both had regular doubles, this is their second boat.
Yeah, it's a race of some of the younger kids on the team, getting to see where they match up against some of the younger kids on other teams.
And so for all my viewers at home, once again, sculling is where each athlete has an oar in each hand. There's no cocks in this boat. And the doubles don't have rudders. Generally, they are steering with differential pressure. You just reach out a little bit longer with one hand or push a little bit more with one foot.
Yeah, I was always taught to push harder with one foot than the other, and that advice never seemed like it could possibly work. But I finally gave up and tried it, and what do you know? Sometimes coaches are right when they give you information.
So coming here, I think you guys are currently, I don't know if you were blacked out or you're getting the grandstand footage, but we'll see what we get. Here we go, right back here with the, you can see Albemarle really just establishing dominance here. Another one of you heard this morning, Coach Kaufman on. She coaches these crews, just doing a really excellent job.
Really, it looks clean, it looks easy, and the thing about sculling is the faster you're going, the easier it looks. So when you see these crews making it look effortless, man, they're also typically just cooking down the course.
Also, shout out to Coach Kaufman because I believe this is her final year of teaching. I think she's retiring at the end of the year.
Oh, good for her.
Good for her, yeah. Living the dream. I don't think she's going to stop coaching, but I think if you're taking her AP calculus class, either AB or BC, this is the last run for that. So look at them. They're just really moving really well. You can really see the acceleration through the water as they put those blades in, just trying to get that boat tapping it along. And there you go.
And they just keep taking another inch over these boats every single stroke.
Your champions in the men's junior double, Albemarle High School. Second place, going to be Western Albemarle. And then we'll see who's going to be third. It looks like to me it's going to be Garfield.
Looks that way. I'm not sure what happened to lane 1, Mount Vernon.
Oh, that was a scratch before.
That
was a scratch. Sorry, that was not updated on our sheet. That's why it's updated on the screen. And then then Gloucester here in lane 5 will be coming across the line momentarily. Congratulations to Western Albemarle on their silver medal and Albemarle on their gold medal. So,
and coming up next, we will have the final for the women's single.
And that should be a good race. Sorry if you're getting a little bit of feedback. We've discovered that we think the problem with the sound feedback is the high-powered walkie-talkies that the referees use put out so much energy, it's kind of messing with our sound feed a little bit. First year doing it, we will get this figured out as we move along in the broadcast. But thank you for tuning in, and thank you for supporting your athletes. And thank you to Maverick Rowing for their amazing drone footage, and where they're able to give us all this amazing footage. Check out their website, maverickrowing.com, to get the drone footage from previous regattas if you want to watch something.
It looks like the singles are well underway now, maybe about halfway down the course. That looks like lane 3 seems to have a commanding lead right now. We're having a little bit of Wi-Fi issues pulling up who exactly that is in lane 3 right now, but congratulations to her.
All right. Sorry, we do not, because the heats, these are from the heats, and then we had our race printed out before the morning. We do not have. Oh, here we go. No, no.
Samantha
no.
Highlander, if you can hear this and can please text your dad the teams in each race right now.
Oh, wait, they're going through. They're trying to. All right, so we will. I will see if I can pull it up. But this is the women's single, and who.
Looks like we have a fight going on, especially for third place, but for second and third place overall, we have 3 boats. Really, for third place, looks right now could be anybody's race between lane 1 and lane 4, but huge commanding lead right now for the very nice sculler in lane number 3.
Yeah, they are just.
Lane number 3 is from Cox High School. Looks like she has the lead right now, and fighting out amongst that, looks like we have Cape Henry, Granby, and Western Albemarle fighting out between second, third, and fourth place. Looks like maybe Granby is in second with a really tight race for third between Western Albemarle and Cape Henry.
But shout out to the young woman from Cox High School, just putting on a commanding performance, saying, I am going to be state champion in the single.
She decided very early this is what she's going to do, and she is doing it.
She is doing it. And it's just.
And you can see she's just going perfectly straight right down the center of the lane. No fuss, no muss. Just big strokes, long strokes, jumping up every single time.
Just establishing her dominance over the field, right? Just really nice. Now, really going to be a tight race here for the medals, though, here. And it looks to my eye that right now maybe Granby is in second.
Looks like this. Yeah, I would agree. The sculler from Granby is in second.
And then Western Albemarle and Cape Henry.
It's honestly too close to call from the footage we can see right now.
Right. And so we'll see who ends up with that bronze medal. I don't think there's any question about who's going to get the gold medal here. That sculler from Cox just looking really good. What rating is she at? She is going after it. She is putting down a time.
She's racing the clock right now. Honestly, only 34 strokes a minute, relatively low, but she's putting down so much power per stroke.
Yeah, she has decided that she is going to put in a time, and she is going to announce her presence to the sculling community, and just really, really nice rowing here.
Trying to see if she can beat the times of any of the doubles, any of the boats with two people in them.
Right.
She may.
She may. It's really impressive performance from this young woman out of Cox. Oh, I did get a correction earlier. There is the northern neck, and then there's the middle peninsula. You may not have been on the broadcast that early in the morning, but we were discussing where different teams from like Matthews and Cox were, and it was.
As a non-native Virginian, I don't know if I can wade into this without getting a lot of complaints to the broadcast.
That is fair. So, and so we're coming up here on the finish line view, hopefully, for the women's single to see who gets that second or third place view. It looks like, I don't know if you guys can see it, but we can. That is closest
lane 5.
Closest to us, lane 5, and then lane 4 for second place. So that was
Granby in second place and Western Albemarle in third place,
edging out Cape Henry, I think, out in lane 1,
fourth. But really good race there for second, third, and fourth in the single. But a commanding lead to the young sculler from Cox. Great racing out of her. Really, really good performance. And coming up next, it does not look like they're locked into the blocks yet, but will be the final for the men's single with a collection of scullers from St. Anne's Belfield, Williamsburg Classical, Potomac High School, Western Albemarle, Ocean Lakes, and Episcopal, or as Brian Tyler would call them, the high school.
I'm just saying that's what they call themselves. My brother went to Episcopal High School. The school is so old that there are steam tunnels under the campus that were created during the Civil War.
That's not new.
That's not new. So
lining up at the start right now.
Looks like we're missing lane 2, Williamsburg Classical. Hopefully there's nothing going on there for that young man. who I actually talked to on the phone earlier during a break. He made it to the final, I think, by 0.6 of a second.
That's pretty good.
That's tight racing in the single. He wasn't sure what had happened, and he was calling his coach while I was in the coaches area, and I ended up giving him that information.
Looks like all these boats are nicely lined up. These are some pretty experienced scullers being able to get themselves locked into the blocks and aligned much easier than some of the other larger boats we've seen at different times today. But we should be, hopefully, in the next couple seconds or minutes, we'll see the boat from Williamsburg Classical backing into the platform, and then we will have a boat race.
Also for Episcopal High School, since we're giving more, not to do too much advertising for them, this is their first season of having men compete. Previously, they had been a women's program, and so this is their first year where the men are competing. To the best of my knowledge, I think they did some rowing like in the fall last year, but this is their first time racing here at States under the men's banner for Episcopal High School.
And they actually, for those of you that drive on 95 over the Occoquan, you can see where they row as you cross over the bridge towards Route 123. You'll see a nice launch parked on the Occoquan down there. So they row on the same river here, but
below the dam.
Below the dam. And it's hard to row over the dam. A young man named Azim Hojabayev once told me that the tide can't go over the dam, which means we can't get boats over them, so they have to walk on up. And we are off.
All right, and it looks like we did have the no-show from Williamsburg Classical.
But quick open lead here for Western Albemarle and Ocean Lakes at the very first 250 meters of this race. Those boats very tight with each other, jumping out ahead of the rest of the pack. But once again, third, fourth, fifth place, very tight together as we come out of the breakage area.
Really tight racing here. It looks like Ocean Lakes, I've been told, is out of Norfolk.
Really tight racing between Ocean Lakes and Western Albemarle right now. Both crews, both young men, rowing at about 34 strokes a minute. Seeing Western getting a little close to those buoys, trying to get a steering center down there. Same with Ocean Lakes, a little bit of steering, but like we've talked about, there's so much pushing right now to try to get ahead that it's hard to go in a straight line at the same time.
And they better watch out for St. Anne's Belfield. They're so locked in on each other, they may not see St. Anne's over there in lane 1.
2 lanes away, working his way up.
Yeah, who's right there playing with the other crews. And especially in the single here, you're going to see as these young men start to get a little bit more tired, you're going to see big moves in there.
It's just one. When you're in a boat with a crew, if one person starts to fade, everyone else could hold on. In a single, it's deeply personal. It's just you. Oh, little crab there out of Ocean Lakes. We saw that his port oar dig into the water and the boats surge a little bit, and that gave Western Albemarle a little bit of an advantage coming up. St. Anne's Belfield, same thing, taking advantage of the situation, walking up on Ocean Lake. Looks like Western could be starting to pull away a little bit, but really good racing right now for second and third place between St. Anne's Belfield and Ocean Lakes.
All right, coming up here, probably about halfway through the race at this point. Just really going to be a battle here for the silver medal. It looks like Western Albemarle has kind of pulled out a little bit in order to kind of put themselves as the man to beat here, as it were. But we have a really solid race, and it looks like Ocean Lakes has pulled just a little bit.
Ocean Lakes is angry. He's trying to reel back in that Western boat after the mishap earlier in the race.
And has pulled ahead a little bit of Ocean Lakes.
But his racing in the single always looks so graceful, especially with the drone shots for Maverick like this. The 8s can be, chaotic and fast and aggressive, and everything just looks so artful out of the singles right now. Really, really good performance out of this Western Albemarle single.
Right, and not to say it's they're rowing well when it doesn't look like they're working hard. I promise you they are. I promise all 3 of these young athletes are in right now firmly in the pain cave.
Good sculling looks easy. Bad sculling looks really, really hard.
And as they are just throwing everything at it and reaching deep down within themselves to just will these boats to go faster, believing in themselves, believing in their training, believing in the technique that the coaches gave them as they try and race these singles down the course. Coming here under the power lines, which means we're about 600 meters to go ish.
It looks like there's starting to be a little bit of open water between the Western boat and the Ocean Lakes boat, but Ocean Lakes is not letting go, trying to grip on as hard as he can. Racing into a small headwind like this, in an 8 or a 4, the headwind always feels bothersome, but it feels deeply personal in the 8. Like God himself is trying to prevent you from getting to the finish line.
The single is just, once again, it was to shout out to Coach Kaufman in the calculus. It's a related rates problem. As the boat speeds slow down, the effect of the wind becomes stronger exponentially, and so it's rowing into a headwind, especially in the single, is just a world of pain, and these athletes are making it look easy. And once again, as Dave said, it's once, and then we can see Belfield. Belfield is
really tight right now for second place.
Really tight for second place. That was, the drone hadn't been showing them, and now we can see it's going to be just a battle royale.
And honestly, they're still trying to move up on that Western boat. That Western boat has a lead right now, but it is certainly not in the bag.
No, they are not. They are not way out. This is going to be quite the race here. As
this so far is the most exciting race of the day we've seen, and hopefully we see more like this as we head into the finals.
Right. This is.
But you just see those wakes and the wind just plowing across the course there. It's really challenging conditions in a single. Those boats are only about 10 inches wide and maybe 2 inches above the water line. It's tough out there for these guys, and they're putting up a hell of a fight.
It's just, let's see here. This is these top 3 crews, just everybody giving it their all as they come in here into the finish line. I don't know who's going to be second.
So it looks like St. Anne's might be a little bit up on Ocean Lakes, but it's anyone's race at this point.
Right. The Western Albemarle, at this point, he looks like he is definitely up as I take a peek out the window, as it were.
He's working hard. You can see him just haul on that handle.
They are all, and Ocean Lakes looks like they just shifted to try and do a sprint.
This is tough. This is a good race right through the line.
Oh, look at this. Look at this coming into the finish. See if we get to the finish line view here.
But still, 3 boats all in contact with each other across the line. Is very excited. We're going to hear a very short beep, beep, beep.
I'm not going to call that second place. That second place was too close for me to call.
Brian, that first place might have been St. Anne's.
I don't even know. We're going to have to go in and look at it.
We're going to have to go under the hood and look at the instant replay for that. That might have been a big sprint out of St. Anne's Belfield across the line there. We'll start to see the unofficial times pop up, and we will keep you posted. But meanwhile, the drone is on its way back up for a 3-boat race of the women's junior single between Weston Albemarle, Princess Anne, and Albemarle.
We will do our best to get the results to you. If you've ever been a spectator at the Occoquan, you can feel the pain of limited internet access due to the cell phone towers here being and the power lines create a somewhat challenging environment to use your cell phone, especially the internet on it. If anybody listening is a executive for either Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile, hey,
please call us.
Please don't call me, but yeah, if we could get a little bit more cell phone coverage down here at the finish, that'd be amazing. And it's the challenge of the areas, as it's been explained to me by people much smarter than myself, is that it's a residential neighborhood with design for low latency, like low load, and then 1,000 people show up and try and log in on their cell phones
for 8 weekends a year.
For 8 weekends a year, and we're in a valley, so the cell phone towers are blocked.
But looks like we are all locked in for race 40, women's junior double of Weston Albemarle in lane 2, and they're off.
Really good start out of lane 2. Just really jumped that boat right off the line. Whew. Still no results from the men's single that we've seen. We'll let you know as soon as we know something. Really good start out there out of lane 2, Western Albemarle, just really going after it. But as they settle down, I feel like really good base speed out of lane 3, Princess Anne.
Yeah, we have a nice French flag right now coming down the course of the blue, white, and red boats.
Tricolor there.
Little steering correction in that Princess Anne boat, trying to get back in the center of her lane.
We have several different boat styles and manufacturers, and we had some parents who may not know, like, what's the difference between the boats? And it's, what's the difference between a Ford and a Chevy? It's a lot of this, especially in the single, it's going to be about personal preference and what feels best for you and what your team owns.
There's a lot of strong opinions about different boat manufacturers, but it's something that's hard to test because there's so many variables going on in the sport of the athletes, the oars, the weather.
Right, and you can see here there's differences. You have some bow-mounted riggers and some stern-mounted riggers where just moving the weight around in the boat and different stuff. But we looks like lane 2 Western Albemarle is currently holding Princess Anne away. So we still have lane 2 Western Albemarle just bow to stern, just holding off. And this is where sculling really becomes mental. Is she can see the boat behind her, and she's exhausted, and just muscles are on fire. But she is going to do everything she can to just hold that boat behind her.
And she's just hearing the ominous clunk at the finish every stroke of that girl behind her. So she's just trying to push away, looking, listening. Just one stroke at a time, trying to take 1 inch every time is all it takes.
Yep. Great quote from the former UVA coach Kevin Sauer. There is no defense in rowing, which is just you the only thing you can do is make your boat go faster.
And that the times are now coming in from the men's single at earlier race, and it looks like St. Anne's Belfield did take that first place finish in the last maybe 4 strokes of the race to finish 1.3 seconds ahead of the crew, the sculler from Albemarle, and another 3 seconds ahead of the crew from Ocean Lake. So really great. Go check out those results. Go look at that replay again. Really good finish there out of the sculler from St. Anne's.
That St. Anne's Belfield, he was in third for most of that race. And then the last 100 meters decided that he was going to win a state championship. So shout out to that athlete. That was a really good
the boat that crosses the finish line first is typically declared the winner,
yes,
regardless of if they've been in front the whole time.
Right. So really shout out. Second place. So once again, St. Anne Belfield first, Western Albemarle second, and Ocean Lakes third in the men's single. So back to the women's junior single here. The Western Albemarle rower has pushed out a little bit more of a lead here on Princess Anne. And this is to, win the state title here and try and get that gold medal. Unfortunately, because of the limited number of entries in this, one of the rules is in order to get a medal, you have to have beat 2 crews. So if there's only 3 crews entered, they will contest the race, but only first place gets a medal.
And it looks like right now that will be going to the young sculler from Western Albemarle High School as she continues down with a little over halfway of the race.
Oh yeah, she just opened up a big lead right there. Looks like the Princess Anne sculler kind of slowed down a little bit, just kind of ran out of gas, and the Western Albemarle sculler will have felt that and probably push it a little bit more and even extend that a little bit more.
It always is fun when you feel someone else fade and you get to just ramp up from that energy there.
Because this is hard. This is really hard. I mean, it's just you in the single against the world, and you're just trying to will everything you can to make this boat go a little bit faster.
and we're starting to hear them coming towards the grandstands.
Right, you can hear the parents starting to cheer just a little bit, but that may have been a cheer
I believe that was a cheer for our second place finisher
in the single. Right, that was a cheer from the awards dock, which is about, let's call it 100 meters away from us. So now that, once again, that Western Albemarle sculler is really extending out that lead, try and win this here, win the women's junior single. Really strong race from her. And the Princess Anne sculler is trying to hold on to that second place. And then we have Albemarle in third. Here on a race 40.
Pretty close to on time.
Yeah, we're right back on time. We were a little bit behind earlier, and as I said, we will get back on time with the sculling. We'll probably fall a little bit behind when we go back to the eights.
Back to the novice eights.
Probably not, because we have the 9-minute centers now, because they spread the races out, so they have time to give out the awards.
And now that we're in finals only, it's a little more
the
higher skilled crews.
Yeah, anybody who was, the teams have been culled a little bit, so we have really teams, and they've done it once now.
At least once.
Hopefully
once. More than once before today.
Hopefully more than once before today. So once again, here we have the Western Albemarle scullers continuing to push out a little bit on second and third as she comes in here into the last 250. Of the race. Once again, all these athletes, their legs are screaming in pain, their backs, their muscles, their arms, everything they're fighting for oxygen, and they're just trying to hold on and finish this race. And just, you can see that sculler, she's reaching out to catch. We can see the angle now. You can see her getting those catches in, suspending her weight, accelerating those handles through the water. Oops, she just shifted up her stroke rating. It looks like she knows.
She's excited right now that she's about to win a state championship.
All right.
She's going for it.
I can speak from experience that while you don't, especially when the adrenaline kicks in, you don't realize how much pain you're in until you stop rowing. And if you win, the endorphins tend to kill out some of the pain.
And then about 2 hours from now, you're going to start to feel some soreness in the legs.
Ooh, a little bobble stroke there. I don't think that's going to cost her anything, though. I think she's fully in command of this race.
Little crab there.
Yeah. Oh, come on. She's so close.
Less than 10 strokes to the finish line. Yep, she's such a commanding lead that she's able to recover from a little bit of wobbles there. Actually, we'll see when it zooms out.
Or when we get to the finish line view. Yeah, she's
still got it.
She's still well in command. If we look at the grandstand view, it did close up a little bit. She's going to end up winning by about 2 boat lengths open water here.
That's why it's nice to be ahead if you give yourself a little bit of room for error if you take a bad stroke or two.
And she did. She got it back together. So really good there. And then so next up, as this event closes out, first place Western Albemarle, second place Princess Anne, third place Albemarle. That was the women's junior single. Next up is the men's junior single.
And from that, we will have in lane 1, Western Albemarle B, lane 2, First Colonial, lane 3, Rock Ridge, lane 4, Western Albemarle A, lane 5, St. Anne's Belfield, and lane 6, Hickory High School. So that should be starting in just a couple minutes coming up. We'll be excited. That'll be the last singles race of the day. And then we finish out with some quads and get ready for some 4s and 8s. Oh, and Brian, looks like we might already be underway in the men's junior single, a couple hundred meters into the race.
Yeah, this little point here on your left is right. I'm pointing at the screen, which helps you not at all if you're listening to our commentary, but is the 500 meter.
Looks like lane 4 and little bit of open water ahead of the pack right now. The sculler from Western Albemarle High School. Looks like lane 3 and from Rock Ridge is in second place. And once again, like we've seen a few other races here today, a battle for third.
Right, and here, everyone, we got the medals, so everybody will get this at a semifinal. So all of these guys have already raced once today, and they're racing here for their second time. And we made some comments earlier, like, oh, they're shutting it down, they're saving it for the final. Well, then no time to save anything now. Now it's all on the line for that state championship.
No saving it now. There's state championship on the line. There's bids to nationals on the line. They're trying to get the best time, best place they can. It looks like we're in a big fight here between First Colonial and St. Anne's Belfield for third place right now. Those boats look neck and neck. They're giving each other the side eye as they come through the first 500 meters there?
Yeah, they're about 600 meters in now.
So that red buoy just out of the shot there?
Yep, that's the 500-meter mark. For people watching at home, how the lanes are actually done is there's 2,000-meter long cables going from one end of the course to the other, and every 10 meters there's a buoy on 6 feet of monofilament and the whole course is suspended underwater. And then every 500 meters there is a spreader or lateral cable that is keeping the lane straight.
And there's a really dedicated group of volunteers on the river called the River Rats. And you'll see them out in their pontoons, and they just have miles and miles of cable on spools, and they're manually throwing this in. It's an incredible endeavor to watch this course get put in and taken out every single year. Big
shout out to the River Rats. Most of them are parents whose kids no longer row, and they like being on the river and doing the stuff. And they are getting in there and doing the unglamorous work that we don't get to see on the drone footage of setting up the course, putting the stake boat platform in, and so shout out to the River Rats.
One year in college, we had to pull half the course out before flooding would push it over the dam. A bunch of college rowers, and let me tell you, it is a lot more work to put in this course than it seems like it might be. So if you're
pulling out the course, I imagine you smelled not so amazing for a couple days.
It smelled bad.
I've taken out a course before, and those buoys, after sitting in the water all spring, are
the bottom half of those buoys are a much different color and texture than the top half of those buoys.
So all right, so we have Western Albemarle here, right, in lane 4, just really pushing out, and then
looks like this will be a commanding lead for the sculler from Western here. Looks like second place has separated out to be Rock Ridge. And looks like lane 2, First Colonial, has taken the upper hand in his battle against St. Anne's Belfield for third place right now with about 500 meters to go. Less than 500 meters to go for this Western sculler up front. As we see that red buoy in the top center of the screen there, that's about 500 meters to go.
Yeah, one of the wild things about this course is, like, when there's a quartering headwind, you'll see in the top of your screen there's those little cutouts where creeks come into the Occoquan, and a lot of times you'll be very well wind protected, and then you'll get in that little part, and all of a sudden there's a big wind for like 10 to 15 strokes, and then it goes back away again. We're once again very, very lucky to have such a wonderful race course where the water's pretty much always flat, and especially this time of year, once the leaves get on the trees, it really keeps the course very well protected.
It's almost as close to a swimming pool for rowing as we can possibly get here.
Yeah.
But it looks like they're starting to come by the grandstands now. Looks like still commanding lead for the crew out of Western Albemarle and Rock Ridge behind.
As they come here, where you can hear the parents cheering them on. And these parents have driven up since we got Rock Ridge is out in Loudoun County.
But the rest of these schools had quite a haul.
Right. First Colonial, I believe, is out in Norfolk. Incidentally, that's the reason that the schedule starts with the novice 8s and 4s, is because we know that a lot of these scullers are driving in from all over Virginia, and we don't want trying to keep them from having to leave the house at 3 in the morning.
Get an extra hour of sleep coming.
Yes, so they can perform at their best here. Now, these winners probably won't sleep anytime soon. They'll be wired on adrenaline, and then sometime tonight they're just going to crash.
2 hours into the drive home, they'll be asleep in the passenger seat.
They'll miss the Buc-ee's on the way home. Congratulations there to the Western Albemarle Sculler. And then it looks like second place will be Rock Ridge. And
I believe that is on First Colonial coming in third place there. Good race out of all three scullers there. And fourth, fifth, sixth will be across the line shortly.
Ooh, tight race here, tight race here. You know, these people are always racing all the way to the end. You get to look at those results for
beep beep
and a year, right? They're just going to be up there.
You'll always be haunted by it.
And all these people will be back next year because it's the junior single, so they'll at least have one more year of eligibility in the high school.
They have
rowing.
They have their redemption arc for 1 year.
Right. So that was the men's junior single. Next up, we have the women's first quad. This will be a 5-boat race. Lane 1 will be Gainesville High School. This is the first year of rowing for Gainesville.
So that's really exciting. That's a high school in Prince William County. That's a new team, so we always love to see high school rowing growing and spreading to more high schools across the area.
Right. If you've ever been to Jiffy Lube Live, they're basically right next to them.
Great.
It's right next to that facility out there. It's the newest high school in Prince William County.
So of course we try to be unbiased here, but we're hoping for a good race from Gainesville here. It'd be a great start for
their program. They are entered as a women's second quad because in your first year of racing, they don't make you race the top events, but there was no other teams entered the women's second quad, so they are racing here in the women's first quad. But congratulations on them to even getting to the starting platform this year.
Open. And we're getting lined up here with the women's first quad. Looks like we're waiting on that boat from Gainesville, but Forest Park, Justice, Weston, Albemarle, and Hilton are locked into the blocks. Oh, there comes the boat from Gainesville backing in now. It's nice to see a bright phosphorescence color on the decks there. Really easy to see, easy to spot.
I remember once when I was in high school, I want to remember Bonner High School in Philadelphia was at Stotesbury, and they thought it'd be a great idea, and they got uniforms that were like danger yellow, like screaming phosphorescent yellow, like highlighter yellow. And I can't imagine that they held that color after they washed them, but when they were launching, like literally looking at them hurt your eyes.
That's good.
And I remember we were like making fun of them, and then we were standing at the 500-meter mark at Stotesbury, and we could tell when they were lined up because you could see it from.
It's so really helpful. The parents love that. The coaches love that.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like, and for a first-year program, they got back into that stake boat very quickly. Looks like we're all lined up. Crews are working their way up to the catch.
Waiting on the aligner to tell us that they are aligned, and then in the bottom of your screen is the starters platform. You might be able to see the red flag get raised. It's a tough angle, but you might see that and then that is where.
And if we start within the next 16 seconds, we will be right on time in the schedule.
All right. Well,
which is something very important to me.
And it's very important to me as well.
All right,
something we pride ourselves.
We see the angles all lined up. We just see the blade. Then they're off.
They're off. Yeah. So there we go. And it looks like a really good start there for Justice. Jumping out to an early lead.
Looks like we had a crab potentially there out of the Hilton boat. We have some steering exploration going on in lanes 1 and 2 right now. But hopefully they get back on track. Just turn that tow over towards starboard. Get right back in.
Yeah, it's just once again. So what happens is that if you were in that boat in the bow seat, one of their shoes is on a pivot and is attached to a wire, and they point their toe in a direction, and that turns a wire on a rudder. to try and steer so that they can turn that boat. And it's tough. It's tough.
And there's so much adrenaline in the first part of the race that the rowers aren't always pulling evenly on each hand. They're so excited to take these first 15 strokes that it's really hard to get locked in. But they're in a groove now. They're in a rhythm with Justice and Weston Albemarle pulling away from the pack here.
And then you're turning your foot and you feel like you're not as strong because it's turned weird. It's
tough.
Yeah, I had to bounce 0-4 once on the Occoquan. It was not my favorite experience ever.
Yeah, make sure you tip your bow seats at the end of the race.
Yeah. So here we go. Justice just jumping out, stating early on that, like, hey, we are going to be the state champions in the women's quad.
And Weston Albemarle is not going to make it easy for him, but looks like clear separation here between first, second, and third, fourth, fifth.
And we'll see if we get a pullback on the drone footage of what we can see here.
Shout out to McLean coach Azim Hojabayev for bringing some food and nourishment to the commentators at the finish line. We appreciate him immensely.
We do appreciate him
greatly. To the sport.
Yeah. So we will take that. We are not one to turn down free food.
But speaking of not turning things down, Justice High School is not turning down, getting even more length between them and the boats behind them.
Really good race here for Justice. Like, just really pretty racing in that quad. That overhead drone shot, you can really see catch angles the same, release angles the same. Everybody swinging together. Just really pretty rowing.
All 8 of those blades disappearing out of the water and coming back out at exactly the same time.
Shout out to the Justice coaches, because that's good. And just good power, good acceleration. You can see in a sculling, like with the blades, the carbon fiber blades are actually designed to bend a little bit. And so you front load them, is when you put the blade in the water and you jam on it with your legs, you put a little bit of bend to that blade, and then it snaps back right at the finish. And you can see the power and little snap right there as they take the blades out of the water, of the power of that boat and the power that they're putting into the water.
I believe in the hit movie Legally Blonde, Elle Woods described that as bend and snap. And little did she know it was a rowing term as well.
As rowing term as well, right? So the shout out to Elle Woods. The coming under the power lines here with about 600 meters to go, Justice is continuing to pull away in the women's quad, just really establishing themselves as the dominant boat in this race. Second place still Western Albemarle, and then we will see when they pull back if we can get some information on who will be third.
Justice here has just decided that no amount of victory is too much here. They're pulling away every single stroke. Really, really clean, really fast rowing out of this Justice quad right now.
Oh, and here we go, swinging that drone footage around. It's
going to be exciting to see this Justice quad. Hopefully they're going to be racing at the Stotesbury Cup and SRAA Nationals as well.
And see how they compare to other teams across the nation. Now opening up maybe 4 or 5 boat lengths on second place, and it looks like third place.
That Forest Park, lead 2 in third place there.
Yeah, it looks like Forest Park to me there, and then lane 5 Hilton, and then lane 1 is that Gainesville crew, who once again, no shame there, great performance for their first year.
This is effectively 4 brand new rowers have never done the sport before. The school's never had the sport before, and they're putting in a good fight with experienced crews
here in the women's quad. All right, we can start to hear the parents starting to cheer as the teams come in front of the grandstands.
And this, I believe, will be the last sculling event of the day. So everything is going to start getting a lot louder here once we have coxswains.
Yeah.
And all the races after this, we're going to get to hear a bunch of little people yelling.
Hey, listen, coxswains are very important if you don't have one. Right. So, yeah, coxswains, we'll have cox boats coming up here. And once again, most of the 4s will be bow cox, but you'll see the coxswains in the stern of the 8s. Coming up here. Tell you what,
That western boat might be coming back up a little bit.
Yeah, that western boat is.
I don't think they're going to have enough room.
Yeah, there's not enough room, but that western boat, Western Albemarle boat, did not give up. They Justice made a big move in the middle, but I don't think there's not enough runway back. You can see the buoys changing colors there. That means we're less than 200 meters, and here we go as we cut to the live shot of the finish line, and there is the commanding win from the Wolves of Justice. And then second place, we have Western Albemarle, and we'll look forward to seeing who jumps into third here. I think it was Forest Park, but we'll see here.
I believe it was Forest Park as well.
In lane 2, yep, that looks like Forest Park to me, coming in to second place. And then, so next up will be the men's quad, a 5-boat final from the men's quad will be up next. So, and that will be our last sculling event of the day. So we have the men's quad coming up. Here we go, crossing the line here is Hilton, and then Gainesville over there in lane 1. And shout out once again to Gainesville High School in their first year of competition here in the Virginia Scholastic Rowing Association, and their first race here at Virginia Scholastic Championships. Looks like we're underway here in the men's quad. Lane 2, Mount Vernon. Lane 3, Western Albemarle. Lane 4, Forest Park. Lane 5, Justice. And Lane 6, Justice.
Yeah, I believe in lane 6 here, this is Justice's freshman quad.
I think it's their second quad. Second quad, but nonetheless, really good performance there to put 2 boats into the final.
But looks like good racing across here, lanes 3, 4, 5, with Western Albemarle, Forest Park, Justice A.
Really looks to my eye, Western Albemarle is just a smooch, maybe like 2 seats up on Justice, who is about 2 seats up on Forest Park.
But good, clean, fast racing for the first 500 meters of this race coming up. You can see they're battling it out. Justice is not giving an inch here. They're pushing back up on Western, and they're both pushing away a little bit from Forest Park in the first 500 meters of the race here. Looks like they've taken a bit of a lead over Mount Vernon and Justice B, their 2B quad. So we'll see. Right now, medal contention looks like it's going to be these 3 boats up front, but who gets what color medal is still up for grabs at this point.
Right. I would say that, yeah, once again, still, like, it looked like Justice made a move, and then it looks like Albemarle made a counter move there to pull ahead. And
Forest Park lost a couple
right
seats
there.
here, but they're not giving up. They're holding on tight.
As we get in here, once again, you can see the difference in speed in these boats. As we put more rowers in it, you can just really see how much shorter this boat is, how much shorter this race is, and how much more, how much harder it is to make a move as the boat speeds increase.
Yeah, high school racing, for those of you that don't know, is 1,500 meters long compared to 2,000 meters for collegiate and Olympic racing. So really, with the short race, with the faster boats like the quad, getting ahead is so important, because if you get ahead a little bit, there's just not enough room for people behind to catch up.
Not to mention, you can look at them and know exactly how hard you have to work to stay behind. You can see that crew and you can do it. But it looks like Justice is, they're all just really lockstep. Nobody's making a move. Everybody's kind of holding. Looks like they're all going right about the same speed now, and Albemarle's is clinging to that small 2-seat lead they had earlier in the race.
Yeah, they're a little over the halfway point now at this point in the race. Still could be anyone's race right now, especially for first and second, but anything could happen with Forest Park there. They could make a big move. They could start to pop up a little bit. Really good racing out of these top three quads right now.
See,
if I was a betting man, I would not want to make a bet right now.
No. I would say, once again, I haven't seen any movement. It's like all these boats fell into their base speed and are just continuing. No one's making any movement on anybody else. They're just kind of holding their positions here, which should make it for a very exciting finish as they come in here into the last 500.
I think we're going to see they're going to start to hear people at the grandstands, and somebody's going to decide to do something, and it's going to get exciting.
Yeah, this is a battle now. It looks like Justice is really trying to push, but I still think Western Albemarle is about half a boat length up. Ooh, and Western Albemarle just threw down a move and pulled out a little bit.
And even Forest Park might be inching back up a little bit too on Justice here. But Justice is responding now. You see that Justice boat just sped up a little bit.
As they come in, the bow seat will be calling the sprints as best they can, trying to get everybody's stroke ratings will start to go up, and they throw efficiency out the window and they try and race for the finish.
Yeah, that Western Albemarle quad is about at 40 strokes a minute right now, which is pretty high. They're looking to cross the line ahead. They're looking to get that state championship trophy and gold medal. Maybe 200 meters, 250 meters away. But here comes Forest Park. Forest Park is fighting Justice for the second place position. They're edging up. They're edging up a little bit every stroke. Every stroke, you're seeing them take about a foot. This could be tight across the line here.
Yeah, and here comes Justice again. Man, you can hear the parents. You can hear the excitement of the crowd here as they come in. The buoys change colors here as we come in the last 200 meters. This is tightening.
Here, gentlemen.
Right, this is going to be a tight one. Listen for the horns. Oh, my goodness.
42 strokes a minute in that Forest Park boat right now. They are hauling down the course, trying to eke out second place.
And it looks like Forest Park,
3 beeps in quick succession marking the finish there.
I would call that Western Albemarle Forest Park Justice. But once again, we're not on the finish line, so we will check for the official results when they come out.
Either way, really good sprint out of Forest Park there. They were down about a length in the middle of that race, right as Brian and I were opining about how it's hard to make time back up. And boy, did they. And this, I believe this is the crew from Mount Vernon crossing the line now in 4th place. Congratulations, Mount Vernon. Rowing out of the marina at the Fort Belvoir. And Justice B will be in view shortly.
I don't think they do this anymore, but Justice used to start their season before daylight savings time on Lake Barcroft.
I remember that. It's a very small lake in Arlington.
Yeah, very small lake in Arlington. They would start there because they couldn't. Here in Sandy Run Park, you're not allowed to be on the water after sunset, and early in the season before daylight savings time kicks in, that's sunsets.
It can be a short day.
It can be a short practice. And so they decided that it wasn't worth the hassle to rush down here from the Fairfax County Arlington border where Justice is, and they would row on Lake Barcroft. But I think about 4 or 5 years ago, they pushed the start of daylight savings time like 3 weeks earlier. And so it makes it less of a hassle than it used to be. All right.
It's nice for the people at the Naval Observatory to change time for rowing.
Well, we appreciate the actions on their behalf. No, on our behalf, sorry. Women's third 4 here. We have Episcopal Lane 2, Robinson Lane 3, Lake Braddock Lane 4, and Broad Run Lane 5. So the women's third 4 means that the team entered both a first 4 and a second 4, and this is their third 4.
And I would imagine that many of these teams also entered a junior 4, which means that this could also be their third or fourth 4.
Yeah,
on how they do this.
We'd have to, get down on the spreadsheet and start looking at that. So as they try and log on, and you can hear as boats come in to receive their awards on the awards dock, you can hear people parents cheering on their athletes, and that will only get louder and louder as the day goes on because I am a math teacher, and I will tell you there are more people in an 8 than a 4, which means there's more parents yelling.
There's 54 and 6 lanes of 8s. There's, I believe, 54 athletes coming down at once.
Right, and so we'll see a lot. It gets pretty loud in the grandstands here at the end of the day.
And we see Lake Braddock coming right into the starting platform here. They're going to get hung in, locked in, and we should be off to the races, if you pardon the pun, in the next minute or so.
All right, there. You can see the shout out to that stake boat volunteer who caught their stern, pushed them over, and was going to try and get them on there. They'll get on here in a second, pushing them over to the person on the diving board, and now they will scull it around and get their point.
And if you're watching the racing right now and becoming inspired to learn how to row yourself, remember that Maverick Rowing offers summer learn to row programs as well. So if you have any kids that are rising up and want to learn how to row over the summer, check out any info on the Maverick website, and they can do some rowing on their own.
All right, looks like we have everybody locked in and more or less have their point.
Say within the margin of error.
Yes.
The coxswain in that blue boat, the Robinson boat, is going to have to do a little bit of correction off the line to stay straight, but I think that's within her skill set. And once again, since this is only a 4-boat race, only 4 teams in Virginia decided to race a third 4. There will only be medals awarded to first and second place in this race because you need to defeat 2 crews in order to get a medal. So these 4 crews are battling out for gold and silver in the girls' third 4, and we are on the move.
There we go. Some steering corrections here in the first couple strokes. Really good start from the young women of Episcopal as they pull out in front of the other crews by about half a length.
Nice early lead always helps. It's not always definitive, but it's always nice to get out ahead early. That adrenaline, that being able to see the people behind you is always a nice feeling to have as you go ahead and start a race. Looks like Episcopal is still keeping their lead for now. Robinson in lane number 2 or lane number 3 is holding on. Broad Run in lane 5 is in 3rd right now, and then Lake Braddock in lane 6 working through 4th place but holding Broad Run honest.
Here we go, and it's just starting to separate out here just a little bit. Episcopal not able to pull away from Robinson. Robinson seems to be going with them. Those 2 crews are pulling away from Lake Braddock and Broad Run, but the Episcopal is not gaining ground right now on Robinson.
Looks like they've kept almost the exact same margin from the first 5 strokes of the race. So, effective start there for the girls from Episcopal, and sometimes those first 5 strokes can really help. But about maybe 2 seats of separation here between the Robinson and Episcopal boats as they fight their way down the course here.
Yep, still once again, nobody making any moves. Both boats about the same base speed, and Episcopal just holding that 2-seat lead that they got on that start. When they settled down, they had about a 2-seat lead, and here we are.
Looks like Robinson's pulling even at this point.
Robinson's starting to pull up a little bit. This is going to be a race now. Robinson has decided that they are going to make a move. They're making a big move here where they are trying to pull ahead, and it looks like they have now pulled ahead of Episcopal High School. They were not going to keep the same base speed. They were going to make a move, and they were going to pull ahead. Now they've pulled a good 2 to 3 seats ahead of Episcopal for first place here in the women's third 4.
Yeah, and this is where you talk about you don't win a race in the start, but you can lose it. Episcopal had a good start here, but there's 1,300 more meters to go after the start for Robinson to start walking back up, and it looks like that's what they've done so far. But still a lot of water to go to finish off this race.
Yeah, I think they're probably only about halfway through the race at this point. I don't think we've made it past the power lines yet, so there's still, but Robinson starting to pull away a little bit here, starting to find a rhythm that works for them and starting to believe. Like, this is one of those situations where a crew makes a move and they just believe and they start to pull away.
And sometimes you can just break the other crew of once you get, if you're ahead and then get past, it's really hard psychologically to come back from that.
So now opening up, now open water ahead of Episcopal, just establishing their dominance here. Kind of played with them in the first 500 and now in the middle 500, putting their stamp on this race to try and pull ahead. And they are now just dominating this field now.
Yeah,
as we come to the power lines, they have pulled way ahead. We don't know who's in third and fourth.
And we don't even know how far back third place might be. They might be just out of frame. They might be a while back. Not sure right now,
but Robinson really establishing up. The drone may pull back. It looks like third place. Yeah, Episcopal and Robinson have pulled out a pretty large lead over Lake Braddock, who looks to be just a little bit ahead of Broad Run, and that's good. Those two crews are battling it out there,
duking it out there
for third place. Just so they're racing, but Robinson now really starting to extend their lead, really starting to just find a higher base speed, a core speed on that race.
Yeah, and they're passing that buoy, so they have less than 500 meters to go now. They've taken command of this race.
Really impressive middle 500 there from the Robinson women's third four. Coming in here with now all the teams are now coming into the last 500, and Robinson just continuing to hammer down on the field. Coming in here to the finish, we have Robinson once again now a good 3 to 4 boat lengths open on Episcopal, who is 4 to 5 boat lengths open on Lake Braddock, who appears to be slightly ahead of Broad Run. So we come in here where it's about coming in here, the teams are coming in front of the grandstands. You'll start to hear the cheers from the crowd as these fours go by from the respective schools. Here we can see the battle for third place between Lake Braddock and Broad Run. You can hear the cheers of the crowd as the four teams come in front of the grandstands here for the race. And wow, just a battle here for third place between Lake Braddock and Broad Run. This is just battle for pride, battle for you want to just get one team, and these two teams are spring it out here, and it looks, it's going to be close. Really good. So there you can see the finish line. There is the Robinson girls crossing the finish line with their dominant, where they just put the hammer down in the second 1,500 meters of that race. Here comes Episcopal coming across, and there's just all kinds of craziness happening on this race for third place between Lake Braddock and Broad Run. And there's Episcopal crossing the line.
They're really tight. None of those rowers from Lake Braddock or Broad Run are giving up at all as they approach the line.
We'll see what happens here as we cross this two boats side by side racing. Just really competing, giving it their all. And you can hear
they come. We see the Lake Braddock boat coming into view now in lane 4. Broad Run right behind him.
Looks like it's going to be Lake Braddock for third, but it's tight. So,
Yeah, Lake Braddock in third, Broad Run in fourth.
all right, so that was the women's third four. And next up, we have the men's third four. And that will be lane 1, Briar Woods, lane 2, Loudon, lane 3, Broad Run, lane 4, Lake Braddock, lane 5, Battlefield, and lane 6, James River. Briar Woods out of Loudoun County. Loudon, strange enough, also out of Loudoun County. Broad Run out of Loudoun County. Lake Braddock Secondary School in Fairfax County. Battlefield is a Prince William County school, and James River is rose out of Rockets Landing on the James River in Richmond, Virginia.
So good mix of Virginia area high schools in this race coming up here.
And reflecting the geographic diversity of our sport in the state. The drone is on its way back after a quick battery change to the starting line.
Yeah, I wonder if any of the rowers here from Loudoun or Broad Run into the Loudoun County schools got to see King Charles and Queen Camilla over the weekend.
Oh, were they in Loudon?
Yeah, they went out to Leesburg and were out there.
All right. Here's how old I am. I remember when Prince Charles, he's King Charles.
King Charles now.
Yeah, he's King Charles. I remember when he was Prince Charles and he and Diana went to Springfield Mall to experience an American mall.
I can't imagine anything more shocking for British royalty than experiencing the Springfield Mall in all of its glory.
All of its glory. Well, that back then it was in its heyday. You know, we had the Timeout and the Timeout 2, and that was like, you know, when the malls were the thing. So that was back in the day at Springfield Mall.
Now it has been torn down and will soon be a hospital.
No, that's different. That was Landmark Mall.
Landmark.
Landmark Mall was torn down and is now a hospital. Soon to be the new site of Alexandria City, Alexandria Hospital. No, Springfield was redeveloped into like a mixed-use thing, and there's mainly just restaurants, and there's some stores there, but it's not, you know, I don't think there's any mall in America that's thriving.
King Charles decided not to go back.
Okay, good. And now we have drone footage of the men's third four, so you no longer have to listen to our thesis on the economics
dying
of
retail.
No,
and they're off.
And they're off. A little
like
steering
mayhaps with lane
2, but it looks like they got it back under control.
Broad Run has decided that if they pull ahead, no one can collide into them, which is a good strategy.
No.
Broad Run taking a little bit of an early lead here in lane 3.
Always a good sound race strategy, which is get to the front and then stay in the front.
You learned that playing tag early, that it's hard for someone to hit you if you are faster than them.
So, men's third four. So it looks really good start there from Broad Run. And I would say in second place,
looks like
Briar Woods.
James River fighting out
for the third. And this is, this was 6-boat final, so the top 3 places will all get medals, all get to go to the award stock and revel in the adulation of the crowd at the finish line.
The glory that is winning the third four.
Yes.
So good rowing.
Really good. Broad Run looking like this is their race. They are starting to pull out on the field in the men's third four.
And as you can tell after watching the quads earlier today, just a reminder that in sweep rowing, this is what's called here, each rower has one oar off to one side of the boat. In the quads that we saw a little earlier in the day, each rower has 2 oars. Quads are typically going to be a little bit faster because 2 is more than 1.
Also, they don't have the coxswain. If you look in the bow of the boat, you'll see a little head sticking up, and that is the coxswain who is laying down in the bow of the boat while steering the boat, and that's more weight. They don't weigh much, but they do weigh something. And in the quad, they don't have to haul the coxswain around. It's just their boat and themselves.
But it's always nice to not have to steer yourself and to let that little person up there do the steering for you.
All right, so here we go. Once again, Broad Run getting out in front, maybe about 2 seats open water on Briar Woods. And then James River over in lane 6. Looks like those 3 have separated themselves.
Still could be anyone for second and third here. A little bit of advantage to Briar Woods, but James River is not letting him go. as they're in the last 500, nope, the 1,000, as in they have 1,000 meters left to go in the race. This is the part of the race here where things start to get really uncomfortable. They've been pushing hard for a few minutes. Coming up about on that halfway mark. With Briar Woods and James River still battling for second. I think a little bit of an advantage right now for Briar Woods, but you know those coxswains are turning their heads. They're looking at the other crew. They're giving shout-outs. They're looking to take some moves here, trying to do anything they can to separate out. But these top three boats, man, they're just separating out from the rest of the field here.
Yeah, and I'd say that Briar Woods definitely making the big move here, establishing themselves. They look like they have open water now on the field. So let's see what we get out of the other two crews, if anybody can respond. If you look off to the right, you can see the eights heading up to the starting line for their races later on. We will have, after we finish with the fours, we will have the third eights and the freshman eights and the novice eights. All right. Once again, seems
like it, unless there's some kind of catastrophe, Broad Run should be able to walk away with this.
Not that a catastrophe is out of the not maybe in the cards sometimes in the men's third four. It's not completely dismissible, but it looks like Broad Run is establishing themselves here coming into the last 500. You can see the little red buoy to your left that indicates that there's about 500 meters to go as Broad Run enters the final third of the race. I wouldn't be comfortable calling who's in second right now, though.
No, it's very close. Briar Woods might have a small advantage, but especially as we saw in some of that sculling racing, really anything can happen in the last 20 strokes of this regatta. Some of these in the third, fourth, typically going to be younger athletes, and some of these younger boy athletes can really have this burst of adrenaline that just they can rock it up in the last couple strokes of these races. Yeah, it looks like Briarwood's a couple seats up on James River here, but James River is not letting it go.
And this is kind of one of those things that when you're rowing, it can be a little frustrating because if the two lanes you're racing they're lanes 1 and lane 6, they're so far away, and you can't really tell what's going on, even in the race with your rower. Like if the boat,
they're 50 meters apart right now,
and so once again, I would say maybe it looks like.
But even the gap is closing on Broad Run, too. Broad Run had some open water. It looks like that gap is closing between first and second.
Yeah, it's going to be
coming by the grandstands now. We're starting to hear some commotion, some hubbub, some hubris, some even would say.
From the crews. But yeah, sometimes these teams run out of gas a little bit. And so we'll see what happens here for the second place here in the men's third four.
Yeah, as Justin DeGaetano said once, I'm running out of gas, and sometimes you just get tired. Mid-run. So here they come here, fighting out first, second, and third. Looks like Broad Run is going to hold on to this lead.
And I would give the edge right now to Briar Woods over James River. I saw the James River bow seat just take a little peek over his right shoulder trying to see.
Sometimes that little peek's all you need to get a little extra burst of pizzazz in there.
Right, you got to believe, and you can see the coxswain there in this drone shot closest to us. You can see her looking out, yelling into her microphone, encouraging. Oh, big move!
This is
big
real tight,
move,
really tight.
Oh, we're gonna see.
Camera just moved. Angle's a little weird.
Let's just see what's doing. Oh,
ooh, I don't know if I feel like calling that from here.
No, I don't. I think you're going to have to go online and find the results for the men's third four because we can't tell that here at the finish line. And here we come across the finish for the other crews. Congratulations to all the athletes here in the third four as they complete their rowing journey here at Virginia Scholastic Rowing Championships.
Now, there are the two next races of the day is going to be the women's novice four, which these girls, this will be their third race of the day as they've had to race a heat and then a semifinal in order to progress to this final. So they are going to do 4,500 meters of sprint racing today. And let me tell you, I don't envy them. So
No.
really proud of the effort that they put in there. We have 2 more races of 4s of the novice 4 for both the boys and the girls. And then we're on to the 8s, which is going to be the fastest racing of the day. And that's going to be some big excitement there.
All right. Drone's heading back up to the start. We'll see if everybody gets locked in. All right, everybody's locking in here to the women's novice 4. We have 5 of the 6 boats on the starting platform, and it looks like they are. The volunteer on the dock is doing a nice little assist in walking that boat over to their starting platform.
Yeah, it looks like that James Madison boat having a little trouble locking in, but they were so dominant in their heat and semifinal that I think we can give them a little bit of grace here.
All right. It's backing the boat is an acquired skill because it's 2 people backing and they can only steer with differential pressure, and it's one of those things that you get to learn and you don't get to practice a lot during the week. And so as you do it, and these are novices, so they have not done it a lot.
Looks like so from right to left here, lane 1 we have Gloucester, lane 2
Gloucester,
Stonebridge, lane 3 Robinson, lane 4 James Madison, lane 5 the high school Episcopal, and lane 6 Langley.
Right. The old boys will appreciate that shout out there, David. Right, looks like our points are a little askew at this point. Let's hope these novice coxswains get them locked in. For anybody who's watching this week and will be watching next week, one of the things that you will notice is if you watch like the men's first 4s, the men's first 8s, they lock in and get their points right away.
It's like lane 3 is. There they go, back at it.
Yeah,
everyone's back on course now.
A little steering adventure there.
The 4s are surprisingly maneuverable boats, and when a coxswain gives full rudder, those babies can pivot pretty quickly.
So we have, looks like right now,
another fast start from Episcopal.
Yeah, Episcopal, Dave Collins teaching his girls how to do starts using that Olympic rowing knowledge. So we have, Episcopal is now out on. All right, we've just been informed that the novices at Episcopal are coached by Coach Matt Lupin, so we're going to give him the shout out for that good start.
It's a clean looking novice crew off to the lead there, and Episcopal so far looks like really tight after that, but Langley looks like it might be in second, and then really tight between James Madison, Stonebridge, and Gloucester for third place right now.
And this is what you see is like when you have a race that has heats, semis, and finals, like there's a lot, the things get tighter and tighter as the day goes on. We'll see that in the 8s as well because they all have had heats and finals, and we'll see some really tight racing there. Hopefully, because that's what we like to see.
Yeah, there were, I believe, 18 entries in this event, and we're now down to the top 6 racing out for gold, silver, and bronze medals, and a pretty substantial trophy. So really exciting for the first sweep championship of the. Nope, that's not true. For the first novice championship of the day.
Once again, Episcopal looking to be really good here. They've established themselves, but I see Madison and Langley starting to creep back on them a little bit. It looks like the action's going to be on the left side of your screen, but let's not count out lane 2 Stonebridge, who looks like they're trying to make a little move on Langley for that third place spot.
That white boat there from Episcopal is a Pocock 4, which you might recognize the name if you've seen or read Boys in the Boat. No longer handmade out of cedar in Seattle, but still a premier Premier Company.
I still think they're made in Seattle, though.
But they are still made in Seattle.
But
I
yes,
think they gave up the wood and the hand.
No, it's all carbon fiber at this point.
There's no longer the old man slowly sanding in the back of the boathouse.
No. So we have now Madison's
working their way back up,
making their way, and those two teams have established themselves as the teams to beat. And we're going to have to watch on third because it looks like out of the corner of my eye, right before the drone dropped off, that Stonebridge was
still hanging on to Langley.
Stonebridge hanging on to Langley for that third place spot, and it looks like it's going to be a battle here between Madison and Episcopal for the gold medal here in the women's novice 4.
Madison trying to rein them in a little bit as they're, I believe, a little over the halfway mark of the course now.
Remember in that last race, it was Episcopal a little bit up, and then Robinson just dropped the hammer in the second 1,000. We'll see if this Episcopal crew can hold off.
You know, a little coincidentally, nothing feels better than being able to walk through a crew that's up, but nothing feels worse than being up and having
being walked through. Yeah,
that knife cuts both ways.
Yeah, it's a demoralizing outcome. So here we go. These two boats now battling it out. Madison is pulled up almost level. It's
tough to see exactly where that boat is with the dark water and the dark hull.
Right. Yeah. The I believe that is, if I remember correctly, that is the name of the boat is the Cruisin.
CREWZEN. Zen. Yeah, it's
yeah.
very zenful rowing. They come up to the power lines.
But we cannot see exactly where their bow ball is with this angle with the drone. So
still just looking at the rowers, maybe Episcopal has a small lead at this point, but
I don't know.
It's tight.
It's tight. They are side by side here going through the power lines. And if you look up in lane 1, Gloucester is now maybe pushing the third.
It's tight for third there.
Yeah, Gloucester, Stonebridge, and Langley. I think Langley may have dropped all the way back now to 5th place, but now they're making a move back. It's going to be a battle royale now.
Good race. Tight for first, tight for third. This is fun. This is good.
Good racing. So 2 tight crews racing here for first place, and then 3 crews battling it out for that bronze medal.
All right, we're going to start to see the drone swing around. Should make it a little easier to tell some of the margins between the boats here.
Yeah, as they come in here, you see that buoy on your left-hand
side. Looks like Madison is ahead, I would say, about half a length over Episcopal.
Coming into the last 500.
There's going to be 2 minutes and 5 seconds to go here for some of these crews. They are working hard. They're doing everything they can for the next 70 strokes to try to stay ahead.
I would say that definitely Madison's starting to pull ahead a little bit. Yeah, look at that drone image. They're almost a full boat length up now on Episcopal.
Yeah, Episcopal's making them work for it. They're holding on, but I don't know if they're going to be able to come back up from ahead to behind to ahead again.
And then now we got Gloucester out in lane 1 really making a push for that third place. Here, and we're going to see, but look at this, just really tight racing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. And this is the joy of the semifinals is it's been vetted. Everybody here has had to
really tight here for third place. Looks like Gloucester's up on Langley, but really, with a novice 4, anything could happen at this point.
I don't know. It may be Langley up.
Maybe someone behind me just murmured, "Oh no," when I said that. So it could be anything.
Could be anything. We'll see what's going on here. But I'd say it's going to be a battle between now Gloucester and Langley for that second place.
A bronze medal always feels good when you eke out someone from 4th like this. It's always one of the most satisfying medals to win.
As someone who had a 4th place finish at Stotesbury, I can tell you that third is way better.
Yeah.
So we have, and Madison has pulled out. They are off screen now. So I think coming in here, they look like they are. If I peek out to the side here, it looks like they have definitely taken the lead.
They have some open water ahead of Episcopal right now, but still really close with Gloucester and Langley right now.
Oh, and this is going to be this battle for third is good stuff. This is why we came.
It's a game of inches.
Right. Let's see if we can't get this out here. And just really, who wants
you see that Langley coxswain looking to the side. She sees that Gloucester boat out to the side.
Yeah, you watch her. She's call, look to her left, call, look to her left. But I think
she's looking around. She's seeing it. That Stonebridge boat is trying to make a move too, but I think they're going to run out of water.
Ooh, I don't know. This is going to be tight. So here we go. Congratulations here to James Madison High School, women's novice 4,
home of the Warhawks.
Yes, look at that winning there.
Here's Episcopal in their second place.
Second place for the high school. They're Maroons. And then, third place. I don't know.
Going to be tight across the line for third, fourth, fifth.
Oh, and that boat's on the finish line. I don't know. I'm not calling that.
I'd guess Langley for that. That's kind of what it looked like.
Yeah.
Really good fight out of all those crews.
Really good fight.
And even sixth place Robinson. This is the closest we've seen of first or sixth so far today.
Yeah,
like really good racing out of all six crews here.
Really good racing out of all the crews. Really congratulations to all those members in the women's novice 4 out of the whatever it was 19, 18 boats that started this morning to have those top 6. They all showed some really good speed there. All right, moving on now. We have the men's novice 4. And that'll be our next race up.
All right, coming up next in race 47 in lane 1, we have the Highlanders from McLean High School. In lane number 2, we have Fairfax. In lane number 3, Riverside High School. Lane number 4, Independence. Lane 5, Gloucester. And lane 6, Battlefield. Looks like they are already working their way down the course now, maybe about halfway through the race. Looks like lane 4 is potentially up right now. That's Independence crew. But it is some tight racing right here for second and third, like it's been for a lot of these races. Lane 5, Gloucester, looks like they're in second place, but they are trying to work their way back up on Independence. McLean High School, the Highlanders, in lane number 1, seem to be fighting back into second as well. McLean giving a good fight here in the white boat, another George Pocock creation in lane 1 on the right-hand side of the screen, fighting their way up towards lane number 5. Looks like tight right now with McLean and Riverside for third place with a little bit of an advantage right now going towards McLean. But really tight racing here in the boys novice 4. The top 4 here are all pretty tight together with Fairfax and Battlefield a little bit behind the rest of the pack right now.
All right. Really good racing coming here in the last 500. Looks like Independence just has their bow out just a little bit on McLean.
Yeah, less than 500 meters to go now for all the 4 lead crews. Looks like Independence in first so far, Gloucester in second, McLean in a very close third to second, and Riverside still in third with contact, although they might be starting to get pulled away a little bit. Those boys from Gloucester have a pretty high rate right now as they're trying to stay ahead. In a fight right now between McLean and Gloucester. Really all red teams up front, all teams with big red as part of their uniforms fighting through here. Could be anyone's game right now for second, third, or fourth, but Independence seems to be pretty happily up in the front right now. But McLean is moving.
Surprisingly, Independence with red, white, and blue colors. Who would have thought? Northern Virginia.
Very patriotic. You love to see it.
Yes. One of the many Northern Virginia high schools with red, white, and blue as their colors. But hey, they're waving the flag right now because they are pulling out on the field.
They're coming by. Independence is coming by the grandstands now. McLean still seems to be in a very tight second, but Gloucester is not giving it to him. Gloucester's making them work for it. They're fighting hard.
And here comes Riverside.
Tight racing here. This is the racing that's really, really exciting to see, exciting to be a part of.
Riverside's decided they're going to try and make a big push here. The drone angle's a little tough to see exactly who's ahead right now. So we're going to have to wait and see as they come in closer to the finish line. I may take a peek out the window here, as it were, to see what we can see.
But this is the kind of racing right now that makes coaches nervous.
And you can hear the crowd. The crowd is energized by how close this is. You can hear the screaming of the crowd in the background.
Looking for that little surge up as we come to the line. Little surges up to get your bow ahead. Really, really tight right now for second, third, fourth. Looks like Independence is going to be the champions for the men's novice 4 coming up here. Second place, really, 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 really tight.
I would give that to McLean, then Riverside, then Gloucester, but I'm not certain. All right.
Oh, and then
Little bobble
really,
there at the finish there from Battlefield.
Really good racing up to the finish line there for that men's novice 4. Really, really tight for second, third, and fourth.
If we get official results, we'll let you know.
All right, in our first eights final of the day, we have the women's third 8. And in this race, from right to left, in lane 1, we have Alexandria City High School's fourth 8. Then in lane 2, Alexandria City High School's third 8. Lane 3, we have Langley. Lane 4, we have McLean. Lane 5, Washington Liberty. And in lane 6, we have Alexandria City High School's sixth 8.
Sorry, just fifth.
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 So it was. We appreciate Alexandria City High School inviting Langley, McLean, and Washington Liberty to their own internal scrimmage at the Virginia State Championship.
At the Virginia State Championships. So that means that for those following along at home, that means that Alexandria City's program has so many girls rowing that they have a first 8, a second 8, a third 8, a fourth 8, and a fifth 8, and I believe they have a freshman 8 as well.
And I believe a novice 8 as well.
And a novice 8. So it's a good thing there's a lot of space at the DeKalb Rowing Center.
I believe it is every single high school girl in Alexandria is on the rowing team. And they are off.
Ooh, but I'm a little nervous about the start on that.
A little nervous about the steering there from lane 2, Alexandria City, but it looks like she has that under control.
Ooh, and now I'm seeing a little bit of a steering adventure here from McLean.
Yeah, the steering here is tough. The coxswains can't really see in front of them that well because they have 8 bodies right in front of their line of sight. So they're looking at the buoys, their peripheral. I don't know what's happening up in the upper right there.
All right, well,
we're about to lose view of it.
So yeah, there seemed to be another steering issue. It looks like they went off the course and then overcorrected, came back on the course. Looks like they've straightened it back out now. And still not as straight as one would hope going down the course, but they'll figure it out here as we get into it. And now everybody's got their points, and we have kind of formed into this nice little chevron here as teams come streaming down the course.
Like Langley and McLean are fighting out for the first in the upper part of the chevron right now, with Washington Liberty WL and Alexandria City High School fighting behind there. But really, at this point, we're early enough into the race; it could be anybody's game at this point. We see nice wide lanes for them to stay in the middle of.
Everybody's kind of got their point now after the little steering misadventure at the start. We have Langley looking to start to pull away just a little bit over McLean. McLean has bowed astern with Alexandria City, who seems to be a seat or two up on Washington and Liberty. And then the other 2 Alexandria City boats on the outsides.
As we come through about the first, coming up now, you see that red buoy in the bottom right of the screen. That's 500 meters in. Looks like Langley has maybe a seat or 2 on McLean in lane 4, but those boats are pretty evenly matched right now. And the 2 white boats behind in lane 2 and lane 4 from Alexandria City and Washington Liberty seem to be pretty matched as well. So 2 Fairfax boats up front, 2 Arlandia boats in third and fourth right now.
And then we have, tough to see exactly where that McLean boat is because of once again, the dark coloration there. That is believe they're rowing a Resolute, which is a nice little antique that you can't get anymore.
No, the good people of Bristol, Rhode Island decided they weren't going to make boats anymore.
So coming down the course, though, Langley now starting to pull away, maybe half a boat length up, looking at the rowers on McLean. To be honest, the black and red of the Highlanders isn't doing us any favors either.
It's tough to see. We've been trying to no avail to get Fairfax water to make this reservoir a little more Caribbean light blue, but so far they've been resistant to those efforts.
Right. Yes. Nice. Oh, and they're pretty pullback of the entire race course here as we come under the power lines.
But yeah, it looks like Langley is starting to pull ahead a little bit of McLean, but McLean is also starting to pull a little bit ahead of WL and ACHS. But honestly, for third right now, maybe little advantage to Alexandria, but not much.
No, I'd say maybe like 3 seats Alexandria up on WNL. Titans versus the Generals here.
Really, should be just the general at this point.
Yeah. We'll have to write the Arlington School Board and make a name change suggestion. But in first place are the Saxons of Langley. And then second place as the aforementioned Highlanders.
And looks like it could be either Generals or Titans for third place. Alexandria might have a little bit of a lead right now as the camera pans around as we come into 500 meters to go between those two red buoys right there. Looks like we have contact still between first and second, but it looks like Langley has decided this is going to be their race.
I have Langley at a 34 strokes a minute.
Conservative, comfortable rate for a third eight.
I have McLean also at a 34.
Yeah, stroke rate is hard. The higher the
31
stroke rate,
for the Alexandria City.
The higher the stroke rate goes, the more strokes you can take during a race, which can be advantageous. But getting too high can be difficult to control and balance, which is tough as well.
Right. One of the things you'll see, especially as we get into these upper boats, is that as the bodies of the athletes move around in the boat, it affects the speed of the boat when the blades are not in the water. And so it's a question of, can you row a controlled rate and let the boat run out in between strokes, or do you have the body control to row the higher rates? But now looking at this, definitely say that Langley is up almost bow to stern on McLean.
Yeah, as they come through, they're coming by the grandstands now. You see the parent crowds getting excited about that.
Yeah,
Looks like still barely contact. McLean is not letting go. They've grabbed onto that stern.
Yeah, McLean's not letting. I agree. McLean is.
They might actually be coming back up a little bit.
Coming back up a little bit. I don't know if there's enough water left for them to pull them back in, though. Buoys are about to change colors here. We're going to be in the last 20 strokes. And that's a lot of boat length to take in 20 strokes.
Each of these boats is about 55 feet long. That's just a lot of ground to gain.
Right. Like if you a seat every 5 strokes is good, but if there's 20 strokes left, that's
not enough.
Not enough. And now Langley's
answered the call. They've decided that they are going to win this race, and here they come,
pulling away now. And then love to see. Can't see on the drone angle what's going on here with Alexandria City and WNL.
Looks like I don't see WL anymore. I'd say that probably means this is going to go to ACHS for third place.
So there is the Saxons, then the Highlanders, and coming across the line in third are the Titans of Alexandria City High School. And there's the Generals of WNL. Well, there's only one general in their name. There's 8 girls in the boat, and they're coxswain Generals, and then here come the other 2 Alexandria City High School boats. Next up, we have the men's third eight final from the heats from this morning. There were 8 boats in this race, so the last place in each heat was eliminated, and we are now on to the final of the men's third eight. Lane 1, Robinson. Lane 2, West Springfield. Lane 3, Yorktown. Lane 4, WNL. Lane 5, Colgan. And lane 6, Woodson. So that would be the Rams, the Spartans. I'm sorry, I don't know that I know what the Yorktown mascot is.
I think it's vaguely Cologne. The Patriots. They're the
Patriots. There we go. WNL, the Generals, Colgan. Fun. Sharks. That's a fun one.
All caps.
All caps. Sharks. Right. And if you watch, they have multiple different blade designs, but one of their blade designs is navy blue with a shark fin on it.
I believe they have a C on the front of the blade and the shark fin on the back.
I think it depends on which crew. I think the men and women have different blades. I think the novice have different blades.
We'll have to consult with Brian Bosch.
Yeah, Brian Bosch, the head coach, will explain to us why they have so many different blade designs later on. But hey, whatever works for you.
Millie, Brian is probably listening right now at the television setup at the Prince William Boathouse. Hello, Brian.
Hello, Brian. So you can send us a text on why you have 5 different blade designs. All right, so here we go. The teams all looked. Everybody's lined up nice and straight. Everybody's ready to go. The men's third 8 scheduled to go off. They are actually we're ahead of schedule, so they're I don't see we were all perfectly pointed down the race course, and now we seem to have come a little bit off point with some of the boats. Hopefully those coxswains will correct that without prompting.
Really what we're looking for is just no boats pointed together. We don't want to see converging. Oh, they are off. It's going to be a little bit tough for Colgan off the start here as they steer towards Woodson, and there seems to be an immediate almost collision. There's an immediate collision between lane 5 and 6. Looks like they're going to stop racing.
Well, let's see here.
Let's see if they're going to stop racing.
Yeah.
I expect we're going to see this called very quickly. And racing has been stopped.
There we go. Yep. As they stop the racing, and so they'll have to bring them back into the platform.
So I would guess, Brian, that they're going to loop them around, and we're going to end up getting the women's freshman 8 off first.
We'll see. I mean, we're ahead of schedule, so they have time to back them back in. We'll see what they decide to do.
Yeah. You can see there the importance of coxswains making sure their bow is pointed in the correct direction right between the buoys right off the start of the rudder on the back of these 8s. We said the 8s is about 55 feet long. The rudder is about half the size of your credit card.
Right. So yeah, when we have the men's third 8 here, we have not your top coxswain, but
someone reasonably experienced.
They're still driving something that's like a semi, and maybe handles worse than a school bus.
Definitely worse than a school bus.
And so you have to be careful here and make sure we keep our points together.
Looks like the drone's coming back for a battery change, so we might miss the restart of this race, but I think we'll have some time because it's going to take a little bit of time for everyone to get situated right back in the blocks.
As soon as we find out what's happening, we will let you know. So still no update on what's going to happen here with the men's third 8. Sorry. And once again, as soon as we know something, we'll let you know. But right now, it looks like they're going to run the women's freshman 8. They just flipped that graphic up. So the people running the graphics are in the finish line tower. So they get information a few seconds ahead of us. They have stationed us outside, so we are not disrupting the officials in their racing.
Brian, I don't think either one of us has ever been called disruptive in our life before.
Never, ever has that ever happened to either of us.
But this is normally going to be some some of the closest and fastest racing a day is going to be in these freshman 8s.
And this is a 5-boat final because we had 7 boats in the entered, and so the last place boat of each heat was eliminated, and these are the 5 remaining crews here in the final, the women's freshman 8.
And right now they're going to fight out for 3 sets of medals, a trophy, and 3
spots
for SRAs.
SRAs. And you will see, we were discussing this earlier, but different localities have different rules on who's allowed to row. And so the Arlington schools can have their middle school athletes rowing. And so a lot of times you will, as you see here, you have Wakefield and Yorktown in the final because they can have freshmen who have a year of rowing experience sometimes.
And I believe ACHS is in the same position.
As is ACHS. So Riverside and Robinson, this is those kids' first years, but everybody here is a 9th grader, which means that they are not necessarily the peak versions of them, high school versions of themselves yet.
A fun Venn diagram of freshmen and novices. Of some novices are freshmen and some freshmen are novices, but not all are all.
Yes.
But we're seeing them getting backed in now. It looks like we have
and it looks like they're turning around those men's third 8s to go back to the start. And as the women's freshman 8s are locking in and getting their points here in lanes 2 through 6. So the Wakefield are the Warriors. Alexandria City is the Titans. Riverside. I don't know what the Riverside.
I believe they're the Rams.
Riverside Rams. I feel like I should know that because we're here with Maverick Rowing, and those coaches are also the coaches of Riverside. But we'll find out. I'm sure one of them will come pass us a note momentarily.
That might just be the alliteration speaking to me.
Well, I know Robinson are the Rams.
That's for sure.
Right, but the high schools do like to have their alliteration much like Marvel Comics.
But it looks like right now everyone has decided that they will slant their boats over to the left.
Yes, this is, if the officials start this would be an interesting choice.
But at least lane 1 is open, so everyone could just slide one lane over off the start.
Look, see, I did get it. It is Riverside Rams. We did get confirmation.
Our producers have passed us a note. It is the Rams. We feel very good about that.
We should have said it more from our chest there. It would be more assertive. The Rams of Riverside. So we have Warriors, Titans, Rams, and Patriots.
Really, Riverside and Robinson could have the Ram Cup every year.
Ooh. Well, I know that we have a race that we have with Wakefield and Walter Johnson, and it's the W Cup.
See, and that I think could be expanded to include Whitman, Wilson,
Woodbridge,
West Potomac.
This like we got the bottom end of the alphabet dominated here in Northern Virginia.
A lot of W's out there.
So, as they get their points here, still trying to get their points to start race 50 here, the women's freshman 8. Waiting to see if they get alignment. Lane 6 raised her hand.
Yorktown is pointing over into lane 7, which is a bold strategy, Cotton.
We'll see if it works out for them. They are off. They are off. Coxon making the quick correction to get back on point.
Yeah, good job for that Yorktown Coxon getting right locked back in. That was a tough situation to be in.
And here we are away. Ooh, this is tight. Really
good racing right off the line.
I would say really good start for the aforementioned Riverside Rams.
Riverside, a relatively new program. I believe they just started post-COVID, and they have been on a big upswing, getting bigger, getting faster every year.
Right. I remember their first year. The rules in Northern Virginia is their first year you can row a third 8 or a novice 8. And then the first year they won the novice 8, and then the second year they had to win they raced in the second 8, and I think they either were top medal in that. And then, they pushed in the first 8. And that first year, I'll tell you what, the first 8 is just a different animal.
It's across the board. It's the first 8 is the big dogs. That's the fastest teams with the fastest kids in the first 8.
Right, and so it's tough. And so I think they took some lumps last year, but now they're back into it. I think they're a medal favorite here in the first 8. So that is a program that has started with a vision on how they were going to run their program and have executed it. We've got a little steering adventure here from Alexander City High School, but it looks like they've straightened it out. And Riverside's starting to pull away a little bit now on Alexandria City High School. Riverside, I know, trains with the Maverick Center, so that time in the tanks that you can rent looks like it's paying off.
Looks like that might be helping. Looks like really tight for third place here between the crosstown Arlington rivals of Wakefield and Yorktown.
Yeah, who's going to get that that medal in that last qualifying spot for SRAAs, which are in Oak Ridge, Tennessee this year. It moves around on Melton Hill Lake.
Looks like still very tight right now between second and third. Maybe small advantage to Yorktown right now.
The nice overhead, you can see just the run on that Riverside 8 as they're just getting out of their puddles just a little bit at a pretty high stroke rating. I got them at a 35.
That's aggressive for freshmen, but it's working.
Yeah. If it works, it works. I have Alexandria City at a 36. And then I think second place may now be Yorktown.
No, it looks like third place. Third place. Yeah, it looks like Yorktown starting to pull a little bit ahead of Wakefield, but Wakefield still staying nice and tight on Alexandria City. There's still contact between the boats.
Got Yorktown at a 35. And I got Wakefield at a 34.
Really
Riverside's starting to pull away.
Dominant performance out of this Riverside girls freshman 8 right now. Let's see from the angle. Not 100% sure where they are in the course right now. We're going to zoom out a little bit. We might get to see some buoys here.
Yeah, that looks like they're about halfway through the race. Sorry, I've been rowing on this river for a very long time, and now I'm kind of like, which makes its benefit. I can kind of sense where I'm going. It's very dangerous when I'm sculling because I don't look around as much as I should have.
You never need to.
But yeah, they're the power line. So now we're about 600 meters to go here, and Riverside really establishing themselves. They're
pushing away from ECHS there.
Really nice race from them, looking really strong.
Wakefield hanging on to fourth, trying to see if they can make a move on Yorktown to cross back up against their North Arlington foes.
And there is the buoy for 500 meters to go. We have Riverside hitting that buoy first, Alexandria City second to my eye, and then third, Yorktown.
Looks like it's going to be Yorktown, but it's close with Wakefield.
Yeah, I'd say maybe half a boat length over Wakefield. Once again, it's tough because they're on opposite sides of the course, so it's really tough with that parallax to see who's ahead.
Those coxswains are looking around. They're making moves. They're shouting. They're going to be maybe less than a minute away from coming by the grandstands, and things are going to get loud. Things are going to get exciting.
Yeah, it's going to get real loud here from the grandstands. I can hear the Wakefield drum warming up in the background.
I'm glad when I was back in my day, it was apparent Bill Gillen who would bang the drum at Wakefield, and I'm glad that torch has been passed on for years since.
Yes, Riverside here just looking really good here, really together.
Yeah, got a couple seats of open water over second place Alexandria there. They're coming by the grandstands now. There's drums, there's bells, cheering is starting. Exciting finish, one of the premier events of the day here.
Oh, you can see their heads. They're tired, but they're going after it, and they're going to get that adrenaline push here, knowing that they're going to be state champions in the women's freshman 8 here, which is,
winning the freshman 8 is almost always the hallmark of something good happening next year.
Yeah, it's the freshman 8 is what's going to tell you how this team's going to be for the next couple of years. So this is a really good sign for the future of the Riverside women's program as they come across here, coming up to the finish line of the women's freshman 8. Should be coming.
Yeah, they're out of view now in front of us, so they should be right by the finish line.
Once again, really shout out to this fantastic drone footage. And there you can see how much of a lead they've opened up on second place. And then let's see what's going on with third place, because that's Yorktown looks like they've pulled away from Wakefield here as the teams come in front of us. And there it is. There's Riverside, then Alexandria City, then Yorktown in there.
Still good racing out of these freshmen here. That was a solid race out of these boats.
And then
looks like Robinson pulling up in fifth place here.
And once again, you can see all the different crews and all their different hulls. Yorktown coming across in their Filippi.
Mamma mia.
Their Italian boat. Oh, and looks like we are already underway in the next race. So after Robinson finishes here,
we'll be redoing the men's third 8?
This is probably the men's third 8. I'll be able to tell you in a few seconds once we get it on screen which event it is. As we see here, yes, our producers have flashed up the graphic that it's the men's third 8. We're going to believe them.
Looks like Yorktown has taken a lead here right off the bat.
I tell you what, the Yorktown men this year are a juggernaut.
They have a really, really strong field.
And they have a deep program. I think that we might see the very rare 1, 2, 3, 8 sweep here from Yorktown this year. We'll have to tune in next week to find out if they can pull that off. But right now, Yorktown out big in the third 8. And then it's a 3-way battle for second place between West Springfield, W&L, and Woodson.
And Colgan is not out of this.
No, and Colgan just like half a boat length back.
Just like a shark, they're staying locked in.
All right, so here we go. I think Woodson has pushed ahead a little bit of W&L, but I'm not sure. I think they still might be behind West Springfield over there in lane 2.
Once again, it's hard fighting out when the person you're really head-to-head with is 50 meters off to the side of you. It's hard to keep that locked in, hard to tell what's going on.
So this is going to be, we got Yorktown, looks like they're coming into the last 500, looks dominant, like they're going to win this race. But the question is, who's going to get that silver and bronze medal? Because it could be.
Looks like someone's going to be disappointed out of those 3 boats.
Yes, and it looks like West Springfield has made a little bit of a move there to push ahead and push solid in that silver position.
Some steering issues out of W&L there. That's going to slow them down a little bit and give it a little bit of an edge to Woodson and West Springfield.
So we'll see. You can see here, you can see the course that the coxswains have steered. And you hope to see a straight line as a coach when you go there. See that Yorktown boat has been laser straight down the course, which is what's helping them get out to that straight line. And here we come in. It's anybody's, man, really tight, good racing here, though. Yeah. Look at this.
This is a great angle. They're under 500 meters to go, all crews. Just really tough to see who second, third, and fourth place is right now. Looks like Colgan is probably in 5th with Robinson in 6th, but could be anyone's game for second and third and fourth right now.
Yeah, and maybe as the drone swings around here to the side, we'll get a view
looks
of
like maybe Woodson as we see this.
I don't know. We'll see.
Oh no, sorry, lane 2 is West Springfield.
Yeah, the Spartans, right? Yeah, look at that Yorktown crew, really strong there, coming across the line. Coming in front of us here.
Yorktown coming by the grandstands.
Yeah, it's going to get loud here from the grandstands with this tight racing. See, here I would definitely say on this angle, Woodson up on W&L. Yeah, but I don't know what's going on the other side there. It's
that West Springfield boat is fighting hard. They're getting the rate up. They're starting to sprint out. They're trying to stay ahead.
Little steering there from the Woodson boat. We're going to see who this is going to be tight here. We'll have to wait for the finish line.
It's tough. We can see them with our own eyes now, not on the camera. Still really hard to tell
who's ahead. I'd say West Springfield looks like they're in the silver, but that bronze medal is anybody's fight here at this point.
Here's Yorktown across the line, really dominant out of Yorktown today.
From the men's third 8. That bodes well. And there's West Springfield coming in for the silver, but who is going to be that third?
Oh, really tight.
Looks like it's going to be I don't know.
Really tough.
Really tight.
Looks like West Springfield in second. Really tough on third and fourth.
We will have to wait until we see official results.
Colgan in 5th and Robinson in 6th.
We'll wait on official results here from the men's third 8s. And see when they come in, we will be the first to let you know.
But coming up now, we have race 51, the semi-penultimate race of the day.
Or parapenultimate.
Parapenultimate.
Yeah, hey, listen, it's crossword words all the way here. The men's freshman 8s here.
They're on the move.
They are on the move. So we got Lake Braddock, Lane 1, West Springfield, Lane 2, Yorktown, Lane 3, Langley, Lane 4, Woodson, Lane 5, and Robinson, Lane 6. Now, this was the race earlier in the day where there was all the kerfuffle with
in the heats for this race.
Yeah, there was two boats that ran into each other like at the 1,000 when the Alexandria City had the equipment failure. And I would say right now it looks, I would put Langley out in first.
Langley looks like they're out in first with their bucket rig, where they have 5 and 4 seat row in the same side there in the middle of the boat. And looks like it is really, really tight second place with Yorktown and Woodson. Maybe small edge to Woodson right now, but at this stage of the race, anything could be anything.
Shout out to the men's freshman coach. I believe that's Stephen Koch coaching at the Langley freshmen. And they look like this is their race and that they are going to go take it. They are now bow to stern on the field. And I would, to my eye, maybe Woodson a little bit up on Yorktown at this point.
Yeah, I believe they're 2 or 3 seats up on Yorktown, and Yorktown up on West Springfield. West Springfield pretty close with Robinson over there in lane 6. But good fight out of these boats right now.
Still no results from who was third in that men's third eight. Once again, as soon as we know, we'll let you know for the parents who are waiting at home.
They're doing the math. They're crunching the numbers.
Yeah, they're looking at they're doing the video replay. All right, so now Langley pulling out, but now Woodson looking like they've now pulled out a little bit on Yorktown. And man, good racing, just really good racing. But Langley looking really strong here.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has what it takes to even start to claw back this Langley crew right now.
No, they look dominant here, and the men's freshman eight.
Woodson starting to solidify themselves in second, but still, if Yorktown wants to do something, wants to make a move, they're still got a little bit of time, but not much.
Not much. As we come up here to the power lines, coming under the power lines, Langley is now just way out, boat length and a half on open on the field, and still Woodson maybe 1 or 2 seats up on Yorktown, but those two crews are, and West Springfield's hanging right in there.
West Springfield might be coming back up towards Yorktown.
Still no results on the men's third eight.
You have coaches and parent boards watching the film right now can see that the white boats are easier to see on the stream against the black water. If that can be kept in mind when buying boats, that would be super. It looks like right now Langley still dominantly up, less than 500 meters to go. Woodson crossing the 500 meter to go mark now. Yorktown hot on their heels, and West Springfield hot behind that.
I have gotten a correction. This dominant men's crew from Langley is being coached by Peter Christensen. I apologize to Peter that I just butchered his last name twice, but that is the coach of this Langley men's freshman eight that is putting on this dominant display here on this one. We are still awaiting results from the men's third eight.
But the freshmen here are coming by the grandstands. Langley coming by now to an ecstatic crowd as they come right by. And still looks like it's going to be Woodson in second place, and maybe Yorktown in a very, very tight third place for the men's freshman eight. We've gotten word that they're still discussing the finish of the men's third eight. There's some video review going on right now in order to check what exactly happened when they're crossing the line.
All right. So we still don't know what happened with that men's third eight, but here we come in.
Boats are crossing the line really, really tight here with Woodson and Yorktown. Yorktown doing a big sprint up here, but let's see if that's going to be enough.
All right, as they come by here, shout out to...
Here comes Langley coming across the line. Really, really good performance out of the Saxons here. Bravo, as they say. And really, really tight here. Yorktown might have edged ahead of Woodson. Oh, Woodson coming back up.
Oh, I don't-
that's going to be too close.
That's 2 Woodson events in a row where I'm still not sure how we did.
The Woodson coach is really stressing us out a little bit watching this footage.
Yes. By the way, that is the second year in a row Langley has won the men's freshman 8. So congratulations to that coach.
Great, that's good for them.
Yes.
Two years in a row, winning the freshman 8, coming up on a pretty strong junior 8 this year. Like, I think that we're going to see a really strong Langley first 8 coming up in the next year or so.
One would hope. By the way, I would apologize to anybody listening at home. All my assistant coaches who think that I have the results for the men's third 8 or the men's freshman 8 are calling me. And so in the parlance of today's youth, my phone is blowing up.
They're hoping you have that insider information, and in fact, we do not.
We do not. I have no idea what happened with the men's third 8, and I do not know who was third in that men's third 8, and we still have not seen results from the men's freshman 8 yet. As soon as we know, we will let you know, but that's why we have cameras on the finish line, is so that we can figure these things out, because this is really good racing.
All right, and the penultimate race of the day, event 52, we have the girls novice 8 final with Yorktown, Independence High School, Alexandria City, Woodson, McLean, and Washington Liberty. So with Woodson being in this race, I would expect another photo finish at the end.
We're hoping not on this one, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens here as we come across. Still no results in our official feed for the men's third 8. Once again, when we know, you will know.
Looks like they're backing into the stake boat now. Looks like we have 5 boats locked in. Yorktown is making their way downtown, and we should be off to the races relatively shortly.
All right. As the last boat locks in, we're still waiting to hear about the men's third 8 and the men's freshman 8. All right, the boats are all locked on. Now they'll get their points before we start here with the women's novice 8.
You see them tapping along, getting a nice lock here. This is good. Boats are looking relatively aligned.
Normally, you wouldn't get any advantage from knowing who won the women's novice 8 last year because it's all new kids.
It's all new kids.
However, I'm going to give a shout out to Coach Ron Lim, the novice/freshman women's coach at Woodson, because he won this event last year and the year before that and the year before that, which would seem to indicate that we have at least a shot of winning it again this year.
Ron Lim's a good dude. I remember my first year coaching, maybe 15 years ago. He was one of the more welcoming people at the boathouse, would always have cookies or candy ready to share, and that's always a good guy.
No, he likes to bring cookies to give to people at the end of practice. He gave me a fortune cookie on Friday that was very prophetic. It said, "Time to go get those goods."
And the goods.
And so
trophies and medals.
Let's see if we can go get that.
Looks like we have a result in for the men's third 8 with Yorktown being declared the winners. We saw West Springfield in second, Washington Liberty in...
No, it's Washington Liberty third, Woodson...
Oh, no, those are all the same results. There's a 3-way... This can't be right.
Yes, it can be. We may have a dead heat in the men's third 8. We could have 2 third-place crews for the... We'll see.
We'll follow back up about that.
We'll follow back up, but there's stuff appearing. But it looks like there may have been a dead heat in the men's third 8. But the women's novice 8 is underway here, and it looks like Alexandria City has jumped out to a little bit of a lead here, pushing their nose out. They don't care about the legend of Ron Lim. They're going to go win their own race. But Woodson here is pushing back.
Really, everyone here. Woodson's pushing. McLean's right behind them. Coached by Coach Ryan Slanina is right behind them. Washington Liberty up on the heels too. These top 4 boats have decided it's time to go.
Right, and it's going to be a race here. We are still very early on. Alexandria with a slight lead, and then the 3 across for second place.
But looks like we are confirming for event 49, the men's 38, that there was a tie for third place with Yorktown in the lead, West Springfield in second, and then tied for third place is Woodson and Washington Liberty High Schools. Very unusual to have a tie when we have photo finishes and timing down to a tenth of a second. But bravo to those boys. That was a heck of a race. But onto this girls novice 8 here. Looks like Alexandria City High School right now is in the lead with a half a length margin. And battling for second place is McLean High School and Washington Liberty. The Highlanders and the Generals fighting out here with Woodson in a very tight fourth behind these 3 crews. So really coming through here in the first 500 meters of this race, really anything could be happening right now. Alexandria pulling up a little bit, but McLean not giving up any ground. W&L not giving up any ground, and Woodson not either. Really, really good racing out of these first-year athletes right here in the girls' novice 8. Coming through the first 500 meters of the race, about 2 minutes down, about 4 minutes to go. A big push here out of all these athletes. Looks like McLean might be coming up a little bit ahead of Alexandria City here. Yeah, W&L hot on their heels. This is good. This is really good racing right here out of these girls. A lot of times in first-year racing, you start to see a big separation early. The athletes aren't as experienced, but right now they're all locked in. They're digging deep. This is really, really good racing out of these crews. You absolutely love to see it.
Yep. I would say looks like McLean maybe up a seat or 2 on second place. I'm going to have to give it to Alexandria City. And third place, W&L. Man, it's really good racing here in this Novice 8 event.
Yeah, I love the bright red oars of McLean here. Really easy to see what's going on here.
As opposed to the color of their black boat, which we cannot see
cannot see at all. Looks like they're just swimming through the water. But just little push out of this McLean boat. You see in rowing, it's not always about big moves. There's going to be a little bit, tiny bites at a time, just chomp, 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 just slowly ticking their way up here with that W&L boat maybe in a tight second with a little bit of steering going on. And then Alexandria City High School looks like they've maybe faded back to third, coming through the power lines, 650 meters to go.
And here, just as a little behind the scenes here, is that there is complete chaos over at the awards dock right now because the 4 men's 38s are all, nobody knows what's happening, so they're all just trying to land the boats simultaneously. It is quite the raucous but joyful scene. Like, nobody's upset because everybody's getting a medal.
Just a lot of maneuvering going on, and these guys just excited to get their hardware. And it's unusual where you have 4 crews getting medals, but that's what happens when there's a tie.
Yeah, the rare tie here. So,
but looks like Alexandria is at least back on W&L. I think still a little bit down on McLean. Orange buoy right there is 500 meters to go. Should be less than 2 minutes at this point of racing left for the day here. That's going to be less than 70 strokes for these girls. Really, really tight racing all the way down here between W&L, McLean, and Alexandria City, with Woodson, Yorktown, and Independence out of the hunt for the medals right now.
Everybody remember this boat had 3 heats this morning, so this is the top 6 crews out of, I believe it was at least 15, was it 18, 15? It was a bunch. So there was 3 heats this morning. These are the top 6 crews racing down here in the women's novice 8, and just a really gangbuster race here for who is going to win the women's novice 8.
Looks like McLean is about half a length up, a couple seats up on Alexandria, and they're both about a half a length up on W&L. Alexandria might be charging back through. They're rowing at a much higher rate than McLean right now. Let's see.
We do have an update on the men's freshman 8. It was Langley 1, Woodson 2, Yorktown 3. So out of that photo finish, Woodson was able to nip Yorktown in the men's freshman 8.
We lost the footage right now, but it looked like that this Alexandria City boat was rowing at about 36, 37 strokes a minute. McLean at a more calm and collected 34, but is the extra strokes per minute going to do it for ACHS? We will see as they pass the grandstands now coming into the finish line. Absolutely brutal time right now for the announcers to lose the video feed of the race.
All right, let me look out over the side. Hold on. I can scout here. I would say that
still dead with McLean and Alexandria. Maybe 1 seed advantage to McLean. Nope, maybe 1 seed advantage to Alexandria. With W&L hot on the heels there.
Ooh, it's going to be tight here coming into the finish.
Really, looks like Alexandria has pulled ahead to about a half a length ahead of McLean. Really good sprint at
ACHS. They look like they have pulled away from McLean.
But really good race out of all 3 crews here. They've been battling the whole way down. ACHS 1, McLean 2. Good job, Ryan Slanina. And W&L into 3rd place here. Contact across all 3 boats in contact across the finish line for medals. Really good racing out of these crews here. And rounding out the pack here, we have Woodson coming in 4th place, Yorktown in 5th, and I believe we have Independence will be in 6th.
Once again, it is pure chaos now over at the awards dock, as there are now the men's freshman eights over there as well, and there are now 7 third eights and freshman eights all trying to get into the awards dock. It is a scene for all the parents. We hope you are having, but it is a joyful scene. Everybody gets to go in and try and get their medals, and as the headwind kind of blows them all in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we now have the last race of the day into the starting blocks right now. The men's freshman 8 with the
men's novice 8.
The men's novice 8.
Sorry, we're all excited. There's so many events going on.
This is actually, we've been informed there is an event 54. The sheet we have printed off in front of us just stops at 53. Or I don't know how to turn a page. So for the men's novice 8, the penultimate race of the day.
We will have a men's 4th 8 after that.
We have the Wakefield Warriors from Arlington, Virginia, the Oakton Cougars from Vienna, the James Madison Warhawks from Vienna, the Riverside Rams from Loudoun County, the Yorktown Patriots from Arlington as well, and the South County Stallions, I want to say, from right around here near Lorton. And they are off. Looks like we may have an immediate collision between lanes 2 and 3. Are they going to fix this? Are they going to? We have a clash. They're rowing through it. They're doing a good job fighting through it. Sometimes you just got to win the clash. Looks like we've got a crab out of Oakton from it. They're still rowing. Not sure right now if they're going to stop the race. So far right now, Riverside High School has pulled out into the lead. Oakton High School has stopped, and the race is over. We've stopped. Looks like all crews are going to stop and head back to the start. Looks like we're going to have all crews stop. Wakefield is not interested in stopping right now. There they go. All right, small steering, kerfuffle right off the start there. Looks like they're going to spin around and come back around, and we will have event 54, which is the men's 4th 8 kick off, and we will try again with the men's novice 8 in a couple of minutes. So stay tuned about what happens next here. All right, the men's novice 8s are exiting the course now. At this point, the men's fourth 8 should likely be already locking into the stake boats. So we are going to very likely see the men's fourth 8 kick off, and then the men's novice 8 will end up being the last race of the day. So despite getting the schedule mixed up, it seems like the men's novice 8 will actually be the last race of the day after all.
See, David, you were right all along.
Even if I am oftentimes accidentally correct.
All right, we are still waiting the next race to see what's going to happen, whether they're going to race the fourth 8 or the novice 8 next. We will let you know as soon as we find out. Right now, we are enjoying what is literally pure chaos at the awards dock. They're in a cove designed to fit maybe 2 8s. There seems to be about 7 or 8 of them.
Brian, right now there are actually 9 8s in the cove or trying to get into the cove.
All right. So, hey, listen, I run a boat repair business on the side, so this will probably be profitable for me later.
A little bit of sandpaper and epoxy can fix just about anything. Right now there are multiple boats trying to land on the same dock while facing opposite directions, which is a challenging situation to be in for any mariner or seafaring people. But we will keep you posted on the last 2 events of the day coming down, the boys novice 8 and the boys fourth varsity 8. Either one of them should be getting started relatively soon, and we will give you an update when we know more to share. I want to give a shout out on the broadcast right now to a Nathan McClafferty. While I have limited internet, he has been texting us with updates that have been able to come through. So I want to thank Nate for being our producer behind the scenes.
All right, so if you see in the finish line camera, you can see all the boats drifting around waiting to get their medals. The headwind is just blowing everybody all around them. So, but I think we've got it almost all straightened out now. So we will wait here and see. It looks like this is going to be the men's novice 8. It looks like they turned them around and ran that event. They had time. We're doing okay on our schedule.
Luckily, the delay in racing right now actually gave time for some of the finish line boats to get their medals and clear out. So this might have actually helped in the long run.
Right.
There's some jubilation as West Springfield rows away from the medals dock here. Some very excited young boys there. And looks like we have everyone locked in at the start platform right now for the men's novice 8 except for Wakefield, but they will be there shortly. But looks like we'll be getting ready to go here, hoping the aligners and coxswains are thinking about what their point is going to be right off the start here. This is event 53 right in the platform here, men's novice 8. Once again, lane 1 from Arlington is Wakefield High School on the right of the screen. Lane 2, Oakton. Lane 3, James Madison. Lane 4, Riverside. Lane 5, Yorktown. Lane 6, South County. Looks like South County and Riverside and Yorktown are going to need to fix their point a little bit. Lanes 1, 2, and 3 look like they're pretty locked in. Just some little taps here from Yorktown is going to get them right straight and ready to go. And then we should have a ball game on our hands. Good, Yorktown tapping it around. You see the 2-seat there just taking some strokes with bow seats or just nice little taps around without pulling away from the platform. Riverside's a little bit askew right now, a little bit italicized, but they're in the process of straightening that out. But we are getting ready to go here. The racing always goes better when there isn't a collision. So if we can get this straight and aligned here and make it more about the speed and less about the demolition derby, I think we'll have a good time.
Yes. Yeah. Unlike NASCAR, where it can be more fun if there's collisions. Rubbing is racing. To quote.
Once again, it looks like we may have another immediate collision between lanes 2 and 3.
No,
they're on it.
They pulled it out. They pulled it out.
They said, not today, Satan.
You can tell it's getting near the end of the broadcast here as we get into it. Lane 1, Wakefield. Lane 2, Oakton. Lane 3, James Madison. Lane 4, Riverside. Lane 5, Yorktown. And Lane 6, South County Stallions. Back when I started rowing here on the Occoquan, this was literally the middle of nowhere because there was a large prison in Lorton, Virginia. There's still some wonderful museums and exhibits you can go see there where they have. But on the site of the old prison is now where, near or almost next to the site of the old prison, is where South County High School is.
And some of the more physically fit rowing coaches this year did a 5K race at that site.
And some of the less physically fit rowing coaches also ran in that 5K race.
But right now looks like good, really tight racing across the line here. It looks like James Madison
does seem to be some steering misadventures here in lanes 5 and 6.
Riverside and Yorktown seem to be pulled together like magnets, but they're repelling each other again here.
Some fun stuff happening here.
And that's what's great about novice racing is anything can happen. But still all boats in contact right now. Really good race out of these 6 crews so far as they are about 1 minute into this race here. Really tight. Probably all boats in contact right now down the line. Looks like small advantage to James Madison High School right now. Second place, maybe Riverside, maybe South County, but honestly, across the board right now, anything can happen as they're working their way down the course. You see this Riverside boat is doing a good job steering straight down the course. That's going to make their course shorter. That's going to make it faster. That's good.
I would say, yeah. I'd say right now, James Madison looking like the boat out front, and then Riverside, and then maybe South County, then maybe Wakefield. But it's tough to say. It's nice tight racing. The drone footage.
They're 500 meters in, a little more than 500 meters into the race, third of the way done, and boats are still pretty much in contact. That's exciting racing to see. It'll separate out a little bit as we work our way towards the finish line, but could be exciting coming across the line.
Here we come, coming in about halfway through the race. James Madison still maintaining a half a boat length lead, having some steering misadventures again.
They're really right on that buoy line with Riverside coming right towards them. This could get, oh boy, this is going to be a tight one right here. as they come to the line. This is not a good time to have oars hit.
No, looks like we pulled it out, but yeah, some interesting creative steering.
Sometimes when steering or driving, if you look at something, you inadvertently drive towards that thing, and I think these coxswains are making eyes at each other right now.
And looks like after all that steering, it looks like Lane 6 South County has managed to keep their boat straight and has made a big move, and so now we are 3 across for the race here.
South County was in third for a lot of this race, and they might be in first now. That's a big push.
That is a big push from the Stallions of South County here to see if in the men's novice 8 event.
And is this in the Shell, the Seabiscuit?
I am not sure. They have a bunch of great names for their boats. It may be the Sleipner, which is Odin's 8-legged warhorse. I am not sure which boat they are racing in.
But with less than 500 meters to go, it's really tight across first through third. South County, Riverside, and Madison up front. Yorktown a little bit out in fourth, but they're making a move up. And I'd say Wakefield and Oakton are out of the medal hunt at this time, but still putting on a good race between the two of them.
Ooh, wow, this is going to be tight between.
Really close right now. Riverside might have edged ahead just a scooge. Really, really tight with these 3 boats across. South County's responding. They're not letting them go.
Oh, yeah, South County. It looks like to me that South County benefited from the little steering misadventure there in the middle of the race. And is maybe now a seat or 2 up. I don't know. It's so tough to tell with the drone angle.
They're coming by the grandstands now. The drum is going. Cheers are going. Parents are getting excited. Looks like I think South County is starting to pull away with it right here. South County in first so far, with Riverside in second, James Madison in third, Yorktown in fourth. But still with 250 meters to go, más o menos, like it's pretty tight across the line here.
Yeah, I'd say South County has dropped the hammer a little bit. But once again,
Riverside is not
letting him go.
They're grabbing onto it.
Riverside now making a push back. Riverside's. Let's see here.
That's it. This is going to be an exciting end of the race here. The boys.
And now I feel like South County has made another push. It's pushed out just a little bit more on Riverside.
That's a really aggressive finish here out of all 4 boats. Yorktown's getting a little bit left behind here as we get towards the finish line. Looks like South County is going to pull it off with Riverside just going to be out of reach here across the line.
There we go. South County, Riverside,
James Madison,
and
Yorktown right out of the hunt. Good work to all 4 of those boats. That was an exciting race. Those were many boats together for most of that race. Really good work, everybody.
All right, and now our final race of the day as we get done. Once again, just reminder to everybody, thank you, Maverick, for the amazing drone footage that they have done in partnership with VASRA this year. And thank you for letting us yammer on for several hours.
Typically, people stop us at some point, and no one has come out to stop us.
Yeah, no one has come out and taken the mics away yet.
Although, Brian, we still don't know if they're actually broadcasting the audio.
I've gotten texts from several people commenting on stuff I've been saying, so I would imagine that it's going out.
That's a good sign. Well, that's a sign.
It's not necessarily good. So here we have race 54, the last race of the day, the men's 4th 8. Once again, to enter a 4th 8, you had to have a 3rd 8, which means that next week at day 1, you have to have a 1st 8 and a 2nd 8. And in here, there are 2 Alexandria City boats because Alexandria City also has the 5th 8. Apparently, some people who are using the Chrome browser are not hearing what we're saying, but you know that's
why I wholeheartedly endorse Firefox as the premier browser.
All right, well, listen, just because you're paranoid and don't want the IT people snooping on you, that's your business. So here we go, men's 4th 8. Lane 1, Alexandria City. Lane 2, Alexandria City. Lane 3, Yorktown. Lane 4, W&L. And Lane 5, West Springfield. And as we get our point here, we wait for the starter to raise the flag. You can hear the excited cheers in the background of the parents for the Langley men's freshman 8 that is finally, after the log jam that was at the finish line, has somewhat cleared as they get their trophy and their medals.
And looks like as we get aligned here, Alexandria City B is still working on getting their point over into lane 1. Alexandria City A looks locked in. Yorktown, Washington Liberty, and West Springfield all a little bit italicized right now as we're slowly looking to lengthen this out.
Get their point here on the last race of the day. Fun fact, if you're ever in the last race of the day, the number of launches following you down the course is chaotic.
It's extraordinary.
Yeah, it's like being in the peloton at the Tour de France, as the 32 coaches launches all in the start boat platform, and everybody's
ready to go home.
Everybody's charging down the race after you.
We have, looks like ACHS Bravo has become detached from the platform and are trying again.
Once again, that can be a problem sometimes with the kids. Get a little excited. Instead of sculling it, they just take full strokes, and the poor parent volunteer has a choice to make, and usually they make the wiser choice to let go of the stern of the boat rather than get pulled into the water.
Yeah, my wife actually has 4 stitches in her hand from a boat backing into the platform too hard at her. So it is sometimes can be perilous up there.
All right.
Here they come into the platform, getting ready for the last event of the day, the men's 4th varsity 8, or 5th in parenthesis if you are Alexandria City High School B. Is Alexandria City High School, Yorktown High School, and WNL actually row at 3 different boathouses, despite their schools only being about 3 miles apart geographically.
Well, WNL technically right now doesn't even have a boathouse. They have a marina
In
Columbia Island. And as everybody waits with bated breath for the Arlington County to get their boathouse approved and built.
Be our children's children.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, it's one of those things. What's going to happen first? The Arlington Boathouse will be built, or the Cowboys will make the NFC Championship,
or the Georgetown Boathouse.
Or the Georgetown Boathouse, yes. Nothing happens quickly that involves the federal government and 32 different oversight planning committees. I actually went to a Arlington Boathouse information meeting once in a year that starts with 1. So we will see how it goes, even though it looks like things are moving in the right direction there. There has been a lot of movement in the last couple of years. So we hope, just for the local rowing community, that we do, in fact, get that Arlington Boathouse built.
That would be great. As an Arlington resident, I would love that. Oh, and the races are off. Once again, a little bit of some scary steering right off the start here.
We'll see if...
Looks like we're going to get some fixing on the rudder out of Yorktown.
Ooh, it's...
But...
Oh, yeah, you hear the...
We just heard a gasp from the coaches area.
As they got a little close, but they managed to pull it out. Now, will the Yorktown coxswains steer back straight? They did.
Looks like
nice job, and then they have jumped out. Once again, as we said, Yorktown won the third 8 in dominant fashion. We'll see if their fourth 8 can do the same, and if they can sweep all the events this, you know.
If they get 1 through, I don't know if any team has done 1 through 4 in a long time.
That'd be. Listen, we'll have to reach out to the VASRA historian on that one, and I'll get back to you later.
This is why we need a dial-in number for the broadcast.
Yes. Call in with your questions.
But it looks like Yorktown starting to jump up on this. West Springfield hanging on tight for a close second place right now. But the rest of the pack seems to be fading back from Yorktown and West Springfield, the Spartans. Right now, there is also several boats just on the course, drifting by the finish line, trying to get their medals. We are hoping that they are out of the way by the time these boys' 4th 8s get there, because I don't think this Yorktown boat is stopping for anybody in their way.
No, I think they would just power through. That would be an interesting conclusion to the day when Yorktown slices one of these men's novice 8s clear in half. So once again, Yorktown just looking really good here, top to bottom, and that's a really good looking fourth.
That's a really good fourth eight.
That is
that looks more like a second eight that a lot of programs would be happy to have.
That was so. Shout out to the entire Yorktown's men's coaching staff because they are putting on a display here.
But they are more than 500 meters in, dominant performance here out of Yorktown. West Springfield and Alexandria City A in a little bit of a fight for second and third. It looks like West Springfield is maybe half a length up at 600 meters into the race, 900 meters to go. And then the rest of the pack is falling off behind Alexandria in third place here.
Yeah, Yorktown now, multiple boat lengths of open water. What was it? At Henley, they have like ratings. It's like by a deck, by 2 seats, 3 seats, and then they have
canvas.
And the canvas, but I think they even have as they put up like on an old school scoreboard, and then they have one that just says easily.
We've actually learned from some insider information that if Yorktown sweeps the first through fourth eight, they will be the first team since 2023 to do so, when it was done by McLean High School with Nathan McClafferty and Azim Hojabayev.
However, sent you that text.
The only team before that was Thomas Jefferson back when George W. Bush was president.
Yeah, I believe that would be a Jim Granger experience.
Yeah,
who is now the head coach at Georgetown University.
So he's the VASRA to Georgetown pipeline.
Yes, that's right. But it gives and it takes away. One of the Madison coaches is a former Georgetown lightweight. So goes in circles. So here we go. But Yorktown looking very, very good.
Well past the halfway mark of the race now. Looks like Yorktown is going to continue to dominate this race here. Hard to tell at this point between Alexandria City and West Springfield. Might be Alexandria City now, a little bit up, but it's hard to tell from this angle.
Yeah, I'd say looking at it, with through my old man eyes, I would say probably I would go with Alexandria City, maybe half a boat length up. But it's that's pure speculation. You guys can see what we can see.
We're not getting the GPS speed responder like transponders like they'll have at the LA Olympics.
Which apparently tickets are on sale for now. Even though, fun fact, the LA Olympics will also only be 1,500 meters instead of the traditional 2,000 because of a bridge that they couldn't move.
Yeah, it's nice to see everyone coalescing around the superior distance of 1,500 meters.
1,500 meters.
But here comes Yorktown just absolutely walking away with it as they're coming through maybe 250 meters to go out of Yorktown there, and a much greater distance to go for any other team that is not Yorktown right now.
And it looks like, let's see what the drone shows us here on the battle for second place.
It looks like Alexandria City right now as I look over my shoulder at the course, but it is going to be tight, relatively close with West Springfield. Yeah, Alexandria City maybe has a length up on West Springfield right now. Classic battle between open water up. They're about to open it up. ACHS Titans over Spartans.
And let's see here as the race comes in. We'll cut to the. Here we go, and here is Yorktown crossing the line in a Katie Ledecky-like finish here, where the competitors aren't even in frame.
Let's see. Started a stopwatch when Yorktown crossed the finish line. We're now at 10 seconds since Yorktown finished. 15 seconds. 20. Here comes Alexandria on the screen now. We should see West Springfield on the screen shortly now as well.
Yes.
Man, this is going to be one heck of a gap. On the unofficial time standard, we're looking at about 35 seconds between Yorktown and Alexandria City between first and second.
And then West Springfield Spartans coming in for the third. And then we will wait and see who is fourth out of WNL or Alexandria City B as they come across the finish line here. Waiting for the end of the regatta here as it starts to clear down.
Looks like here comes Washington and Liberty for fourth place. And then Alexandria City B in 5th place will be the last boat to cross the finish line of the regatta today. And then we'll be done with racing until States Date 2 next weekend.
Unfortunately, neither one of us will be here to commentate, but we will have more voice footage there. Thank you again to everybody who tuned in here as we watch Alexandria City cross the finish line. Again, amazing drone footage made possible by Maverick Rowing in partnership with VASRA for the spring season. Thank you guys for tuning in, and we'll see you in about a week.
All right. So long, folks.